Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. That's not enough because I'm going to make a positive announcement, right? Anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making it up on time. I know we're still delayed a little bit. I am told that Africans are never delayed, or they're never late, they're just delayed. But we want to start on time because we do not want to be taking that line of discussion. And today we want to start off differently with breakfast, so that when we get into our side events, because today is going to be a beehive of activity with different side events, and we would like to have each and every one of us participate. And like I said, each side event is going to have a conclusion right here. So don't feel like you're missing out a lot by attending one, because literally you're one person. You can split yourself into two to be able to attend two concurrent events at the same time. So we'll be having a preamble. We'll be having a conclusion, a wrap up of what was discussed in another. So we're going to have two rooms today. We'll be using this very room, Nile Hall, and then we'll be using Rizzi, which is on the next floor down. But before we get to know which group is staying here, which group is going to Rizzi, I invite you to tea. I invite you to breakfast, ladies and gentlemen, exactly where we had it yesterday. Feel free. Let's use about 15 to 20 minutes for our breakfast, and then we kick off with our side events. Thank you, and God bless your breakfast. Good morning. Good morning. I am kindly requesting whoever is still outside to kindly walk back in. Whoever is outside, I kindly request that you walk back in so that we can be able to start off officially for today's event. All right. I do hope that we're all seated and we can be able to start right now. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. I know you've had a bit of a stretch while you had your breakfast. My name once again is Mildred Tohaise, and I will still be taking you through this particular day. And I love that Mulago School of the Day is giving us all the best with regard to ensuring that we leave no one behind. Because our focus is on the Sustainable Development Goals, although particularly for this one, we are focusing on Sustainable Development Goal 6, which is about to access to clean and safe water as well as sanitation. Yesterday's conversation was pretty interesting. We had a lot of conversation about issues financing, where we need about 5.2 trillion shillings annually to be able to get to our targets of ensuring that a greater number of people get to access clean, safe water, as well as issues sanitation. But when we don't achieve that money in terms of allocations, then we fall below the target. Remembering 2030 is not too far away. So one thing that was realized yesterday, that we cannot do away with collaboration and working together. We need a lot of data collection, which is centralized, but we were informed yesterday by the Ministry of Water and Environment that we'll be having a management information systems coming through for matters water and all the data that is collected by the civil society organizations. And we also talked about issues of we called it the evidence-based assessments and evidence-based collaborations, basically, because without data, there is nothing that we're going to be able to do. And given the fact that many of the civil society organizations work in particular regions and in particular districts, that data needed to be collected for Ministry of Health and Matters of ODF. That is open defecation free. We talked about issues of having quarterly reports and quarterly data that can be used to inform policy. And also the WASH Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Silas, did remind us that there is a lot of fight that is going to be on putting a lot of emphasis on financing water and sanitation, because that is on the preventive side, as opposed to where government's effort right now is a lot more on the curative side. And yet when we deal with the preventive side, there is a lot more with regard to the health budget that we will be bringing back, as opposed to when we pay attention to the curative side, like the Englishman says, prevention is better than cure. We heard from the Ministry of Water and Environment, the statistics are not very good with regard to how many people are able to access water, safe water and sanitation, but we still believe that there is hope. There is a lot of hope. And we're going to today be listening in from the National Planning Authority, especially on attention to the National Development Plan 3, which we're almost coming to an end and thinking of another phase. Where are we with regard to WASH and the civil society organizations work therein and how it is incorporated in the planning process of the country. But before we go there, allow me to invite Alan Serunkuma to give us an opening prayer, because we believe that Uganda is a nation that believes in God. If you doubt it, look at our motto. If you doubt it, look at our anthem, and then you will be able to tell, actually, yes, that Uganda is a God-fearing nation. So let's get a word of prayer and then be able to kick off with our conversation.
Thank you, Mildred. Let's stand up and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you so much for this opportunity that you have granted us as civil society organizations to come today and deliberate on matters to do with water access, sanitation, and hygiene. Lord, we pray that even as we discuss these issues, which are pertinent to you and are pertinent to your people, that your Holy Spirit will come and guide us and lead us, and may all the decisions and ideas that come from here today bring you a lot of glory and honor. We pray for your Holy Spirit to guide the moderators, the discussants, and we, the people who are here. We give you praise, glory, and honor, for it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Alan, for giving us that wonderful prayer, and it is setting the center stage for us to start off our conversation. Just before we go into our side events, which I'll be letting you know who is moderating and what we shouldn't be able to miss out in those conversations, allow me to invite Mr. Ronald Kagwa to let us in from the National Planning Authority perspective. What is our midterm review of the National Development Plan 3, especially with regard to water and sanitation, because that's our key conversation this particular morning. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Ronald Kagwa as he comes to let us know about the good. I don't think there is anything bad, there are just a few challenges that could be coming through. Mr. Ronald Kagwa, the stage is yours. Yes, we're just getting a bit of the presentation set. We need to know as we plan, are we planning right? Do we have the data? Do we have the statistics? And what more needs to be done?
Thank you, Mildred. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Planning Authority, I take this opportunity to make this presentation. Hey, no, I don't need it. I'll do this. So I take this opportunity to make this presentation, which looks at the midterm review of NDP3 and the contribution of WASH CSOs. This presentation will try to answer a few questions and concerns. First of all, I want to review the midterm review of NDP3, as regards to WASH. And then we want to discover what is the contribution of WASH CSOs to NDP3 goals and objectives. And then what are the emerging issues? What are the challenges that were identified from the midterm review of NDP3? Now, just to give you a background, the midterm review is a requirement under our guiding development framework, which we call the Comprehensive National Development Framework, CNDPF. Now, CNDPF is guided by the NDP3 results framework. This one has the indicators, the targets, and the results that we expect out of implementing the interventions that were put in place. Now, the objective of the midterm review that we carried out was to determine the extent to which progress has been made at the midpoint implementation of NDP3. What is our progress in midway? This is a 5-year plan. After 2.5 years, what progress have we made? Therefore, the midterm review assesses the level of achievement of NDP3 results at a goal level, at objective level, at a program level, and at the project level. So those are the 3 areas of assessment of NDP3. And one look at this in terms of WASH. Oh. Sorry, okay. I don't know whether we're on the same page. Okay, yes, that is the page. Now, when we did assess the NDP3 as a country, we are at only 17% of the implementation of NDP3. If you look at all the indicators, we are at only 17%. This is a poor performance by any standard. It's not a pass mark. So our level of implementation is so low. However, the number of factors that explain this poor performance. One, we have seen a challenge in transition to a program approach. We moved out from the sector to a program approach to planning. If you look at water, there are many players in water supply. You can't leave it to one player. Therefore, it requires a programmatic approach so that, transition from sector to a program, pose the problems to our people. And even now, many sectors have not fully transitioned to a program approach. That is one of the factors that made us to get score, 17%. We are still, suffering from the effects. We are recovering from the effects of COVID-19. As NDP3 came in place, COVID-19 also set in. You remember the lockdowns. So we spent time without working, without implementing the plan. So we could not achieve those objectives when we had, 2 lockdowns. And even now, the economy is not fully recovered. Many people relocated to the villages, many industries shut up, many schools, closed. So we are not yet at the full, pre-COVID, implementation levels. That was a very significant issue that made us score 17%. Another factor is that there are data gaps. We face a lot of data gaps. Measurement of progress requires data, and data, we don't have it. For example, CSOs do a lot of, you do many things, but we don't have any data from you. How do we get data that CSOs did this and this, and then incorporate it in our results framework? So we have a challenge of measurement of our progress because of data gaps. And of course, we have issues of planning and budgeting, weak planning and budgeting. Planning is still a challenge, especially M&E, monitoring and evaluation, as a key component of planning. We are weak on this front, and if you look at our core projects, they are lagging behind. Some are just project concepts, others just ideas. Very few have gone to feasibility level. They are still, at that level. So we lag behind in many projects that wanted to be, in place. If you recall, we have the standard gauge library, which has been in NDP2, now NDP3. We are yet to move to operationalize this. Of course, there are many in WASH as well. There is a project in WASH where you have not, moved. If you look at that table, that shows our level of performance. We have 4,598 indicators, out of which only 771 were achieved, which represents a performance of 17%. What I want you to look at is that the indicators that are not achieved. The indicators that are not achieved, 1,235, which is 27%. But where there is no data, which is really a very big challenge, it represents 56%. Meaning that one of our problems is measurement. We did many things, but we can't measure them. That's a problem. So as WASH, can you measure your performance? I think we need to invest in measurement of our performance. Yes, let us look at the human, let us look at WASH under NDP3. Now, WASH under NDP3 is under the Human Capital Development Program. We felt that WASH contributes to improving the productivity of labor. It contributes to better quality of life of our people. Therefore, we felt that the best place for WASH is to be in human capital development. We can't develop as people, we can't improve the quality of life if WASH issues are not addressed. Therefore, under NDP3, WASH looks at access to inclusive safe water. How do we enhance access to inclusive safe water? Access to sanitation and hygiene. It emphasizes coverage and improved toilet facilities and washing practices. It looks at investing in effective management of the entire sanitation value chain, including containment, emptying, transportation, treatment, safe reuse, or disposal. Those are the key elements that NDP3 looks at in terms of WASH, especially sanitation, water, and yes, hygiene issues. Again, I want to mention here that as the National Planning Authority, we recognize the contribution of WASH CSOs to increasing universal access to WASH services. And therefore, we place them at the center of our plans. Yes, WASH plans are aligned to NDP3. And I want to mention here that WASNet, we worked with them during the NDP3 formulation to ensure that we integrate or we align WASNet issues with the National Development Plan. And they carried out a study. UNIA led this process, and these were integrated in NDP3. But also want to note that WASH issues are cross-cutting under NDP3. Like I said, the best program out of the 20 that we have is Human Capital Development Program, whose role is, whose objective is, whose goal is improving productivity of labor for increased competitiveness and better quality of life. If Uganda's labor is to be competitive internationally, WASH should be integrated, should be having access to WASH services. If we are to raise the productivity and the quality of our labor, yes, we need WASH. And if you look at the performance of the Human Capital Development Program, it was only 18%. Of course, 1% above the national average of 17%. So Human Capital Development did better than yes, I think that's where I am. Yes, Human Capital did better than the national average, which is 17%. So that's where we are. But of course, 18% is also not good. And the issues I've told you is data. If we had better data, these percentages would have gone up. If there was no COVID-19, this performance would have been better. Now let's look at the summary performance of, yes, that's the summary performance of the Human Capital Development Program. What was achieved? You know, we measure it at 3 levels. Outcome level, which is a higher level, intermediate level, and then output level. So the overall performance, the 123 indicators, and overall performance, as you can see, what was achieved was 18%. What was not achieved? Yes, you can see it, it is 24%. Where there is no data is again the biggest percentage, which is 60.38%. Meaning that our biggest problem is data. How do we interest civil society to invest in data? How do we get the Uganda Bureau of Statistics to invest in gathering, data? And I want also to note that it is not easy to get WASH data. The National Planning Authority, in collaboration with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, is trying to collect data at a community level using the parish development model, where the parish, leadership can also collect data at that level, knowing who has a toilet and who doesn't have, who has a drying, facilities, who has a bathroom and who doesn't have. We feel that if we went as low as that, maybe we would solve this problem of data. Yes, I want to believe that we performed better than this if we had all the information to measure our performance. Let's look at specifically the WASH targets. Those are the WASH targets. We never achieved the safe water coverage at rural level. Our baseline was 17-18. We are 73%. Those are the targets 2021. And what is actual in 2021? Target 21-22, actual at 21-22. You note that safe water rural coverage will not achieve the target. If you look at safe water coverage urban, again, that is our baseline. Our target by our target by was 84, 21-22. We were only able to achieve 79. Again, that is not achieved. But we are doing better in sanitation and hygiene. And I'll tell you why we seem to be doing better at that level. We achieved our targets on sanitation. We achieved our targets on hand washing. Now, one of the reasons is that COVID-19 was a blessing. It made us to wash our hands. To enter a market, you have to first wash your hands. To go to places, you have to first wash your hands. And the beauty is that this practice has now been inculcated in our people of washing hands. So we did very well because of COVID-19, and I want to believe we can sustain that. Yes, I think also access to sanitation will also doing better because of that. Now, having said that, what's the contribution of civil society in all this? Like I mentioned, sanitation and hygiene basically are multi-sectoral. And the government alone cannot address the challenge of meeting sanitation and hygiene issues. Therefore, the important role of civil society in meeting the gap on sanitation and hygiene. Therefore, we need a partnership with the non-state actors, especially civil society, the private sector, and the relevant partners, if we are to advance the WASH agenda and achieve all those that we don't achieve. I want to recognize that you play a major role in resource mobilization. Very, very important role in resource mobilization, because government resource allocation to sanitation and hygiene especially is very low. That gap is covered by WASH. I note that the budget that you make to WASH to government is really very big. I don't have the recent statistics, but I know UNIA has. You have 100 billion. Excellent. 100 billion. That is very, very high by any standard. You're even higher than some government MDAs. Higher than some government MDAs. Your budget is higher than many government MDAs. Please sustain this. Let us move and mobilize more resources. But like I mentioned, I want to interest you in data collection. And share this data with us, with you, boss, such that next year, at the end of NDP3, we can report better results than what we can report today. I also note that you do monitoring of sanitation and hygiene. Monitoring is very critical, and we appreciate that as well. Yes, what are the emerging issues? The emerging issues, one, many programs do not undertake annual program reviews. I'm happy to note that the natural resource, environment, climate change, land and water management programs is one of those that undertake annual reviews. I wonder whether maybe you can advise me better here. Human capital development may not have undertaken an annual performance review. We need to review our performance as programs if you have to be on a steady course to see how whether we are moving on or not. Again, I want to mention that the success of a program depends on the leadership of the program. And the success of a program depends on the secretariat of the program. Some program secretariats are non-functional. They don't meet. Yesterday, there was a program of agro-industrialization, and there was a quarrel. They observed that they don't meet, and they were wondering who's responsible for not meeting. Yes, but I want to note that the natural resource program meets regularly. I'm not sure of human capital development. You don't meet. Yes, so programs that meet regularly can review their performance. So we need to look at that. The data gaps is another emerging issue that I want us to look at. Another issue that we want to look at here is that we need to involve WASH CSOs in planning at a national level, implementation, as well as activity monitoring and evaluation. I want you to be represented at the budgeting table, at the planning table, and then you guide this important element that improves the quality of life of our people and the productivity of labor. And another problem is that the budget of WASH CSOs is not, integrated in the national budget. You keep this one here, you don't want the nation to know that you collect this amount of money or this. Though you do report at the national level, I think when we are planning, let us say, what are you bringing on table WASH CSOs? I think that would be a better way of planning. Yes, you don't just report, but when you're planning to do this and that, say, we are here, where are you going? I think that will make us move in a coordinated way as government and civil society. Again, there is sharing of information. You have a lot of information which is not shared. Let us share information, your policy briefs, share them with the government MDAs, such that this information is put in our national reports. We are now developing the National Development Report. NPA is doing that work. We have the GAPA, GAPA, which is done by the Prime Minister's office. We need to have WASH, reports being integrated in those reporting frameworks. Again, I was reviewing the Human Capital Development Program. The visibility of WASH is very minimal. You can read the whole page or whole chapter, and then you don't see a sentence or two on WASH. Can you exert pressure on this program to recognize you? Otherwise, human capital is one of the biggest programs we have. Maybe WASH is marginalized in this program. I think this, you can raise it at high level such that your feasibility can be. So, in conclusion, a lot has been done and progress has been made, but we're still below the NDP3 targets. I thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ronald Kagwa from the National Planning Authority. I can see us getting a little bit cold because of some of the statistics that are coming through. But I always love to be in a position where I am challenged. And this is all of us, that we love to be in a position where we get challenged, that we get to realize there is more work to do. Given the fact that work is not measured, sometimes it does not mean that the work is not done. To an extent, like Mr. Kagwa clearly said, that there is just a challenge of measuring performance. So probably that is the point in time where we get to sit as UASNet and ask ourselves, yes, the work is being done, but part of that which is being done, what are the measurement mechanisms and criteria we can be able to adopt so that we can be able to provide tangible evidence of what has actually been done on ground and say, this is what we've done, and this is not what we haven't done, and this is what we are planning to do. I think it's just food for thought for all of us to be able to challenge ourselves a little bit more. But I love that when Mr. Kagwa talks about having the CSOs on table and having that conversation of their budgeting input into the national budget, because what these civil society organizations are doing, especially on the WASH Forum, is not for themselves, it's for the people of Uganda, it is for the country at large. All the benefits that accrue from the work that they're doing is for Uganda, the nation at large. So I totally agree with you that there needs to be a national view of what the WASH CSOs are doing and how they get incorporated into the planning processes. But I think the positive is to say that, as Madam Yumia did clearly mention, we're doing better than some of the government MDAs. I think that deserves a round of applause because even with the catch constraints that we do have, we're doing a little bit better. So ladies and gentlemen, I want us to go straight into our side chats. So we're going to use two rooms. There's going to be here and Rizzi. We want to have a bit of questions. Okay, maybe National Planning Authority did present earlier, that is Mr. Kagwa, and maybe we have a little bit of clarity that we need to stick here and there before we go into the side events. Anyone who didn't get anything clear or needs to ask about something or needs to supplement on what Mr. Kagwa said, I think I'll give it a few minutes. About a few. Do we have any? By show of hands? Okay. Could I just have? Okay, I already have two. I have one there, and so Charles. Oh, and Winnie as well has one. So Charles, if you could just help. The first hand was right at that table, and the next one is where you just passed before we get back here. Feel free to let us know your name and the organization.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Hello, can you?
Yes.
My name is Tafari Goshu. I'm from Oxfam, WASH coordinator. I like the idea of capacity building human.
Microphone a little bit, and for a technical team, if you could raise the pitch a bit, so we get a little more. Yes, okay.
Thank you. Again, my name is Tafari Goshu. I'm from Oxfam, WASH coordinator. I like the presentation and the gaps identified by the planning sector, which is very critical in our program planning sessions. But one thing that makes you curious about human development, was there any gap analysis done? Was there any mapping exercise done in terms of which are the areas that needs some sort of capacity building in the human sector? Thank you.
Okay, the gaps they're in, and Mr. Kagwa, did you get the question now? Okay, sorry, if you could just repeat the question so he gets it.
So when we usually say there is a need for capacity building in the human resource sector, the first thing we do is we map who is doing what, who is doing where, and we try to analyze the technical capacity, and we identify gap. So whether that sort of exercise done that indicates these are the gaps identified in the sector, and these are the type of capacity building required within this period of time.
The capacity building requirements that have been realized with the gaps that were found out. Thank you so much. James, oh yes, there's a hand. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Paul Rima. I work for an organization called Network for Water and Sanitation as executive director. I thank Mr. Kagwa for a very impressive presentation. However, I have one or two concerns here. Somewhere in his presentation, he indicated that we have not been able to fully achieve our targets. Where we achieved them, like in sanitation, maybe we would have gone beyond what we planned. And then somewhere in his presentation, he mentioned that one of the challenges is data gaps, meaning we don't have enough data to be able to draw effective conclusions. Therefore, I'm inclined to think that maybe we did more than what is reported. But because of not having the appropriate data to be able to do proper analysis, we are reported as if we have not performed. But looking at what we see in the field, reports presented different fora, I think a lot is being done. But because of data gaps, we can't report appropriately. I'm also inclined to think that where we are mentioned for not having a poor plan or poor planning and budgeting, I think that's not a fair assessment. I think Uganda is famous all over the world of coming out with the best strategies and the best plans.
But implementation.
If you want to learn new things you come to Uganda, don't go anywhere else. Our challenge has always been at the point of delivery of service.
Implementation.
But if now Mr. Kagwa reports that even is experiencing poor planning, poor budgeting, I'm inclined to think, I think that is not very fair.
Okay.
The problem is somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And especially on gaps, you also did highlight one of the challenges being measurement of the performance, and that also comes out of not having the accurate data. Madam, I had a question or supplement before I get back to the back. So let me have the microphone here, and then I'll move to the other side and go to Haji after.
Yeah, Dr. Kagwa, mine is first of all to thank you for always heeding to our call for you to come and engage with us and share with us issues of national concern, you know, especially regards how we are performing as a country. We do appreciate the information you've shared, and some of the issues you've raised. It's like you were here yesterday. It was like the anthem yesterday, where every speaker from development partners to government and us as CSOs, there was so much call for us to fill the void of addressing the issue of data, the issue of monitoring and accountability. But I just want to provide some small clarity that I think we've been sharing with you, that every year we compile the annual CSO performance report. I don't know what we need to do, members. I think we just need now to move from MDA to, you know, yes, we've always promised to come to NPA. And honestly, this time we are going to do it before the end of the year, to come and engage with you and show you the kind of data that we have. We have in our database close to 250 civil society organizations that operate in Uganda, delivering water, sanitation, and environment. I presented that yesterday, though in brief due to time. However, out of these, around 160 are actually registered with a membership. And out of these, around 50%, in spite of us calling annually for all of them to report all the 250, because we need that information, we register an average of 50% reporting annually, and an average of 70 to this year we registered 2020-2023, a total amount of 106 billion registered by 74 CSOs who reported. Okay, so there's something that we are trying to do and invest. We shall be sharing the full report and come and present to you, because it has all the trend where you can get all the information. I think what we are calling for now, and it has come from you and also other forums, CSOs were now called upon not only to report, but to also submit our plans. So this is something that we're going to start embarking on, for us to start compiling. You know, though it's a bit tricky, you know, always give that excuse. We as CSOs decide to confirm that, yes, this is the confirmed financing for my donors for the next financial year. At times things happen. So I don't know how we shall handle that. But yes, we are now promising that we're going to start submitting plans, calling on plans from our members and submitting them to government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Winia. So I have a microphone moving to that side and then back to Haji for now. And I will have Mr. Kagwa respond to some of those. Some were recommendations, some were clarifications, a few were questions.
Thank you, Mildred, and thank you, Mr. Kagwa, for the presentation. My name is William Makuna Awole. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer in Toroko. I'm raising on the issues of data collection and reporting. In this country, we have a body responsible for statistics. That is UBOS. I was trying to scan through our agenda here. UBOS was not invited, I think, in this meeting. First, my recommendation is that in the next engagement, let's have UBOS on board. Two, as much as we task these CSOs, the data that they are supposed to get should be from WIBOS. Now, if WIBOS is not having accurate data or data that is available and can be relied on, most likely the CSOs here will not have this data. So as much as we heap blames on CSOs, we need to bring on board WIBOS to give us accurate data or statistics in this country as they are the body authorized. The other issue Mr. Kagwa raised is the issue of the shift to the program approach, and that it has not been appreciated, and that's why there has been poor performance, so some of the targets were not met. My proposal would be that we still need to do a little bit more. To integrate these, we need also to bring in the CSOs. We need also to bring in the MDs. Some more consideration for sensitization is needed because there are people who are still rigid. I come from a background of local government adaptation from one process to another takes time. So I wish NPI can also prioritize sensitization. We can come together, especially with CSOs, so that it is jointly done. Okay. I thank you.
Thank you, Aboli. Let's go to Haji here before Mr. Kagwa does get to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kagwa, for that presentation on the point I want to bring to Dr. Kagwa is that always when NPA is told to talk about the WASH, they start with the capital development, human capital development. Why can't WASH come out directly in NPA directly that they are talking about WASH? Instead of again meandering on HCD, then we come to WASH. That's why reporting is not much on WASH when it comes to reporting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The EB has something very small to respond to.
Yeah, sorry, doctor. This was part of my initial submission, but somehow I forgot. It's something that we raised, and I think showing the statistics here of where we are regards the WASH indicators in the midterm review. We are happy to see, was it blue, that we've achieved? But as a nation, are we happy to state that, yes, having attained hard washing at 40%, are we ambitious enough? So I think the issue here is, I think this will come up as we develop NDP4. And maybe, I don't know whether there's still a chance now for the midterm review to review some of these indicators. For instance, as we assess our CSO annual performance report, you find that we compare our interventions with the NDP 3 indicators, and you find that some of our annual attainment, for instance, the villages attained ODF, the open defecation free villages. I think this year they're surpassing the indicator. So we have to question, are we ambitious enough with these indicators? And secondly, we need to put in parameters. If we're stating, well, open defecation free, that is, that one is obvious, but there are other indicators like putting in place water systems. We as NGOs, those who put up, one that supplies or has maybe 30 outlets will tick that. But is that what, as a nation, I think there's need for more definition of these indicators for better clarity. Thank you.
All right, very clear definitions. I had promised myself to stop, but I'll take her because she came after the gentleman at the back. So, okay, and then we have, okay, I'll take her, take the gentleman at the back and conclude with here, have Mr. Kagwa respond because we have to get into another conversation. Yes, let's make it as brief as possible, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam, for this opportunity. My question to NPA is this. Yes, the achievement for NDP 3 as of now is 17%, which is a very poor performance, really. How do you compare this with NDP 2?
Okay.
Number 2, have you thought of the approach that is currently being used? What I mean is the program approach versus the sector approach. Do you think that also could be one of the reasons for poor performance? Because I know that with the program approach, what used to be sectors are totally divided and in some cases are even confused. Okay, so you might need to also evaluate that. You might need to evaluate whether the program approach is more appropriate and whether it is one of the reasons for the poor performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very pertinent issues being raised. Let's have the mic to the gentleman at the back, and then we'll use that microphone to the finally.
Good morning to you all. My name is Felix Abjechu. I'm a WASH consultant with Give Love Uganda. My question focuses on Mr. Kagwa's presentation where he talked about the rating being achieved for sanitation. However, yesterday, we had data provided to us where it said access to sanitation in urban areas is at 90% and in rural areas is at 77%. However, we found that managed sanitation is at 8.1%. So how does it be achieved when we are at 8.1% to managed sanitation?
Okay.
Sanitation is one part in WASH, which is usually neglected. We like to say WASH is usually WA, where we have water and hygiene. Very few people work in the angle of sanitation. So I'm wondering how these statistics of us having a rating achieved under sanitation are being put when we have an 8.1% on managed sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have a final one from the front, and Mr. Kagwa, I'll give you the shortest of time to respond to the questions that have come through.
I think mine is a bit of a reflection, a question. Hygiene targets. It's interesting. The gentleman before said sanitation is about hygiene. I feel like hygiene and I listed, and even from the targets, Zambia is not different. It's menstrual hygiene, it's food hygiene, healthcare facilities and schools. My question is, going forward, I understand this is to be after a few months or years to come. Perhaps you should consider having because it's a bit of a contradiction, because renal hygiene is the cheapest way to prevent disease. And what I found very interesting about this is that even during the pandemic, up much. And then now we are post the pandemic, and it seems like we have not really some of the good practices that we have used. If we want to before, how can we the good practices that we have before? It's expensive, and we will see things, but I don't know about Uganda, but the flows dramatically reduced during that period, even post-COVID because of some of the good hygiene practices. So I'm just wondering if there can be a deliberate intention on the government side, whether it's investing in infrastructure, class hygiene prevention, using various platforms, but also going into external courses, perhaps dialogue with hygiene is important to others. And cheapest way for preventing diseases is something that we just overlook. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With emphasis on preventive than curative. The president has always done that. I don't know how much NPA is planning. Mr. Kagwa, let me hand you over the microphone so you can respond to some of those. Feel free whether you want to respond from there or you want to come here, whichever makes you comfortable. You can come over.
Thank you, Mildred. And thank you, colleagues, for the many questions raised. Oxfam raised the question of weak capacity building. Have we done any mapping to identify the gaps? Was this done with the sector? When you carry out a midterm review, a lot of work is done to identify who is who and where best can we get the information. So this pre-review was done to identify who would be the best, key informants and people, what are the gaps and how do we do this. Paul, thank you for the appreciation. Yes, I agree that the data gaps make us want to draw very meaningful, conclusions as to whether we performed very well or not. I think this is a national challenge. We really can't suggest that we performed poorly when you have data gaps. We would have had a better picture if we had all the data that we wanted. I want to think we shall do better in the future assessment. This challenge has been noted, and I also want to agree with you that we underreported our performance. If we had the data, certainly our performance would have been better or worse, because there's somebody as well who did well, where even if we had the data, we're not doing very well. And maybe in some areas would have done better. I want to thank you for that we are in sync with what was said yesterday about data availability, monitoring, and accountability. And we're looking forward to your annual performance reports. And right now, NPA is writing a national development report, where I would wish to have WASH activities reflected in the National Development Report. So this is the right time. Please submit those reports to NPA, and they'll be, very much taken into account. The Office of the Prime Minister has the GAPA report, where they do monitoring. I don't know how they report on WASH activities, but I think that is also very, very pertinent that you interface with them and you give them, information. Now, William, I want to agree and observe with you that you both should have been here. if your data is to be credible in this country, you should involve UBOS. You may collect your data from wherever, but unless UBOS, confirms its credibility, its integrity, it will not be used authoritatively in government documents. So involve UBOS as much as possible to get data credibility and, being used. And I want to tell you that UBOS is one of the most respected statistical institutions in Africa. It is. So let's use them and invite them. Even the definition of this data, the indicators have need to be defined. And again, UBOS can take you through all this. Yes, I agree that the shift to program approach is still confusing to many of our stakeholders. We need to keep on teaching them, sensitizing them. With the time they appreciate the importance of program approach. It is the way forward. The side approach does not exploit linkages and synergies between different interventions. We need to work together to deliver an output because we contribute, to a particular output. So this can be done, and we welcome WASNet to mobilize your constituency and ask us to make a presentation on the program approach to planning and budgeting. Mr. Ugimbe, WASH cannot come as a standalone. It should come in as a contributor to human capital. This human capital is bigger than WASH. It has education, it has gender issues, it has mindset change, it has health. So WASH is just a sub-program under human capital development. What I want to implore you is that you raise your head under human capital development, that you have failed. There is a sub-program which you work under, and let you be, there, and your issues taken on board. Again, I want to agree with you that 40% is not ambitious enough. It's still failure, please. If you get 40% in an exam, you have failed. But you are achieved 40%, I think we should not pat ourselves on the backs that we have achieved hand washing at 40%. So we need to put some element of ambition in our indicators. That one should, pull us. The targets should be ambitious. Not of ambitious, but ambitious to motivate us for greater works. Yes, yes, we need to put in place systems. Systems, are very, very important. We need more definitions of these indicators if they are to be understood by the people. These indicators need to be understood. Yes, somebody raised a question, how do we compare 17% with NDP2? NDP2, by the end of NDP2, our score was 50%. By the end of NDP2, of course, we are reviewing it also, end of term review. But at this level, it was 50%, meaning that we did better in NDP2 than we are now. Of course, there was no COVID in NDP2. There was no Russian-Ukrainian war in NDP2. All these international, there were no caste invasion in NDP2. All these affect performance. Yes, as to whether we should review the program performance, yes, we are reviewing it. Now I want to reduce the number of programs. Though again, some people asking us that some programs are too big, let us break them. I'm sure you want also human capital to be broken into two. Because it has education, it has gender, it has health, mindset change. These are too many. They also have governance and security. Security wants to break away. It's also too big. So you can imagine, you can appreciate the challenge. Of course, we're evaluating the program approach and see where we are. Access to sanitation, management sanitation. I won't get this question clearly, but I think we shall have a one-on-one on this. Yes, as our colleague from Zambia, even here, sanitation and hygiene, especially hygiene, is often. It is often, and I don't know why. Even within WASH, the constituency, I'm yet to see a CSO whose preoccupation is hygiene. Do you have a CSO represented here whose work is hygiene? I'm looking at this, I don't see any of them whose work is hygiene alone. So, is this a mindset issue or what is it? So I think this is, we need to do better. Of course, the dialogue around hygiene is critical. And we look forward to working to organize a national dialogue on hygiene. But people tend to look at it as something simple, which does not call for. If you call somebody, please come for hand washing, election hand washing, you'll get very few participants, So I don't know whether it's traditional mindset change that we need. In terms of riding on the good and practices of COVID, unfortunately, we are forgetting them very fast. I don't know how we can build on the achievements of COVID to take, hand washing, the good practices forward. But I think it's very critical. Of course, we need hygiene infrastructure to be developed, and some industries are investing in hygiene. The private sector is doing a lot of investment in hygiene. I think those are the issues raised. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kagwa, for putting a little bit of clarity and emphasis on some of the questions that were raised. I hope those who asked are a little bit contented. If not so, we still have Mr. Kagwa here. You could have a side chat with him on clarity on the question that you did give. Now, we've run far beyond time, and we're going to switch up our program a little bit. Now, we have different side events that are going to be happening. And right here, we're going to stay with the Water Supply Technology Working Group, which we're going to be discussing. And I'm going to kindly invite Christopher Kanyago, who is going to be letting us know what is going to be entailed in the conversation. But we will also, at a later stage, be able to have the current who is part of the side event of good governance that is also going to stay here. In Rinzi, we are going to have Urban Wash, the working group, the technical working group there. And we will also be having it in Rinzi. And another one that we'll have in Rinzi is the thematic working group, sanitation thematic working group as well, which is chaired by Eva Nalwanga. But first of all, I want to have Christopher. Can you go here? Christopher? Yes. Christopher, I'll give you 2 minutes to just run us through part of the conversation that you're going to be having, which is going to stay right here. And I will also allow Eva Nalwanga 2 minutes to just give us a brief overview of what your conversation is going to be. So you don't have to just drag people into a totally different conversation when they would have loved to engage in another. But what is going to happen is, please let us not all remain here. We'll be able to split at least in half and attend both, but at a later stage, we are then going to have the moderators come and give us a wrap-up. Christopher, just 2 minutes, just let us know what your conversation is going to be about, given the fact that you're actually going to stay here as well. And Eva will give it them in 2 minutes. Yes, just give us a quick overview of your conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kanyago Christopher. I'm indeed happy that we are going to have this discussion on water supply, especially around rural areas. So I really encourage all of you to be part of this session. We are having an official from Ministry of Water, Ivan Biza. He was part of the panel discussion yesterday, and he's going to dive into the specifics of SDG 6.1, 6.3, 6.4, as well as 6B. So if you are interested in knowing how far different organizations, especially those that subscribe to WASH technologies, have reached in achieving water supply under those SDGs, so this will be the right place for you to be. We shall then dive into a presentation that will be made by a colleague from Water for People. He's going to discuss about what the different NGOs have been able to do in relations to those mentioned SDGs, subsection of SDG 6. So we shall see what WAVE has been doing. We shall see what Water Trust has been doing. We shall see what Water for People has been doing. We shall also see what Oxfam has been doing in relations to water supply. We shall also have commitments as well as recommendations to government. And then we shall be able to have a plenary where members will be able to ask questions pertinent to the discussion, as well as suggest recommendations so that we can have a way forward that can be forwarded to Minister of Water, as well as all those that are important in making sure these recommendations are put in place. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I indeed expect that all of us will be staying here, but of course I know some will have to go to the other room. So thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall have the thematic group on sanitation in Rizzi Hall, where we shall be looking at the updates on SDG 6.2. We shall hear from different organizations what has been happening on ground. They give us an update of what has been happening. We shall be able to identify the bottlenecks that have hindering progress of this 6.2 and be able to come up with recommendations that can guide government on how best to see that we progress on 6.2, having sanitation for all. We shall be able to give highlights on what is happening in terms of policy, how far have we gone, how far are we planning to go. So I welcome all members to come to this thematic group and be able to discuss and forge a way forward to serve our people better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming in from Eva and Christopher, I think now we know what is going to be happening in the team. So I'm just going to kindly request Hajara Comfort Mukasa and Jokas Zamari to as well come and let us know. So Hajara Comfort Mukasa presenting on the synopsis of the progress on SDG 6.1, 6.3, and 6.4, that is the Urban WASH Technical Working Group. Just 2 minutes of what the conversation is going to entail. And right after Hajara Comfort Mukasa, allow me to invite Jokas Zamani. Then right after that, I will allow us all move to the particular working groups and into the different side chats that we would require. Hajara.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Comfort Hajra Mukasa, and I'll be chairing the session on urban wash. We all know that it takes a single drop to create a wave, but we also believe that when we all put efforts together, the waves become stronger in a shorter period of time. So in our session, we're going to look at safe drinking water for all. It's been routine that safe drinking water for urban communities mostly they'll have access to piped drinking water, but for the peri-urban communities, chances are that the water will not be piped. The civil society organization and NGOs are putting in effort to make sure that there is equitable access to safe water, and also those people have access to the safe water. But we know that water is free, but the services are not free. So in our session, we look at how we've been doing work around making sure that there's access to safe water, but the water is also, the community is aware that the water is not free and are putting in efforts to make sure that the operation and maintenance for the water services that we provide them. When you come to us, you'll also be able to see how the perceived poor peri-urban communities are able to ride on the spirit of Ubuntu to make sure that no one is left behind in access to safe quality of water. So please join us and listen to what we have to say, share the discussion with us so that together we can come up with way forward to make sure that the efforts that have been started by the CSOs and NGOs ripple out to other parts of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajra. We can't wait, especially on the aspect of maintenance of those facilities right there. Mr. Joka Tamari, what will be entailed in your conversation?
Thanks so much, Mildred. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our group, the Good Governance Working Group, will be presenting about wash systems governance. There is no person on this continent who knows the impact of governance than Ugandans. And so this governance runs through. And I'm speaking about governance that we have had all through. Remember, at one time we were even donors to Saudi Arabia. And what happened? But in our conversation, we're talking about governance for wash systems. We can construct wash systems, but if we don't govern them, what happens? And so we have 3 presentations. One is going to focus on operation and maintenance, which has been a problem ever since. The second one is going to focus on the issue that everyone has spoken about here, data. Where did we go wrong? Why and error do we transmit data using paper from district to the center with the available technology? If you want to be one of those to transform this country in terms of data management, especially for WASH, don't miss that presentation. And the third one is coordination. So all these link to governance, and there is none other than a senior chief administrative officer who is going to speak about coordination. And so that's what we are going to have. Don't miss our presentation, chaired by someone who has been in the sector for 30 years.
Okay, now, how to comfort Mukasa as well as Joka Tamari made this feel like, you remember back in the day when you were campaigning to be a prefect, you promised all the pancakes and but it's a good one. Anyway, that's just the tongue in cheek. All of that, wherever we are going to be, make sure that you attentively pay attention and also participate, because after that, all your deliberations will then be brought forward, and for those that didn't attend that particular session, they'll be able to get a glimpse of what you actually discussed. So this is how it is going to be. We're going to have the sanitation thematic working group chaired by Eva Nalwanga, as well as the urban wash technical working group chaired by Hajra Comfort Mukasa, move down to Riz. Now, what is going to happen is, as opposed to earlier where we thought you go discuss, then come and do the plenary, and then we go back, we're going to have the 2 conversations concurrently. So we will have the first conversation in Riz being on sanitation, the sanitation thematic working group, and have your discussion, do the plenary, but we'll be able to have a wrap-up of what you've discussed. And then immediately after that, we'll give each of the conversations an hour. And then right after that, Hajara then will take on, still in Rizi, the Urban Wash Technical Working Group, and have that conversation for another hour. And then we will all come back at once and have a recap of what should have been discussed. It's going to be the same conversation. Staying here is going to be Christopher Kanyago, who is going to be chairing the Water Supply Technology Working Group. And then after that, we will have Mr. Joka Zamari chairing the Good Governance Working Group. So we've had the pictures, and we clearly know where we want to pay attention to. So for those who are going to read once again, It's about the sanitation thematic working group together with the urban wash technical working group. So if that's your area of interest, please, let's get down to reason. Let's use about maybe 10 minutes only. 10 could even be a lot. Let's use 10 minutes to be able to travel for our sign language interpreters as well. So we'll have one stay here and another will go to reason. Okay, so it's time to stretch. Who is going to reason? At this point in time, when we all stay here, we will now use dictatorship and say in the middle, you go to reason here, you stay here. But anyway, we don't want to go that way. So because after all, we are all going to come back here and have a recap. So I'm kindly requesting that maybe half of us could be able to move to reason and listen to the conversation on sanitation as well as urban wash, which is very important. So sanitation and urban wash, together with all the moderators, let's move to reason. And then immediately after that, I'm going to make sure that I have a timekeeper so that 1 hour max, another group comes through, and we should be back here probably by about 1 or a few minutes past 1. So we can have our lunch early, have the 2 side events of the afternoon, and call it a day. I still see us quite many, so I'm seeing just a few moving to reason. I'm still going to request that a few more of us can be able to move down to reason. All the amenities we have here are down in reason as well, so you don't have to worry about your charging cables, you don't have to worry about internet, and even the conversation itself, because we'll still have it. So for those who are choosing to stay here, our conversations are going to be 2, the first one, and I'm going to allow Christopher, please Christopher, step forward and immediately start chairing the water supply technology working group, and then Mr. Joka Zamari will come through with good governance. Okay, 3 more minutes. Let's have those moving to Rizi on the urban wash by Hajia Comfort Mukasa, and then sanitation thematic working group as well. All of us are choosing to stay here. We need to have a bit of audience at both ends. So please, I will request a few more of us, whichever side. And at this rate, we can't have the same organization staying for one particular conversation. We should be having, if you're 5 on the table and you're from the same organization, let's 2 stay, 3 go, 3 go, and 2 stay here. So that you can be able to share experiences on the conversations that did come through. Okay, we are having a few more leave. I will go down to Rizi and find out whether the numbers are actually good. If they are not, and then we will ask a few more of us to be able to move there. Don't leave us entirely here and give us an empty room. Please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am kindly requesting, if you do not mind, to move forward. For those of us who have stayed here, if you do not mind, kindly move forward so we don't have to have a dispersed room entirely. So we can be able to have, you know, a small lit together and be together. So I am kindly requesting that we step forward, and I am requesting at this point in time, Christopher, please come and take the floor. You can choose to take this podium or choose to use the front. The rest of us who have remained will stay here now. Lest you leave us an empty room now. Okay, let's welcome Christopher to take over the conversation, and let's get settled in as well to start off with this. Christopher, you have 1 hour. I'll be giving you an indicator. So we'll have the discussion on the plenary in there.
I think I'm going to give a bit of probably some more time, about 2 minutes, to allow people to move closer so that we can at least have more engaging discussions. So I'm going to request the colleagues at the back, please, as requested, please move closer.
Everything by 12, since it's 11:25.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to kick off this session. As earlier mentioned, my name is Kanyago Christopher. I work with Water for People, and I'm going to be the moderator for this session. This session is about water supply for rural areas, and it is being hosted by the WASH Technologies Thematic Working Group that is under WASNet. We are having a colleague from the Ministry of Water and Environment who is going to take us through the synopsis of the progress on achievement of SDG 6.1, 6.3, and 6.4. Mr. Chiza, you're welcome to please take your seat here. So the agenda for this session . Want someone who can identify viewers of here. You can ask my colleague when I sit here. He knows them. We can give them. Oh, what when you guys said you do say you have to that's the one else. And one for that. You must specify them. So once I knows them to come. But it's this one here. There's nobody that knows them apart from me and like him. He knows the technical time. Yeah, after this is ready. Once you sit down, you can lead yourself. Okay. That will be as all the presentation to you. Okay. I want to first come back, but I want to first go into this. That's okay. Yes, so you are welcome, Mr. Ivan. Mr. Ivan is a senior economist, and he's the focal point officer for SDG 6. He's also the focal point officer for good governance. That's under WASH. He's an economist by profession who has worked in the Ministry of Water and Environment for close to 13 years. His specific areas of interest are planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation, as well as project formulation and appraisal. He also has a wide knowledge of database management, resource mobilization, and appropriation and project performance analysis and appraisal. As mentioned, he's here to give us a brief presentation on the synopsis of progress on SDG 6.1, 6.3, and 6.4. Mr. Ivan, you're welcome. Please take the floor as you take us through this synopsis. So you're just going to let me slice from here. You will be able to follow from here as they project. Let me get the slide ready. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, morning to you all. As earlier introduced by my colleague Christopher, Ivan, Biza are my names. And
I am based at the Ministry of Water and Environment. Our offices are in Luzira. This is going to put it on. This is the next. This is the previous on here. Thank you, Christopher. Colleagues, I'm here to just give you an insight of what's been going on in terms of SDG 6, but in particular, target 6.1, 6.3, 6.4, and 6B. As the IT colleagues flash up the presentation, I just wish to recap on what Dr. Kallis presented yesterday. For some of you who may not have attended, at least it was clear on what path we are taking as SDG 6, and in particular, championed by Ministry of Water and Environment, what we have done so far, how we integrate SDG 6 into the bigger family of the whole SDGs. As you know by now, there's 17 in number, and our focus as WASH is mainly inclined on SDG 6. So the conversation is to resonate around these particular SDG areas. And okay. So what happens is that I wanted to give a brief insight on what exactly we do. All right. A brief background. In 2016, that's when we officially declared as a ministry to start on this journey of SDG 6 implementation. And our focus is mainly on SDG 6 because SDG 6, as you will well know, is what is inclined in terms of WASH. Therein in SDG 6, we have quite a number of targets which we are supposed to report on, or more or less make sure we are implementing. The first step we took as the ministry was to constitute thematic teams for each of these targets. So the thematic teams were constituted, and the focus was to, the main aim was to have a focused thematic team to implement or follow on a particular target. So what you will notice that under SDG 6, we have 6 core targets, and we have 2 which you may call cross-cutting or more or less across the board targets. That is 6A and 6B. But for this cause we have today, we're only going to focus on target 6B. But these task teams were mainly tasked to make sure that as we have an existing monitoring framework as a ministry, because by the time the SDGs came into place, we already had Millennium Development Goals, we already had our different guiding, planning targets. And the issue was, how can we get the SDG formation to align with what already is existing? And this was one core task for mainly these task teams to come about and make sure it is what happens, and we move in a clear cycle, not to reinvent the wheel. Okay, next. When we go to SDG 6.1, sorry, kindly go back a bit. Okay, SDG 6.1, the focus is on drinking water. That's where the focus is in SDG 6.1. But therein, we have a target, and the target is as clear as by 2030, we achieve universal and equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water for all. In order to meet this target, there is an indicator we have here, 1 to be exact, which we believe is going to show our progress along the way. And this indicator is the proportion of population using safely managed drinking water services. For information, these are indicators which are formulated at the global stage. And the whole task is to have the national context clearly aligning with such an indicator. So what definition is given for this indicator? The indicator is defined as improving drinking water source. And herein we're talking about pipe water into dwelling, yard or plot, public taps or standpipes, boreholes or tube wells. These ones may not be conversant with our terminologies here in Uganda. And we're also looking at protected dug wells, protected springs, and rainwater. But the key thing to note is that the emphasis should be having these sources located on premises. Then the other bit is having this available when needed, and also having these sources supplying water which is free of fecal or priority chemical contamination. The emphasis here is that at the global stage, for us to come and take count of a given water source to qualify into computing this indicator, it must tick all these boxes. The question between you and me is, in our business as usual, how many of the sources we have qualify to tick these boxes and qualify to get computed in this indicator? This is a discussion probably we may have later on, but as of now, we need to see how best are we trying to align to this global stage. I wanted to give a quick performance estimate of where we are now. You will notice that in my performance, I've said access to safe water, and it is 72% against 67 in urban and rural water respectively. At the moment, as far back as last computation in the ministry, when we are trying to look at the performance, this is where we were. But I wish to reiterate that at the moment we are concluding the reporting and performance records for the just concluded financial year. And usually our practice is to produce the results in our performance review, which we hold, and the one for this coming year, for this particular financial year, is scheduled to be held at the end of this month. So these results might change in the most recent, but that doesn't take away the fact that this is where we are as far as the last performance results were approved. And the contentious bit is, when you look at the second performance result we have here of safely managed water services, and we're saying the estimate is at 17%. Now the 17% estimate is what ticks all the boxes I've highlighted above, where we're talking about the water being available when needed, it is available at the premises, it is free of fecal and any other chemical contamination. Now, when we compute to that detail, we arrive at an estimate of 17%. The reason for the different deviance between the 72 and 67 against the 17%, I wish for us to think around that and see that is the gap where we are, but how do we bridge that gap? There's a lot we are doing, but what we are doing, does it really trickle down to meet the requirements of these SDGs? Can we comfortably say that where we are, we can also participate in a global comparative trend analysis to see that we are accessing water and we're accessing safe water, but do we tick all the parameters which are highlighted? Allow me to go to the next SDG, which is 6.3. And here we are focusing on wastewater and water quality. What is our target in this regard? We're saying that by 2030, we are required to improve water quality by reducing pollution, eliminating dumping, and minimizing release of hazardous chemicals and materials, and having the proportion of untreated wastewater and substantially increasing recycling and safe reuse globally. That is the target. As you may notice, it's quite a mouthful, but at the end of the day, what are we talking about? We're talking about wastewater management and water quality improvement or water quality enhancement. Herein we have two specific indicators where we are supposed to focus, and one of them is proportion of wastewater safely treated. Here we're looking at treating wastewater both at household level and what one would call industrial or economical level. And we believe we need to have a lot of focus here because of the cycle of water management. As wastewater will go back into the ecosystem, but then we need to ensure it is safely treated so that we don't damage the ecosystem the more. The other indicator, we are looking at proportion of bodies of water with good ambient water quality. We are saying that every other day, human activity contributes a lot to contaminating these naturally given water bodies. And you may notice that Uganda as a country, we are blessed with quite a number of natural water bodies. But how are we managing the water quality of these water bodies? Who exactly is contaminating these water bodies? And at the end of the day, we realize it's human activity. But then how can we enforce that we have water quality for these water bodies acceptable for safe water use? We go ahead and try to define these indicators based on the global understanding. And here we're saying that when you talk of proportion of wastewater safely treated, we are looking at wastewater generated by households. Here we're looking at sewerage and fecal sludge, how safely it is treated. We are looking at wastewater generated by economic activities, like I highlighted, the industrial wastewater and all these other economic activities. What is their treatment strategy and approach? And we emphasize not forgetting inclusion of on-site facilities is critical from public health, environment, and equity perspective. We are seeing approximately 2/3 of world population use on-site facilities. I believe this is clear enough. Then also focus of hazardous waste industries. How are they managed? How are they being controlled in the practices that they are using to manage wastewater? Then we're talking of diffusing pollution. For instance, runoff from agriculture, not included, but indirectly captured. And we are saying most of these indicators have a linkage. But in a nutshell, we are saying when we're looking at this at the global stage, these are the different parameters we need to capture or take focus on as we're computing this indicator. Then when we look at the definition for the proportion of bodies of water with good ambient water quality, focus is water bodies in a country with good ambient water quality. And in this case, ambient water quality does not damage ecosystem function and human health. Then we're also looking at the core set of 5 parameters when you're looking at ambient water quality. And these 5 parameters are the electric conductivity, or maybe call it total dissolved solids. And then we're looking at percentage dissolved oxygen. We're looking at dissolved inorganic nitrogen or total nitrogen, dissolved inorganic phosphorus or total phosphorus, and fecal coliform or E. coli bacteria. We are getting a bit scientific here, but at the end of the day, when you want to tick the boxes for water quality in a given water body, these are some of the globally agreed upon parameters that we need to focus. Then we also look at giving an overall picture of all pollution and pollution reduction activities. When we're saying that it is essential to describe the environmental status of the freshwater bodies or systems. So this all has to be taken into account when we're trying to compute for the results of this indicator. So what is our performance at the moment? I must say data collection is still a challenge, but we can't stay in the dark. We have to start from somewhere and move so that we can see where we are and estimate the gap we need to cover. When we look at domestic wastewater safely treated, as described earlier in terms of computation, we estimate to be performing at 4%. That's where we are now. Then when we look at water quality, on average in all the water bodies we have, and here we're looking at the BOD in terms of compliance, that's the biological oxygen demand. We seem not to be performing so badly. We're at 51%, but a key to note here is that this is the average performance across all the water bodies we have in the country. But between you and me, you will surely know that if we go down into the detail per water body, it may not be as rosy as we may wish to have it. But at the moment, this is where we are. I'm sure we still have a gap to improve. And just as they highlighted yesterday, 7 years is what we have left to 2030. Will we be able to meet the gap? Will we be able to meet the target? That is for us to ponder on and discuss. Here we are with 6.4. And the focus with 6.4 is water use and scarcity. What is our target in this regard? We are saying that by 2030, we envisage to substantially increase water use efficiency across all sectors and ensure sustainable withdrawals and supply of fresh water to address water scarcity and substantially reduce the number of people suffering from water scarcity. As you may notice, there is a very thin line between 6.4 and 6.1. When you talk about water scarcity, you're basically talking about access to safe water and how can the two move in the same direction to complement each other. These are the indicators we have under this SDG. We are looking at change in water use efficiency over time. And here we're talking about how can we preserve our resource, in this case being the water resource, so that even the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren cannot come and suffer from water scarcity. Then the other is the level of water stress. And we're looking here at freshwater withdrawal as a proportion of available freshwater resources. So basically, we are looking at if we are to preserve the resource, is there regulation when we're withdrawing this fresh water for whatever use we deem necessary? And here we are going into a regard of if you're going to have dams on these freshwater bodies, what is the intake capacity that is agreeable for us to preserve this water resource? Do we really just sacrifice the water resource in order to have everyone having a bulb lighting in their house? Or we have to ration and make sure that we have a freshwater resource which is manageable for even the later years. What are the specific definitions for these particular indicators on a global stage? Okay. When you look at change in water use efficiency, we are saying the water output from a given economic activity per volume of net water withdrawn by the economic activity. Then the other component of this is the indicator includes water used by all economic activities, focusing on agriculture, of course, excluding the portion generated by rain-fed agriculture, The other area is manufacturing, electricity, like I highlighted earlier, water collection, and in this case we're looking at domestic use, treatment and supply. As you know, most of these water pipe systems we are doing will really extract a lot of water from the water bodies. Take, for instance, the national water and their treatment plants at Katosi and Gava. And we also have several different treatment plants for these water pipe systems all over the country. What exactly is the rationing in this case? Oh boy. Okay, and we also look at changes over time, the sectoral values that can be aggregated into one. And the indicator also informs on the economic component of the target, which is increased water use efficiency across all sectors, highlighting sectors where water efficiency is lagging behind. In Uganda, for example, we have those sectors which are really struggling with water efficiency. One of the kind could be the health sector. Some of these health facilities in the outskirts, in the rural areas, are really struggling with having water available. And we all know how water is a critical part of any health facility. But not that alone. We have schools which are struggling to have water available. So this is all taken into account as we're trying to compete with the indicator. But if you notice, the focus is all these sectors lagging behind. What can we do in our might as the WASH stakeholders to ensure that we bridge that gap and water is no longer an issue in most of these sectors? So this is the definition of that indicator. When we go to the next indicator, which is talking about water stress, we are saying here we're looking at the ratio between total fresh water withdrawn by all economic activities and the total renewable freshwater sources after having taken into account environmental water requirements. That one is clear. Then we also need to look at water withdrawals by all economic activities, focusing on agriculture, manufacturing, electricity, water collection, treatment, and supply. Then we also need to build on the MDG indicator, because this is where most of these SDGs came from, which was looking at the proportion of total water resources used, but also accounts for environmental water requirements, in this case, necessary to protect the basic environmental services for freshwater ecosystems. If you notice, we've been doing a lot of catchment management, and our emphasis with catchment management is that we need to replenish the resource. We need to have interventions that will ensure that as we extract from the freshwater resource, we have interventions which will ensure that there's replenishment of this resource, and at any one point, we don't have a scarcity which is dire and can limit the planned mandates of different sectors. We also need to include, as I've said, water withdrawals from all economic activities. If I'm to go to the performance, when we are looking at the water stress based on the computation, we are looking at an estimate of 1.721%. That is the estimate performance we are at the moment. The debate could be, is that a good one or is it a bad reflection? But I wish to leave this debate for us when we come into the discussion and we see where can we improve and where can we put more emphasis. Then we also looked at value added from use of water by people and economy. And we are saying the estimate now is at $39 per cubic meter of water. That is the value. How can we raise it further? The beauty we have that this water resource we are talking about is naturally given to us. But in using this water resource, how much value are we adding to the water resource? At the moment, we're at $39. How much more can we get from this water resource? Then when we're talking about the percentage of renewable water being withdrawn after taking into account of environmental flow, we are saying we are at 6%. And like I highlighted in the definition, withdraw in what regard? We are saying withdrawal of water from these freshwater bodies, but for what purpose? That is also key. But as we talk now, the estimate is at 6%. I wish to reiterate my clarification earlier. We are in the process of computing more results, and by the end of this month, we shall be able to publish the latest results in this regard. But that doesn't mean that we can look into how we are performing right now and get a picture of what gap we need to fill. Then if I'm to proceed to the last SDG area I'm to discuss this morning, it's 6.B. But like I said, these are the cross-cutting SDG areas. There are two, 6A and 6.B, and they mainly focus on cooperation and participation. Cooperation and participation. Cooperation is mainly inclined to 6A, which is not our focus today, but participation is where we're going to put emphasis as part of 6B we are discussing today. The discussion, so you may notice that in these cross-cutting ones, we've not really set a particular target as guided by the global definition for 2030. However, the issue is we need to ask ourselves, how are we performing at any one point in regard to 6B? So this means that by 2030, we are going to have to evaluate ourselves. And the area of interest here is the participation of local communities in water and sanitation planning and management. Planning and management. So the indicator we have here, we are looking at the proportion of local administrative units with established and operational policies and procedures for participation of local communities in water and sanitation management. By definition, we are looking at the percentage of local administrative units within a country with established and operational policies and procedures for participation of local communities in water and sanitation management. I must say that in the WASH sector, we've really made strides in regards to this area. But the challenge is, and has always been, we may have the policies and procedures in place, but the actual operationalization of these policies and procedures is where we are having a challenge. I'll give you an example. As a ministry, we've clearly guided that any infrastructure that is put in place in regard to water and sanitation should have a specific committee. Water user committee, water for production has other committees which also bring together farmers and all, but we are saying we need a committee in place. What has happened in several times is that these committees, each being a prerequisite to have the infrastructure in place, are set up, but the continuity or longevity of this committee is where the challenge is. And time and again, we try to emphasize, we try to advocate, we try to finance where possible, train where possible, so that these committees are sustainable. But there are some limitations we have. And in this case, take for instance, the water user committees. We've clearly established that they may not be possible to mainstream in the structure, but at the moment they are voluntary. But what are we suggesting? We're trying to make it a community ownership approach, whereby you have a committee within the community to ensure that this infrastructure or water source is clearly managed well so that it can live for longer years. But therein is the conversation I can trigger for now. on how best we can emphasize this. But as you can see, even at the global stage, it has been earmarked as an area of interest where we really need to put hands together, all efforts together to ensure that we are at a certain level of agreeable performance. So the last time we took count of this indicator based on our performance measures as a country. We feel that we are at 92%. But this was majorly in terms of the infrastructure we have in place, the water infrastructure we have in place, and which committees were formed operation at the moment. The question is, we may look at 92% as a good performance measure or performance result, but what about the 8%? I think that's where we need to focus. Because if this infrastructure is in place and some of the committees are not operational, how long do we expect this infrastructure to last? And this in line links to what is going to happen when you're looking at operation and maintenance or functionality in this aspect. Colleagues, these are some of the challenges we feel can be highlighted. But this is not to limit the several challenges you can also raise for us in this regard. This is just to trigger us on what we found on ground and in the course of reporting on these indicators in particular. We've clearly seen that the resources of funds in this aspect to facilitate the timely reporting on these indicators are very meager. And this has limited how far we can go to collect data in terms of these resources. It is quite an engaging exercise or activity, but like we clearly highlighted yesterday, in government in particular, we are limited in convincing Ministry of Finance that what you're calling consumptive expenditure is actually very critical and should be prioritized, because it's from these consumptive activities that we paint the picture of where we are and what the gap is and how best we can address it. This is where I think the CSO approach can come in, and you can also brainstorm with us how best can we boost this activity. Then the next challenge we think is clear here is the coordination, the gap that we're having amongst all the WASH stakeholders. As you notice, these SDGs are for us all, but as you try to track the SDGs as CSOs in your mandate and in your different assignments, how are we as a country coming to the round table to have one area or one report or one voice which we can give in regards to tracking these SDGs? We believe there's still a gap here, though a lot is being done in isolation. Then the limited capacity. When we talk of capacity, as you've noticed, the different definition of these SDGs, there is really a lot that is desired to really bring everyone up to speed to internalize what these SDGs are talking about. Most of us think it's business as usual, but as you've noticed, there are quite a number of parameters. Some might be new, some might be twisted, but at the end of the day, for us to have the same language we're speaking in this SDG conversation, we need to build capacity and make SDG details known to all the WASH sector players. That also goes into the limited awareness across board. At the moment, we're having a conversation here, but we are all implementing deep down in the local governments. Right now, if I went to a local government chief, parish chief, and try to have an SDG conversation, will really last for more than 5 minutes without me being the one talking and him asking the questions. So if we want this story to really be groovy, I think we need to also put emphasis in advocacy and sensitization across board in terms of the SDG requirements, the SDG targets, what is the role to be played by every stakeholder in the WASH sector, and make sure that we move in the right direction. Because at the moment, we are noticing somehow we may be stagnating, not because people are not willing, but people are ignorant. They hear SDGs, but no one understands what we are talking about. So they are not bothered if you're not reached to enlighten them on what the SDG story is all about. What are some of the recommendations we think could try to move us faster? But I wish to reiterate that the focus, as the recent SDG summits have highlighted, should be on the 5 accelerators that were clearly presented yesterday by Dr. Kallis. On top of that, we feel if we took up some of these recommendations, which again I wish to reiterate, are not limiting. We hope to hear from you to guide us further on where you feel the gap is and where we can improve. Because at the end of the day, when Uganda performs well, we all perform well. So we're thinking it is really necessary that we start looking into establishing a comprehensive platform or forum where we can have all the WASH stakeholders plan, implement, and report on SDG 6 implementation. Then we think there's also need for us to have some devoted efforts into resource mobilization, whereby focus is on SDG implementation to see how best we can bridge the gap in these 7 remaining years so that we have an acceptable performance to report by 2030. Once again, I think we need to really amplify our voice across all different levels of implementation in the WASH sector in terms of SDG conversation. Where and what role can everyone play for us to achieve these targets? I wish to also bring it clearly that, as I highlighted, there are 8 SDG areas in SDG 6, but if you notice, they are all linked in one way or another. For us to clearly achieve as SDG 6 in the country, we need to move in the same direction across all the different SDG target levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is as much as I had to share with you for today. Thank you very much for listening.
I think let's have another round of applause for Ivan, Mr. Ivan. And thank you for giving such a wonderful presentation. I think the figures and statistics are alarming. And I personally am a bit worried, given that I've been in this sector for close to 5 years, but some of these challenges have actually been the same. And I feel that the answers are with us. And I like it that Mr. Ivan has also tried to pose questions to all of us. And as we go further into this session, I believe we all have to contribute to finding solutions to these challenges. And in the plenary, I expect that each and every one of us will be able to suggest or put in a contribution towards pacifying the situation and probably making it better. Of course, looking at some of the statistics in particular, seeing it that up to today, the access to safe water is still at 67%, and safely managed water and sanitation at 17% as presented. Domestic wastewater that's safely treated is still at 4%. I think these figures are really alarming. But the question that Mr. Ivan has posed is most especially around SDG 6.3. Who is contaminating these water bodies? I think those are questions that we need to answer. Are actually people aware of these SDGs? I've seen quite a number of terminologies that are particular to certain fields. Are people really aware of what is meant by water quality? What does it mean to a layman? I think these are questions that we shall have to dive into when we come to the plenary session. At this juncture, I would want to invite the second presenter. That's a colleague from Water for People, Mr. Martin Muhanji. Please come and take your seat. as Martin Muhanji takes his seat. Martin is a project officer with Water for People. He has had over 6 years experience in supporting utility companies, as well as the private sector, the community, as well as sanitation within the Everyone Forever district of Kamwenge. Martin, you are welcome to give us the next presentation. He's giving the presentation on behalf of different organizations that submit to the WASH Technology Thematic Working Group, and also as regional coordinators of the Western region. You are welcome, Martin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Muhanji Martin. I work with Water for People, doing a lot of work in the EF district of Kamwenge, where we are implementing the Everyone Forever project. So, as we wait for the technical team to support,
down next. This one is backward. This one. Okay.
Water for People was selected to head the technologies thematic working group. So with this, we have a number of NGOs that subscribed, close to 30 or more, but these that are shown below are active ones, where we have others that are coming up. So with this technology working group, it's where we sit and discuss and come up with plans on how we can support our communities. And so this presentation is covering the first part of safe drinking water, where we focus on institutional strengthening, working closely with local governments, also with private sector. And with this, we also focus on engagements and with political leaders. We also focused on the O&M framework. With this, the communities are able to benefit from the WASH services. In Kamwenge district, we work with local leaders and technical team to come up with a WASH master plan. And this tool is again used for resource mobilization and identifying the gaps that are existing in the district. Under this, we also have the district investment plan, which focuses on how much we need and how much has been invested. So this master plan gives us the guide on how much is required to serve this district. I'm zeroing so much on the district because it's where we have, but with support from RRC, I think they've also developed a master plan. When we come to water quality, we also work with several partners and local government to ensure that there is knowledge to the water users. We look at dissemination, we look at water quality testing and those results in planning and development of action plans at sub-county and district level. Water safety planning is also another activity we look at. We did several projects and also working with several partners to ensure that the local extension workers understand this whole aspect before they go to support communities. So action plans also come from these and this leads to improvement in the water quality. More efforts have also been on point sources, and this we are focused on pay as you fetch, so that people can understand that water is no longer free, to appreciate that the little coin they pay for this service is saved for future O&M operation and maintenance of these water sources. In Kamungu, we worked with the local government to develop the pay-as-you-fetch model. Also, we worked with WOV, Uganda, and this is about the piloting of the area service model. This also is in line with the pay-as-you-fetch, where we have particular entrepreneurs and HPMs attached to sub-counties, where they even have MOUs, so that they are located as area service providers and the communities know them. Promotion of O&M framework, this also has been encouraged by the ministry. So we are not working alone, we are working with several partners to ensure that this framework is spread. Construction of boreholes, still looking at the option of having solar panels or for easy access to water. And we have so many partners still working with this. We've also constructed systems in line with this water service coverage. When we come to sustainability, we look at spare part supply chain that is now under point sources, where these shops that already exist. We look at hardware shops that are already in the community. So it is through these engagements with the private sector that they are able to take up this initiative, so that people or our communities don't move to far areas looking for spares, but can be able to reach out to their communities and access these fast-moving borehole spare parts. Advocating for involvement of women. This is something that local governments have taken up, but working closely with partners, so they understand under this critical requirement of involving women in leadership when it comes to water user committees or even water boards at the sub-county and district level. So this is advocated for with support from partners. Formation of policies, for example, now in Kamungu, we are working with World Vision and other partners in and care in pushing for an ordinance where the district should come up with bylaws and laws that can be followed, so that when it comes to enforcement, there is backup. So this is in line to ensure that sanitation improves. Obviously, extension workers face challenges of not having a law that backs up them, or support from the local government that supports them to follow up for improvements at household level. These are organizations that we work with, and you can see improvements. Water for People, we've concentrated also on water supply. Here we are talking about Kamungu and local district, where we've constructed several systems and households have been able to access water. When we say wave, the wave now is in almost 10 districts, but we presented a low number, but they are in 10 districts so far reached, and those are the numbers that have been served. Oxfam still in Kamuli and other refugee hosting districts. They've been served with several ways. We've done the drilling and field rehabilitation of wells. CIDR also have reached those numbers of people. Relief and Development Organization, those are the numbers of water points installed. Water Trust also is another partner that is under this working group that also has been able to reach to our communities. These are the results of our learning journey and our service journey. We look at now increase in water supply. For example, Kamuli was one of the districts with low water coverage, but now as we talk, at least the unserved villages have reduced to less than 10. So with other partners, I believe also water coverage is a service that has been done. We also worked with World Vision, which also has covered sub-county. We partnered with National Water in co-funding and the district local government. When we talk also about emerging successes, we talk about now water as a business. This is a strategy also involved where we worked with Hand Farm Mechanics Association, and we identified entrepreneurs who are given a service area to do the maintenance and collection of funds. Private sector involvement, obviously, these are now the entrepreneurs who are involved in water source repair, and this also has improved greatly about the downtime time of water sources. Obviously, there are challenges, at the same time benefits. We look at those communities we had served with point sources, through arrangements with the national water, many others have been reached with water. So now the point sources that we had invested in a lot became now an option. Though it is good because there is service levels, but still the investment cost wasn't recovered because of now people, when they get prepped water systems, look at boreholes as an option. Still another benefit that we have is now the low downtime time of water sources breaking down, because we have area service providers who are there to ensure that point sources are serviced frequently or repaired. Challenges, the finance gap, it has been talked out throughout yesterday and today. It is still a challenge that is affecting us and the partners we work with. Reporting is also another challenge that is faced by us as a working group, as also facing local government, because some of the partners don't report in time, and also some of the data is not well presented. Let's also look at the sector-wide mapping. This is also we've not had enough support when it comes to this, because there are obviously some of the partners that don't report, and their work is not yet captured, and still the financing gap contributing to this. These are challenges that we've faced. Recommendation, we really need to push so much the O&M framework throughout the districts in Uganda. This area service provider model is a model that really brings services closer to people. Because of time, I will not go through all of them because they are what has been discussed throughout. Reflection on the SDG 6. Continued sharing of knowledge is a very good practice, and we continue to welcome partners who would like maybe to come to Kamenge for learning visits, or even come to our network to ensure that we share knowledge on how the best practices have been implemented. This gives us wide experience and knowledge to know how other partners are doing better, what we might find a challenge. Like I said, good networking is also another good option. Like you see here, we are able to learn a lot. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. I think we need to clap for Martin once more. He has taken on the challenge of representing different partners. It's not easy because sometimes you find you don't know what other partners are doing, but I think he has done a good job. So as we move into the next section of this session, it's going to be chaired by Ivan. And basically what we are going to do is, if you have any questions, for example, or if you have any sort of recommendations, this is a session where you are going to raise them. And the guiding questions here are: reflecting on all the presentations that have been made so far, most especially the one made by Mr. Ivan Biza from Ministry of Water and Environment. What are the ways, the different ways we can work together to resolve the challenges that have so far been mentioned? And how can we as CSOs work to contribute to the UN Water SDG Accelerator Framework? I think these are two simple questions, but quite powerful. And I believe the recommendations and any answers that you might be having, or any questions, will be important in contributing towards achievement of SDG 6. So I turn back the microphone to you. I'll ask somebody to help me move the microphone around in case there are any questions, as well as any suggestions to achievement of the questions that I've just read out to you, or any questions that were posed by Mr. Ivan. This is the time that you can raise them. I believe, Mildred, are we left with how many minutes? Come again? We are left with 10 minutes, and I believe this is something we can do within that time. Yes, sir. Please move. Please help me with the microphone. Please look at the hands.
Thank you very much, our chair for today, for this session. My name is Daniel Peter. I work as a service area manager with Web Solutions. Thank you, Mr. For that insightful presentation. It's some of the challenges. I'm not going to point them to specific challenges, but we shall know where to allocate the recommendation. One of the questions and assumption at the same time is that when we were presenting, the figures for access to central management was very low. And I think that was access in Uganda. is misleading. The definition of access as being, yes. And if we are so I see those 60%, which so we are in our access. That is a question, but also I think it's my opinion that if we do that, we shall start looking for situations that we are doing something okay. Let us show that we are not doing and if resources are available, if we can the resources, we find that it's being increased. That's that intervention. But the second comment and last one is about and we see that it's not so good as we expected. But wondering, is there a connection between I'm assuming use licenses to investors to establish factories? Is there a connection between UIL and this was an environment? Because recently I was watching TV, I don't remember exactly what it was, TV or NBS, and they showed Lima had here sugar, which was in the stream. But I was wondering a license to waste plan. So step at this at to assess the application of the investor and also assess the assessment plan. So there are meeting areas for wastewater. Yeah, those are my comments. One was a question, and at the same time, I was also giving recommendations. Thank you.
As Ivan presented, and I saw like self-managed at 17%. How much we can achieve that in our segmented planning. And my biggest thought goes to management and how much do we to make sure that we do the correct thing. As far as settlement is happening, it is happening. I have a feeling that if we get better, we shall even be very 17. To come back and there is a train next to the waterfront. That's equal. The sector will not achieve management remains as it is today.
Thank you. Thank you for the two presentations. I'm Christopher Kanyesije from National Water and Sewerage Corporation. Mine is a question and also a proposed solution. Ivan from Ministry of Water and Environment has mentioned that about water stress, performance was given as 1.7 1.721, something like that. So one would wonder what would be the best performance in terms of percentage, and what would that mean? Of course, the best would be stress at. So what percentage would that be? And then I was asking myself, which part of Uganda, which water body has this, extreme stress? And the solution for me would be really like local stakeholder engagement, for them to participate in finding a solution to this stress. If there's an extraction, extraction by certain organization, then the local authorities should be able to know what is this water being used for, and what could be the best way to do it in order to avoid extreme stress. Thank you so much.
In the interest of time, I think I have like 4 more questions. I have a question over here. So the people putting up their hands, we shall receive questions from you, and then we shall go to Ivan for his response. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much indeed, the 2 presenters, for very educative presentations. My comment, the first comment goes to Ivan, the economist, and then I will make some recommendation, which, of course, I know it may be an unreasonable recommendation, for which I think I will beg for your pardon. Now, I'm just wondering, because we know that water is life. People will find water, whether we go there to help them, to give them safe water or not, they will find some form of water and take it. Of course, in most cases, from polluted sources, but they will definitely go there and take it. Now, what I'd like to know from the economists, is there anybody who tries to relate poverty levels? Because the mother of all the problems we are having is poverty. Now we are going to poverty-stricken people in rural settings and try to improve their water sources and give them water. My fear is that once you put a cost to the water you are providing, then the community will shun that source and they will go to polluted sources, or they will take little of it, in which case they will not be able to mitigate their hygiene practices. So either way, I see that the problem relates to poverty. In their way, we can aim at making water, especially in rural settings, free of any cost, because that's the only way that the community will be able to access it fully in large quantities which we need. Because even if you give them safe water and they cannot take it in adequate quantities, you will not have solved their hygiene solutions. So if we aimed, all intervention aimed at making water free, then we shall have to grapple with only one problem of making it safe at household level or at the point of use, which will be a bit easier to handle. So those are my world suggestions. I'm just brainstorming. I think they may be unreasonable, but the bottom line is poverty levels, extreme poverty levels in rural settings, and we're going there, improve their water sources and put a cost to it, which in most cases they may not be able to afford. So I would like to get comments on those views. Otherwise, thank you very much indeed, the 2 presenters.
Hello, and thank you so much for your presentations. I'm not going to say what my colleagues said, both from WAVE and JOCUS, about the importance of wetland protection, as I guess what they were hinting at, but also land use. I will add on to that, though, that I think there's a wonderful way that we can save money by using nature-based solutions to make water filter and stay in our communities and in our watersheds, by keeping these wetlands in place and really thinking about land use in a different way. So I think incorporating nature-based solutions as a way not only to make water cleaner and to make it stay with us, but also to deal with the effects of climate change. And so it has land use and wetlands have just so many benefits. And I think when we make our water cleaner originally in a natural way, it's going to save us money from having to purify that water and then deliver it to home. So keeping it clean. And I think the second point that I would like to bring up is that environmental stewardship is for all of us. It's not just for a ministry to take care of, but it's about us using and deciding where our human waste goes. It's thinking about animal waste and how that's entering Lake Victoria and other watersheds, and also plastic pollution and other chemicals. It's up to all of us to be a part of that solution and not just a ministry. One thing I would like to hear more about today or in the rest of the time that we have together is how are we all thinking about in Uganda planning for climate resilient wash solutions. So we know that climate change is upon us between the tropics and the equatorial regions of the world, and it's going to be harder and harder to plan for water resources. So how are we building climate resilience into our wash projects, and how can the ministries start thinking about that now? Thank you.
There are two more questions, one at the back and the other one from.
Thank you. Well, my name is Muchibi. I'm an investigative journalist. My concern is about budgeting. I recently happened to travel with the Parliamentary Forum on Water Sanitation and Hygiene to refugee camps in Kiriandongo, Madio. But I found out that we still have a very big challenge that the population increases on a daily basis, but the funding is still the same. It is my concern, it is my worry. Little has been done to increase on the funding, yet the population increases, the people that use the water sources that were there yesterday, they increase, but little has been done to the increasing of the budget to those people that are in those camps. That is where I rest my case, and it is my plea, something should be done about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair of the session, and to the presenters. My name is Harriet Agemo. I work for Vetunga Healthcare and specifically in Teso sub-region. Of course, from yesterday when they presented on coverage for safe water, which is also one of the key indicators within our SDG 6, my concern goes on. We really want to say that the highest population can be able to access safely managed water services. However, I have concerns in two areas, and I'm happy also someone from National Water and Sewerage Corporation is here. And also one of the submitters here mentioned, sometimes there's a cost attached to water, which ideally should be a cost for maintenance of that water point. However, with a perspective from national water and umbrella authorities, can also be thinking around how we set tariffs that are a little bit considerate of the poor people that we serve. Otherwise, the way the tariffs are set might push people back to drink water from the unsafe sources. Is this something that can be a little bit explained on and also really pushed forward to ensure that people get water?
We are actually in relation to safely manage.
Sorry? Secondly, my other issue is, we're talking about also from the working group that presented about technology. most of us here are coming from locations where we still have to pump hand pumps, to drill hand pumps, though the ministry has a change to piped water system. But you know, piped water system cannot reach everywhere at the moment because it comes at a bigger cost. But where we can provide safe water through a hand pump, there's something else that needs to be done. I work in Teso, and I work in some of the districts that are so difficult to get water to drill, not to leave alone even getting a very high yielding well that you can be able to motorize. So my issue to the ministry is there a possibility as a nation where we do a national-wide kind of hydrological survey that informs the work of partners in these regions? Sometimes we're drilling these water points and it goes at a cost when you hit a dry one, and then you have to repeat and money is lost. But if we had something that communicates to our work, that helps us in planning where to take the next intervention, I think this would be very helpful. I know in West Nile area, at the time of the refugees, something like that was done by UNHCR or UNICEF, where they kind of mapped out the camp area to know which areas were easier to drill. And, you know, by the time you go there, you should already have in mind what kind of technology you can put in place. So this is also something for us to think as CSOs, as partners in the water sector, on how we should be able to improve. Yeah, the same thing to water quality in Teso. A lot of pumps were drilled, but what we experience is during certain times of the year, especially when the rains are there, there's high contamination of water. How are we going to address some of these issues? We know Teso is low-lying. I'm bringing this really from the perspective of where I'm coming from. Teso is low-lying, and most times when there's too much rain, water gets contaminated. Yesterday we talked about, even today topics are coming here about safe water for people to consume. But in such a scenario, how do we help these people to make sure that everybody's consuming really clean and safe water? The last one would be on, you know, when you look at the coverage, standing safe for rural water at about 67%. But I'm also aware at some point, the ministry was cleaning up some kind of technologies where we have shallow wells that are supposed to be removed from the system. So I'm even worried the percentage that is being presented here, much as Ivan indicated, this is still being worked on. I'm even worried when that report comes out, it's likely that the percentage of coverage of safe water might be less than the 67 we're seeing here today, because I know there's that bit of screening happening. Shallow wells are being removed from the systems. Several things are being really shallow wells, unsafe, unprotected spring wells are being, and yet this way initially captured in our data set. What are we going to do in this situation? I think there's still a lot as a sector or as CSOs that we still need to do as far as safe, clean water for everybody is concerned. We also spoke from the technology working group about the O&M dissemination. This is a very interesting discussion as far as water supply is concerned. We know the framework was introduced some years back, I think from about 2017, but move around the whole country. Maybe not so many districts have embraced this. And yet we know the quality of the water, the coverage of the water that we're talking of is more also dependent on the operation and maintenance. As a ministry, yes, that guideline was put into place. But maybe there's a bit of not so much effort yet being put to ensure that there's dissemination of this framework. Sometimes in some districts, you go speak to a district water officer, for instance, and they're not even aware of this framework. I think there's still room for us as CSOs and as a ministry to make sure that this framework is disseminated, let alone dissemination, but is known by many, because I think the sustainability of all these facilities we're talking of, all this work that we're doing is really dependent on the operation and maintenance framework that has been put. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for those wonderful questions as well as recommendations. I've just been informed that we are out of time. So, Mr. Ivan, I've realized that actually I've come to appreciate that Most of the questions have been around SDG 6 Global Accelerator Framework. I've had questions about capacity development, a bit of innovation, governance, a bit of financing, and data and information. So I'm handing back to you in about 5 minutes. Please try to respond as well as appreciate the recommendations that have been given, and then we shall be able to end the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. And thank you very much, colleagues who have raised concern and clarification now on what was presented. I wish to note that most of them were for taking, and we are going to obviously make a good from our session because we have a lot of suggestions that have come through. For the few that need, let's say, clarification, colleague, when we talk about aligning access indicator to the SDG indicator, I will tell you one thing that we're looking at this is that we need to just change how we're looking at implementing projects. If you say that, the question has been raised, or the debate has been raised, for the existing boreholes which are communally solving people, do we get rid of those ones and try to give a borehole or a point for everyone? Because that's what the global indicator instructs us to do. But not to lose track on where we're going. I'm saying that the new approach is to build on the existing infrastructure so that we can try to extend it to the premises and only the other parameters, what is available when needed, it is free of fecal contamination, it is on premise, so that we can improve on the 17%. But if you were to notice at the global stage, the standard may not be as easy to get there with the financial implications that are there embedded. So the only limitation at the moment is actually the resource. Otherwise, if the resources were available, we would really try to upscale all this infrastructure to meet the global stage. But this is the continuous conversation we can have and see how best we can achieve that. One-stop desk for a person with TIA, that one is for the team, and we shall take it up and see how we can do it. Mr. Coleman was talking about also coordinated planning. This is pretty the time, and not only from us to the urban planning sector, but amongst all sectors. And that is, I'm sure, why we came up with this approach of program approach, so that we try to do things in a program setting. But like it was stated yesterday by the from OPM, and I think even was presented earlier today, this program approach is still its infancy, and people are embracing it slowly by slowly. Probably with time, we're going to get to that point where we can do things in an organized and uniform way. That is why we're going to go. Christopher mentioned about the percentage. Like I said, we still have limitations in collecting this data. We're talking about stress. The bodies in the country. I look at your imagination, how many water bodies we have. The percentage would be the management of the water bodies, the water withdrawal. The subject of but we're still doing so well. And when we finish a financial year, we try to increase on the scope of when we're picking this information. But of course, with the limitations I've noted earlier, you think that we're entirely scoping Lake Victoria, but when we're looking at the Ugandan area, the way Lake Victoria cuts across all the others, but then, so there are a lot of limitations here and there, but like I said, we can't reform from the mandate and say we can't do anything. We have to start from somewhere and get to where we want to be. So there's a lot needed to be done. The local stakeholder engagement are areas we've already started working on and we've been working on this time. The sector, I must say, we are one of the high there in terms of engaging the local communities on how to go about different wash, but it's still a challenge. And most times the challenge is in compliance and enforcement. But this is why we're here to all brainstorm and let the God go but try to narrow it further. Bad suggestion, I don't think I can conclusively address it. The issue of making water free to the local people. Colleagues, this debate will be taken to benchmark in other countries. It is very, very hard to have safe and clean water at no cost. And it gets even harder for the government because for us, our mandate is to provide basic safe and clean water for all Ugandans. It's a debate I'm not going into in detail because it will take us forever, but we can only look into what are the cheaper costs. But the principle is availing safe and clean water. So if we go into scenarios of where people will refrain from using the available safe and clean water sources to go for the unsafe and clean water sources, it takes us back to the drawing board coming ahead. So this takes us into a little bit of sensitization. That one is okay. The issue of the types, that one is, I must say, we've tried our best to get it to the best level. The whole issue is understanding what is included in there to get to the tariff. As government prefer for the local person, but yes, water is expensive. It may not look like maybe we may get donations of drugs for water. We have to really avail it in an expensive way. So the tariff is a result of that. Thank you. For community resilience in relation to projects. And I said this is one it's a very lengthy explanation of which one I need to explain. Our industry, this is the transition shift we're taking. All projects now really have to take the boxes of climate resilience. I'm not going to details to assure you that the ministry is taking this direction. It is that it's a same ministry which is championing most of the climate resilience regulations. So we made it a point, and we are also taking it further to ensure that other sectors from budgeting have climate resilience embedded in their budgets, and we believe in a later stage we're going to get there. The colleague, Mr. Mchiu, investigative journalist, your issue of budget versus, I'm sorry, the issue of preparation versus stagnant finances. This has been a challenge from day one. Finance access, this much, but your performance is still this low. And we're telling them, that much as the population is increasing. Otherwise, it is going to take us a long time for us to realize an increment in performance with an increment in finances because the population increment is higher there. But the issue is about resource mobilization. That is the story which is so obvious that I may not get into the process with a lot of time, but it is a challenge for all of us. How can we mobilize more to have interventions scaled up to meet the population pressure? Lastly, the issues are raised by my colleague from in terms of Geological survey. This is a very expensive intervention across the whole country. We will try our best to build resources so that we can have one thing that can be updated as time goes on. It's something the ministry is thinking about because in the ministry, we can't go regional. We have to really go across the board, and it's a very expensive intervention. Maybe the CSOs can take interest also and work together in partner so that we can have this come out as soon as possible because it was needed like yesterday. So towards your phase, this is something we're engaging in, and soon we shall have something similar coming up to reduce on the drivers. Dissemination of framework, this is what we're taking from it, and we're going to apply again and make sure that it is really disseminated widely, much as we did the initial dissemination. The challenge is that users of the local level is high, so when we disseminate to a few, when the turnover comes in, they come in as ones, it's sensitization in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, I've run out of time. That's a to approach us, and then we can have a bilateral on similar issues which are not clear. Thank you.
Let's clap for Mr. Ivan. The hand claps are a bit weak. Yeah, I think that's better. Mr. Ivan, thank you very much for the presentation as well as responding to the questions. And thank you, the participants, for being active in this session. We appreciate. This has been the WASH Technologies Thematic Working Group, and we are signing out. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's give a round of applause to Christopher for the great work that has been done. Now we will have Mr. Jokas Zamari from Rangi Web Solutions Limited to be able to get us into the conversation on good governance, because there's nothing that can happen without leadership and good governance. Let's welcome Mr. Zamari for another 1 hour to take us through this conversation, and thereafter is when we'll probably be heading for our lunch. Thank you.
You'll have 1 hour exactly. Yeah, thanks so much, Mildred. I'm here to chair, and I have 3 presenters. The first presenter builds from a presentation that should have happened yesterday, but it never happened. There was supposed to be an update on the implementation of the new O&M framework from the ministry. So if you will be hearing some words for the first time, it's because that one never happened. Yeah, this presentation speaks to that. And we are going to have one expert coming here to do that presentation. But before I do, I just want to speak against something that relates to that presentation, that it's not only safe water that is not for free, but it is all water that is not for free. Because if you decide to take unsafe water, you will pay medical bills, sickness, and everything. And so either way you pay. So I think the message we should carry to our populations is that there is no water that is for free. And then now they have to pay for the safe water, which doesn't make them sick. Thanks so much. Our first presenter is Doreen. Doreen is an M&E expert working with web solutions. She has 10 years experience in this field, and she's currently leading in data management in the implementation of the new framework. Doreen, over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity, Jokas. As Jokas has stated, I'm going to be talking about the M&E, mainly the key performance indicators in the O&M framework. Okay, this one in the middle. This one.
Next to this.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically, thank you. Our first slide is talking about the regional centers that the ministry has put in place under the O&M framework. And you can see under the 24/7 group, we have a number of CSOs that we are working with here. One being Wave Solutions, we have Red Rhino, we have Everflow, and Aqua Trust. So first going to talk about what is entailed in the O&M. In here, we look at the CBMS Plus, which is the community-based management system. And the CBM Plus has 4 principles that it operates on. Most of what I'm presenting is in the O&M framework manual, like some of you have seen it already. We have the area-based approach, and in here, we have area service provider. The second principle is about financial sustainability. And in here, we expect the community to be remitting fees for maintenance of their water points. We also have another principle, as you can see, availability of quality spare parts and tools. In here, we look at quality spare parts that are used during breakdowns and when the water source is down, what parts are being used. We also have the principle of professional management approach with timely follow-up and support. Here we are looking at the technicians who are actually coming to work on the breakdowns. We are also looking at the toll-free numbers that we give these communities to call us in terms of the breakdowns they get. So under the functioning of water boards, according to the manual, a water board is supposed to have 5 to 7 members, and these members should be appointed by the district. So when the water board is formed, they are supposed to procure, contract, and monitor service area provider that they have put on board. So it's upon the district to see whether the service area provider should be one in the whole district or have one in a regional center or gazette them in different districts according to each region. So our next presentation is going to look at our M&E reporting. What are those key indicators that the O&M framework is talking about? The first indicator is the eligible water sources registered by the ASP. So in here, we have the denominator as all the eligible water sources that are in that district or a region, considering if the ASP is appointed to take on the whole region. So of these, how many are eligible to be taken on by this ASP that have passed their eligibility criteria? That is our first indicator. The second one is the new connections that this ASP that has been appointed is able to construct of those that they had targeted to construct. The other indicator is functionality. And I think most of the presenters who have come here have talked about functionality. So this is basically functionality on spot check. How many of those that are being serviced by the ASP that are actually functioning? We have also one on cost efficiency and reliability and water quality. Reliability, here we are looking at reliability within 1 day. How many sources is the ASP able to work on less than 1 day consecutively? Like when you receive a call, is your technician able to go and work on this source on the same day? If not, within the less than 5 days, are you able to cover all those breakdowns that have been reported to you? We also see water quality, compliance. According to most of the reports, we are advised to report zero coliform, E. coli. So, of the sources that you have, how many have you been able to test the water? That's the first thing we are looking at. Regardless of the result you get, are you able to test all the sources, or you tested a specific proportion of the sources that you have? We go to cost efficiency. This is where most of us NGOs are finding a difficulty. Cost efficiency, we saw something about financial sustainability. Are these water points that you bring on board, are their communities able to pay for your maintenance of the sources that you're looking after? And as you can see, according to the O&M, percentage 50%, but they are targeting 100% percentage. And how is this defined? This is basically the amount of money that you receive versus the money that is supposed to be paid by the community. So these are some of the indicators. There is also one on customer satisfaction. Basically, how satisfied are the communities with your service? This other slide just shows a quick summary of the indicators that I've been talking about. Percentage of registered sources with ASP, percentage of functional sources, percentage of sources repaired within 24 hours, percentage of revenue collected versus the fees that are billed. So this is part of the research results that the CSOs under the 24/7 working group have managed to get in the sources that they have been managing. As you can see, for Luero, the number of people served, those are the beneficiaries, the registered communities. Registered communities here in simple terms can be like the water points that they are servicing. You look at the spot functionality, the repair time that directly translates into the reliability, customer satisfaction, and those are the figures. I'll go to the collection efficiency. As you can see, the willingness to pay is very low compared to the rest of the other indicators. Here, Karamoja being the lowest, though we surveyed Kabong, Kotido, and Karenga with 32%. And you see the Teso region, Kumisere at 87%. So there are some factors that actually attribute to this. Luero 59 and Wakiso %. So the willingness to pay for some of the services is still low in some regions. And so here we need some of the key interventions, or how can we boost up these payments. So in all this, the data that we've collected, there are some of the key learnings as the group that we've come to realize. First of all, we've talked about the water boards, and the Ministry of Water is trying to put these water boards on board, but it's not an easy task. There is need for the CSOs to work hand in hand with the ministry. First of all, in capacity building of the members that would have been put on the water boards. Also funding the liaison officer. Remember in the slide that we looked at, the liaison officer is directly into reporting. He's going to be monitoring the appointed ASP. So they need support in funding that. We've also found out that monitoring and getting results is not the hard part, but how we come together to do the reporting. So if you have the reliable sources, we are mainly using the smartphone. We have the M-Water app that most of you have heard of. It's being used in the water sector. And then we have the sensors. Last time, the Sundas were also here talking about their sensors, how you can be in office and know that actually this water point has broken down without the free toll-free line from the community. And also these other independent monitors that we use to do the surveys to go and randomly check on the water sources has the to find out whether the technicians have actually been servicing these sources. And then also the other lesson is on the tariffs. The tariffs being paid. You've seen the cost efficiency is low. It's not up to standard. So averagely at 53%, most ASPs are operating on a loss. But because of the donor funds we receive, we are still able to carry on, but will it be sustainable for the communities to carry on if the donor funds are halted? Yeah, thank you so much. That was my presentation. So you can call him.
Thanks so much, Doreen. And I would request that we give her another clap for time management. She had 20 minutes and she did it in 18. So the framework is new. It's supposed to be out there already being rolled out. We are just testing and you see what we see. But please keep your questions. I'm also going to invite another person to come and sit here as to get ready to warm up in front so that when they ask you a question, you already used it to the environment. Then can you come and sit there also? Because some of these questions might involve you. So the next presentation is about data management. In the last slide, there was something called M-Water. And we are having Joseph, who is coming to present this. Joseph is the program manager for Ugandan Water Project Red Rhino, an expert that I know in M-Water. I don't think I know another one in Uganda who is better than him in M-Water. And so he's coming to take us through a bit of this. M-Water is presenting something. Thanks. Welcome, Joseph.
Thank you, Jocas. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today to talk about data management. But before I start on my content on M-Water, I would like to lead us through a short preamble. Last year in November, the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Water and Environment Sector Liaison Department with Ugandan Water Project, we had a 3-day engagement, and this was looking at the capacity of M-Water as a platform to solve the data problem that I know for us that have been around for since yesterday, we've been hearing data being mentioned. And so in this workshop with leaders of the different regional centers spearheading the next engagement, we decided that we should try out M-Water in every region of the country, at least with one district in each region, collect data to show the capacity that M-Water as a platform has in addressing the so many challenges that we have seen since yesterday, but we shall continue to see if we don't respect this aspect of data. And so we were tasked as Ugandan Water Project Red Rhino to take the lead as a consultant, but of course working closely with the Ministry of Water and Environment to roll this out. And so far, and in this presentation, I'm going to share how far we've come. I'm also going to talk about how we use also M-Water as a platform for data management. My colleague Doreen from WAVE has just shared the different indicators and the figures that you saw on the screen. All those were informed by this good work that the platform of M-Water does. Okay, so what is M-Water? For those of us that are new to the platform, M-Water is a data management tool
so we can be the one to be the next
how
you want to be able to use our just tell you, yeah, just tell you, you press the next, because this one works for.
Sorry about that technical issue there. But so I'll talk about M-Water as a platform. M-Water is a data management platform. In this platform, you have the capacity to collect data, and we collect data remotely, which wherever you can be, to the ends of Uganda. You can collect data using M-Water, using the M-Water app. And before collecting this data, M-Water also has inbuilt capacity to manage the data that you collect. And using the M-Water portal, we are able to design the entire management information system. And in there as well, we are able to design reporting tools. We are able to design data collection tools. We are able to have the entire data management structure designed in the M-Water portal. Kindly go to the next slide up a little bit. Thank you. And so M-Water also has the capacity to give you a custom configuration for your organization, for your CBO. And what we are looking at is that your data is yours and you own it. And therefore, you control how much of your data is out there. And I'll speak a little bit about how much of your data is out there later, because there is a call to action, in fact, for all of us to contribute. but you can control in the custom configuration how much your data is out there, but how also the platform looks for you as a motor user. We can go to the next slide, please. And just like I shared, we can use the platform for the entire cycle of data management. Generating the data using the app, collecting it as well, processing it. We use mWater to analyze this data as well. We use mWater to report so we can share our data. And through interactive features that the platform offers, we are able to share this data using maps, dashboards, charts, consoles, tables, etc. And mWater also has a library of indicators that are informed by the GMP indicators. And they are there for all of us to use. For every mWater user, you're able to use the platform to generate your data collection tools, all informed by these known indicators. The next slide. And now, in that slide, we look at RIMS. Earlier on in my preamble, I talked about the engagement that kicked off last year in November. So that engagement birthed what we call RIMS, and RIMS stands for Rural and Urban Management Information System. And RIMS runs on that platform, RIMS.ug. And on there, you are able to see all the data that is available on the Water Atlas. For all of us that are sector players, we know what the Water Atlas is. But then we are also able to see the improvements that have been made to the data on the Water Atlas this far. As I said, we were tasked to go out and roll it out. And indeed, we are doing something to this. So far, RIMS has been implemented in 5 districts, but sadly, only 2 regions so far. We have implemented it in rural for the central region. We have also implemented it in Ira, Padel, Kwanya. And as I mentioned, Kwanya, I would like to take recognition of our partners, International Lifeline Fund, for partnering with us to roll this out. And in this engagement, like I said, we collect data on all point water sources and also piped network systems. All the assets on a piped system are trapped in mWater. Is it a valve? Is it a joint? Even the pipeline itself, just like we'll see later, we track it all in mWater, and all this data currently for the 5 districts is available on RIMS.ug, and all that data for both point water sources, but also for the pipe network systems. And I said that sadly we've done only 2 regions, and we know that we have 6 regions. We are targeting to move to Sembabule, in fact, this month, in partnership with Water Campus. I would like to recognize them. And then we're also planning to move to Kabale in partnership with Rose of Life. We are also moving to Kamunge district and Buikwe in partnership with World Vision. There is a patch and Otuke in partnership with International Lifeline Fund again. And then recently, that didn't make it to the slides because it is very new, in partnership with Wave Solutions, we are moving to Kabong in the Karamoja region, Serere districts, and then Iganga in the eastern region of Uganda. And so we thank you because all these partners were not part of the initial engagement, but they have seen the need for data, just like we all have, and they have come forth to work together. And on this, I'm still encouraging you, if you're working in a certain district that is not mentioned, and you would like to collect this data for all the point water sources and the pipe network systems in those districts, currently reach out and we shall see how to work together. Moving on, please. So what we have said, what we have done with this engagement is we work through the existing structures. We reach out to the district leadership and show them exactly share with them just like I'm sharing with you why we are doing this. And we are so happy that the 5 district leaderships have been working closely with us. We train the existing district local government staff up to the sub-county level, and they are the actual data collectors. And at the end of the day, we have an updated atlas. What you see on the map there is the current atlas. And later on, I'm going to show you the work that we've done so far and what we are targeting. And also good to note is we use the existing tools for data collection that are recommended by the ministry. We use Form 1s and Form 2s. And all this data is captured in the platform. Next slide, please. And so, in the 5 districts, ladies and gentlemen, the existing atlas that was last updated in 2015 shows that the 5 districts of Luweero, Lira, Padang, Wanya, and Lamoko have 5,099 water points. And all these I'm talking about improved water sources. And after this premise engagement, we have been able to reach towards 7,834 water points. And this still speaks to what we have been, a lot of the engagements that have been happening since yesterday. What are we reporting? We see that the increase is almost half of what we had initially in the atlas. And this is why we don't have to look only towards the ministry, but as sector players in this forum, we have to join hands and play our part. And of course, out of the 7,834, they are detailed down just below the biggest number. It is very good to note that they are holes, and we see shallows there up to public stand posts. And on the map, you see the greenish cyan color. Those are the districts, the 5 districts that we've covered, and then the maroon colors. Those are the districts that we are targeting, of course, minus Kabong, Sete, and Iganga, that, like I said earlier, didn't make it for the presentation. Next slide, please. And I talked about mapping water systems, pipe network systems. In the photo there is a pipe network system in that is a system that is run and operated by the central umbrella. That is 169 kilometers of pipeline, all mapped and visible in water. Every node that you see, and even some are not visible on the map because we filtered them out, but every node you see on that pipeline is an asset that has data to it. If it is a valve, we know the size of that valve. If it is a source, we know the production of that source. If it is a pipe, we know the size of that pipeline and how long it is. And so far in the 5 districts, we've been able to map 905 kilometers this far. And of course, we are hoping that in the next engagements in the districts that are coming, we shall go, of course, with your collaboration and partnerships. Next slide. Now, as I speak about this, I would like to call upon everyone. Since yesterday, we have been talking about how data is not available. Earlier this morning, I saw a presenter show that for a certain segment that wasn't available or that wasn't captured. Now it is your role, you and I, to play. As I talk now, over 200 organizations in this country use a mortar. And we all can contribute to this engagement. What you see on the map is data from Ugandan Water Project. And all these are point water sources that Ugandan Water Project has reached, mapped across the country. And each of that dot has data on functionality, has a photo attached to it, has the location data attached to it, the source of the water point, and extra data attached to it. And that is only Uganda Water Project's data. Now just imagine if all the 200 organizations can allow to share just data on the point water sources that we are working on. If someone in Karamoja can share the data in Karamoja, we shall build a better platform and a better platform that can inform, such that as we make decisions, we make very informed decisions. And so I call upon all of you to join the wave, come on board, speak to us, and let's join hands. Let's make sure that we beautify this map, we make it better. But then also, let's join hands and make sure that the next year, when we meet again for such a forum, we have improved on data. And moving on to my second last slide, earlier on, Doreen shared about how it's able to track the different indicators. Unfortunately, this was supposed to be a live demonstration, and because of the technology, I can't do that. But we use Emocha to track all that the indicators that Doreen has mentioned earlier. We know connections, we know every environment, indicators on functionality, reliability. We track all these indicators. We track downtime. When a borehole breaks down, we will get to know at what time has this borehole broken down, and we shall start calculating downtime. When a borehole is operational, we shall know and we shall calculate the uptime. We are also able to track the water cells. We are also able to track as well water quality, be it for the different indicators of water quality that the colleague from the ministry shared earlier. All those we can be able to track in Emocha as a platform. And also to show Emocha is available and it is free. For those of you that have not joined, that have not tried to use it, you can use it and you can unearth more that is available for all of us to use and engage with. And at the end of the day, we shall see that actually data is there, data is available to us, and data will inform us. Data will never lie. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thanks so much, Joseph. I invite you over there because there might be questions that will come. Questions are coming at the end. At this stage, I would like to invite the Chief Administrative Officer, Ntorogo. And may I call Janan to come and introduce the Chief Administrative Officer? Please come first and introduce the Chief Administrative Officer. Yeah, I hope we are all reflecting on data. Now we have a platform that we can use.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Janani Lohom. I work for Kafomi as the WASH team leader. Kafomi is implementing a global WASH program in the 2 districts of Bundi Bujo and in Toroko. together with Viva Con Agua. Allow me introduce to you our presenter for today. That is Mr. William Abwoli. Mr. William Abwoli is a seasoned administrator with over 20 years of experience in management of both rural and urban local government. Mr. William is currently the Chief Administrative Officer for Ntoroko District Local Government, but has previously worked with Nebi, Bushenyi, and Ishaka and Toro Municipal Council. Mr. William holds a master's degree of public administration and management. He also has a postgraduate diploma in public administration and also holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from Makerere University. Kindly join me as we welcome Mr. William to prepare and have his presentation done. Thank you so much.
This is next. This one is next. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair of the session, and Janan, for those kind remarks. I'm going to present something on coordination with the CSOs and how we can strengthen WASH sector coordination in Ntoroko district, specifically lessons from the Global WASH program, which, as Janan pointed out, is being implemented in 2 districts of Ntoroko and Bundubujo. Now, Ntoroko district is located in the Rwenzori Mountains. It is part of the Rwenzori region, and it is bordered by the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then we have Hoima to the northeast, we have Kibale to the east, then we have Kabarole to the south, and then Ndubujo to the southwest. And more specifically, what we have with Ntoroko is that we border with River Semrik at the border with Democratic Republic of Congo, but we also have Lake Albert. Like yesterday, we usually have our weather in the extreme. When it rains, it really rains, and it floods because of the Semlik River and then Lake Albert. But our soil is sandy, to the effect that when it starts shining now, when we are in the dry spell, you don't see the water, it has disappeared. So we are crying during the rainy season because of floods, and also crying during the dry season because of the hot weather. Now, access to basic water services is at 85%, functionality at 74%. But also when the floods came, some of these water sources were swept. And that one also goes back to the question of the data. We have been talking about data, and the updates. Sanitation is really very poor. There's a picture that I have carried this of the WASH, this journal. I wish the Secretariat at an opportune time can upload this page. When we had floods in 2020, most of our water sources were swept. They were swept by the bursting of Lake Albert and then River Semliki. So as we talk now, there are still communities that are living in what we call skyscrapers, because they depend on fishing. They cannot move from the lake, because that is where they derive their livelihood. Now, about the Global WASH program, it is being implemented in 3 countries, Nepal, India, and Uganda. And like as I have told you, we are lucky that Ntoroko is one of the 2 districts that have this program. Our partners, Viva Kona Agua, Uganda, Kafomi, Maltese International, and MZ. So that's the partnership that we have been having under this Global WASH program. Now, that is the area of the focus which we are talking about. The institutional arrangements and coordination. We are talking about inclusive planning. We are talking about service delivery infrastructure. We are talking about regulation and accountability. We are talking about water resources and environment, learning and adaptation. Also the demand, behavioral change, but in the midst of all this, financing. Now, why WASH coordination? When we look at our district like Ntoroko, the implementation of the WASH program is of paramount importance, especially to reduce the vulnerability of our people, the special interest groups, the PWDs, the women, the school children that usually need this water, the basic water and sanitation facilities. Now, a strong district local government to implement the multi-sector approach to the WASH program is of paramount importance. Therefore, coordination becomes very important, because we need to join hands together to ensure that these vulnerable categories of people have access to water and sanitation services. That is the intervention, that is the cycle. It is about coming up with a district water and sanitation master plan. And currently, we are working on the master plan, the WASH master plan, which involves the participation of all stakeholders to identify the challenges that are in the water and sanitation sector. We document them so that when there's any fund that is coming up for intervention, it helps us a lot. And actually, before I forget, Ntoroko, given our nature in water and sanitation, when I look through this room, I see so many partners. So I call upon you to come and partner with us in Ntoroko in WASH. We are still really bad off. So this is an olive branch, Madam Chair, to other partners to come and partner with us in Ntoroko to change the face of our place. So that is the coordination we are talking about, and you can see the beautiful pictures there. Now, with the master plan, it will have the mapping, it will map out these key areas for partnership. Sector coordination meetings are improving the WASH planning and implementation, then reporting and documentation. So far, under this Wash program, there has been training of the district and town council together with the sub-county staff in wash data collection and monitoring. And then the district was supported to conduct a wash mapping to establish the status of the wash infrastructure. The master plan, which I have been talking about, this is our chairman, LOC5, the district chairperson. When you meet him, he tells you he has 7 names and very interesting. So we hope with the master plan, it will help us to market or to inform the world outside there what is happening in Ntoroko. A number of other activities, including community feedback, social accountability and participation mechanisms. Communities have identified feedback mechanisms, including community wash barazas. Then also the training of the district local government officials in the national O&M framework. We want to thank the Ministry of Water and Environment for coming up with this O&M framework. So we have been in Ntoroko, we got this opportunity to undergo this training. And as part of that training, it is really very, very important. But we also need to keep remaining ourselves on this O&M because it is a very big challenge in the wash. Then these are some of the lessons. Sector coordination meetings are crucial. We need these so that we can put together and see where the gaps are. Then district-wide and multi-sector planning and implementation are achievable with robust coordination. And then coordination is strengthening community feedback mechanisms, engagement, and the civil areas and the communities to encourage the active voice of communities. Fellow participants, when you have a community that knows what they want, then it is easy to have that kind of demand-driven approach. Because there are instances where you meet communities, they are taking the dirty water, but they are comfortable. And at times they tell us that some of this water, tap water or boil water, is not sweet. Yeah? It is not tasty. So some of these issues require really coordination so that we let our people know. I thank you very much. The chair has been warning me. I think I have utilized my time very much. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Banakao. And this marks the end of the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your questions that sit between us and lunch. And I'm not saying you shouldn't ask, but please ask or comment, but don't make a presentation. Yeah, the difference between a presentation and asking that if you go beyond 1 minute, you are not asking or commenting, you are making a presentation. You are not given that just to make a presentation, wait for the next CSO forum, but for now, make a comment or a question. Yes, someone who is anyone?
Thanks. Hi, I think this is a quick question. So we currently at Drink Local, Drink Tap, we use M Water. So thank you, Uganda Water Project, for introducing us to that many years ago. We love it. We're using it in a very basic way. Does the information that we're currently putting into M Water feed up into anything that you all are working on countrywide? You're testing these things, the M Water with the different districts and different regions, but at what point maybe will our projects be able to fit into the bigger picture because we want to fit into the bigger picture. So thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. The next one. Joseph is taking note.
Thank you so much. I'm Asemba Muhammad from Drink Local Drink Tap. Mine is about the O&M framework, which is our baby as stakeholders in WASH, and where we are investing so much hope for success and sustainability and achieving the SDGs. To the ministry, USNet, and then the partners that have registered strides in the districts in rolling out the O&M. What strategy do we have to counter voices that are against our emphasis on the notion that safe and clean water cannot be available free of charge? O&M is a government framework, but we tend to counter voices from politicians that are emphasizing free water. So we are likely to make O&M have a stillbirth. I want us to reflect on this and then possibly share what strategies we have, and it will be very refreshing to learn from the ASPs that are pioneering rollout in the districts. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks so much for that question. Any other question? Okay, one there. Maybe one more and we answer.
Thank you so much, the presenters. I'm called Jacinta, and my question goes to Joseph on M-Water. Can you let us know, please, what it takes to use M-Water and put all this data and all this information together for purposes of learning? But also, since yesterday I've been hearing that the Ministry of Finance says anything to do with the monitoring data is consumptive, so they don't want to fund it. And yet we know it costs money. So how much does it cost to put all this information together that you are sharing from across the 5 districts or so? And then this one goes to USNet as a way forward. Is it possible to organize like a dialogue with the Ministry of Finance and also NPA and the line ministries and talk about this, present this kind of platform and how it can help the ministry and all of us to get data and convince them that this is the way to go? Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. The last one. Last one. It seems there is one very last one at the end. Please be brief in your comment or question.
Thank you. My name is Janet. My question goes to my colleague who took us through the M-Water app. So the CSOs, I know have been collecting data using the code collector. And now we have the M-Water, which is also very efficient. Now my question is it possible to transfer data from the Kuba collector onto the M-Water app?
Yes, thanks. And the very last question, and then we'll throw the responses to the people who presented.
Thank you very much. My name is Irene Namsuf from Simavi. My question goes to the M-Water colleague. I'm wondering how possible is it to explore including data on sanitation as well, and also hygiene, such that we have data, real-time data for the indicators on sanitation as well as hygiene, because I understand M-Water is only focusing on water for now.
Yeah, thanks so much for your questions. And I suggest that we start with the one that was asked by Mr. on O&M. I'll ask Daniel or Doreen to do, but before, I would like to also add that, because I'm also in that field, before we blame politicians, are we ourselves convinced that this is the way to go? Because there was a question here where we were saying, can we get free water? Now, we are the people who are supposed to be implementing. So when a politician says, leave my people, what message do you have for that politician? Because we should be the first ones to get convinced. We are implementing donor funds, possibly which we have used to create dependency, and we want to continue implementing that way. So when a politician backs off, you are like, okay, well, we got this money from Danida, from UNICEF, they are not counting us in terms of performing, in terms of how people are paying, and so we just proceed. The resistance we have had in Rio is not even from the politicians, but from our fellow partners, NGOs, who say 3,000 per house per day, I mean per household per month, they think that is too much for households where I work. And then they will be there, the community is waiting for hand pump to be repaired by that NGO that has free money, and they wait for 3 months without it being repaired. They come to us and we repair it, and we pay 3,000 per household per day. If another NGO had done the response, that community wouldn't be paid. So let us check our phones before we bring the politicians. Daniel or Doreen, what are your expressing on that question? And then we shall hand over to Joseph from Hamilton.
Thank you, Jokers. Daniel will answer on the strategies, but there was one question and supplement online from Joan Nyamwiza. I don't know whether I've pronounced it well. I would love the team to ask her the organization, and if she's in any technical working group, then we can start from there, getting her contacts. Her question is, great presentations regarding the implementation of the new O&M framework, aka CBMS Plus model. Interesting feedback. Hopefully, we could have a chance to share our lessons learned from our pilot implementation in West Nile in the districts of Arua, Terego, Yumbe, and Madiokolo at the next year's CSO forum. Yeah, this would be a very great opportunity. And we are going to have a word with Joanne, Jokers being the chair of the good governance, and it will be effected. So I'll pass on to Daniel to share the strategies since he's the program specialist. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen, and thank you, Jokers. Actually, the question has been partially tackled by Jokers. My brother from Drink Local Drink Tap is right. We often get some actors acting contrary to the O&M framework. And like Jokers put it, one of them is political leaders, and then the other one is the NGOs that are seated here, some of them that are said here. The reason why NGOs sometimes may not fully support the O&M framework, I think there are reasons, in my own opinion. One of them, some of them are charity-based, and when you think all Ugandans are so poor, they can't afford 3,000, which I think is a misconception. We are look after our own infrastructure. And then the political leaders, they look at it as an opportunity for gaining popularity as they prepare for elections in the following election period. So what do we do to bring them on board? We have platforms to engage them, and one of them is the Watch Parliamentary Forum. Unfortunately, a few of the MPs turn up in that forum, but we shall continue turning up and thinking about it. We try to invest them in it and let them know that when the community is paying for themselves, they themselves are also the calls from communities asking for repairs reduce significantly. So now the members are coming on board. We had one of them is from one of the districts we work in Kamuli, how this has helped him. And then one of the platforms, another platform that we use is the sub-county meetings. We conduct sub-county introductory meetings, and also we continue attending council meetings for sub-counties to further engage these political leaders. And lastly, one-on-one. Sometimes, even if you talk and you talk in a group, there will be these stubborn characters who may need special attention. So we go further to talk to them on one-on-one and let them understand. And many times when they understand the concept of the they change in the right way. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Daniel and Doreen. And so now we pass over to Joseph for the water questions. I think payment and making sure that we pay for water, I think we in Uganda, we know what has happened to our education sector because of that thing, like people are poor and so they have to be given free education, and we know what has happened. Is that what we want to happen in the water sector?
There's something I wanted to add on in relation to the strategies. The experience in the local government is that usually with urban, there is quite adaptation to the payment of water for people who are living in urban areas. When it comes to rural, it has challenges, but the strategies one of it that we are committed by others. We are into the community and community jointly. We are there around the political leaders on board. So that we are giving the message, it is very difficult for the political leader to give to the contrary. So that's what we do. We are dealing with them and then we give the message. What we have succeeded is also involving the religious leaders and the cultural leaders. These institutions, people believe in them so much, so that when someone stands to talk on the payment for water, the need for payment of water, and strategies. How do we ensure that we collect the money? We used to have strategies such as in my place, we call it Yapra Hose. Save and these communities of village savings and this money is used for and M. So with these strategies, we can actually ensure that our one is taken care of. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Banaka. Over to Joseph, I think.
Thank you, Jocas. The first question is from Joanne, and I think she has two questions. Joanne is online. The first one is, what's the sustainability plan for Rumis if the project staff currently working with it, then the funding ends? Like I shared, colleagues, we are running Rumis in close contact with the district leadership. And as a fact, when we do the trainings, we train the existing extension staff who collect this data. The exercise that we're doing is already one that is done by the Ministry of Water and Environment. And what we have done so far with Rumis, after the first actual collection of the entire district, we are in the process currently of going back to Lamo that we collected in Lamo in June. So we are going back to update, which will be an equivalent of the quarterly update. We are going back to update only Form 4. For those of us in the water sector, you know what Form 4 is. And so even trying the district water office in how to manage their own data. And I believe that through such engagements and working alongside the district leadership, this will continue out. But again, this is the pilot. but it's not yet mandated by the ministry. And a similar question from Joanne asked a question that was also asked by a colleague on how we shall be working with data if there are already other platforms that the ministry and other CSOs use. Joanne mentioned Kobo Tool and a few others. The good thing is data in M-Water is shareable. You can both share it outside. You can share an API of your data from M-Water to another platform that you can use if you understand that platform better. But you can as well import data into M-Water if you've used another avenue to collect this data. And so in terms of the ministry is using Kobo Tool, and there is Apples, and there is some other platforms that the ministry is using. I think, colleagues, ours is not to replace anything. Ours is to build on what is already existing and to show the capacity of the platform. And then at the end of the day, the ministry to decide where to go. And then there is another question on how can data that is collected by CSOs feed onto the platform. Thank you, Evan, for that question. This data can be fed to the platform. You have to first of all apply. You'll apply through a model, kindly contact, and we shall talk through the application process. And then we shall have to screen the data, because this is data that is going to go live. We'll have to screen it, ensure that it's good quality data, and then that data is shared. And the application process is all done online, though I said that we can talk after this. It's all done online, and all that information is available. We can share that. What it takes to enroll a new district. This is a question that was asked by someone. Currently, we are spending close to $15,000 to enroll a new district. And what that takes is we train the existing structures of the district. We train these people on how to use the platform. That also takes part of the data collection itself. We have to facilitate these people, renting space and all that. But currently, it takes $15,000 US. And then data on sanitation and hygiene. Does M-Water has the capacity to track this data? Yes, M-Water does. And again, data that I shared was only just on water sources, but there is more that you can do on the platform. M-Water also has, I won't call it a sister platform, but it's a platform that has the same code base as M-Water, does everything M-Water does. The only thing it doesn't have is the name water or M-Water. The platform is called Solstice, and it's made for agencies that might shun away from associating with a platform that has M-Water, but want to benefit from the capacity that the platform offers. So Solstice is also running and available for any other sector players in health, education, sanitation, and hygiene as well, that can be tracked in the platform. Mr. Peter also has online asked, how do we collect, can we also collect data on the flow of data in the systems? He posed a very long question expressing his disappointment of the flow of water. But yes, that data can also be tracked in the platform. We track, first of all, data, asset data, or the specifications of a particular asset. But then you can call our own custom data collection tools, for example, flow. And all this data will be available and kept, and all this data will relate. And then lastly, I want to share that data on paper is dead data. Because we have it, like I have it here now, I can live here and forget my book. But live data is one that will be shown
high accuracy of what is existing on ground. And this is something that everyone is trying to address. And there are already other platforms doing similar, but data is coming to address that issue of having data. We want data that is live, that is reflective, that we talk about existing platforms. They are indeed there. There is a photo that shows that they exist. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Joseph. And there was a very last call to WASNet. I will ask Mumbere to come and address that one. Yeah, and then we are set for lunch. And I think then other things we will be commenting about them in the afternoon. Yep, okay.
Well, thank you, Jokers. The question came from Jacinta, and it was real an appeal. It's not a question, but the way it came, it was like a question. Can WASNet engage with the Ministry of Finance to cause like a dialogue? Yes, that's why we are there. The only need is that we need the support of all of you, so that when we have to engage, there are so many things associated with that. The technical capacity to do that we have. Probably at that time we may not have the financial capacity. So it's an appeal that we work together, but these are some of the things that we will actually take care of after the forum, that the members are having an urge to engage other stakeholders like the Ministry of Finance. Of course, dialoguing does not come to an end today. We are just, touching a few bits, and we will continue engaging. We had from Dr. Kagwa from National Planning Authority in the morning. The work around the NDP3 is almost coming to an end. We presented the results from the midterm review. But next year, we are officially entering the phase of NDP4. So what is our role as CSOs? How are we preparing ourselves to make our voice heard in the preparations towards the development of NDP4? So there are lots and lots of engagements, and we must be ready to respond when we give you a call that we are having some of these engagements, and we need your input. Still, it also speaks to those of sanitation and hygiene. There is the ongoing process of the development of the sanitation policy. All these are, avenues, and we have space for all of our CSOs to engage. And so, in a nutshell, Jacinta and the rest of the members, our role is to coordinate, our role is to ensure that the voices are amplified, our role is to create the learnings and the networks and building synergies. So for the dialogues going forward, those ones I can assure you, they will have to happen. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mumbere, for that. And at this moment, I hand over back to Mildred. Sorry, we've taken a little more than 1 hour. We wanted to have the chosen hour, but the comments. Thanks. Over to you.
A big round of applause to our moderator. I know issues that pertain humanity will always take longer. I think it was even a disservice to give you an hour. It should have given you an entire day for you to continue with the conversation. But I want to say a special thank you to each one of us. Those have been 4 breakout sessions in the shortest time possible. But I think it's very clear that there is a lot more of a conversation about collaboration, about data. But also we are reminded, truthfully, yes, there is no free water. Because even when you decide to take that water that you think you're not paying for, you will pay out of the pocket because you have to treat yourself for any disease that you get. But also, I think there is something that did come through, especially from Drink Tap, especially about climate resilient water resources. Because in this day and time, when we're talking about climate change, we're having the Conference of Parties heat, we're having discussions about agriculture and climate. Climate resilience is one aspect that we need to pay attention to, because right now We're still boasting of a number of water resources, but they are getting depleted slowly but slowly because of human action and human activity. What then happens if, God forbid, we no longer have those resources, or if, God forbid, they're not as adequate as they should have been? So those are conversations that we need to ponder upon, but we're going to have a time to have a recap of everything that was discussed. I know that it was well documented by our moderators, and we will be having that shortly after we return from lunch. I do not want to be an enemy of anyone standing in between you and your lunch right now. So ladies and gentlemen, it should be about 2:30, right? 2:20. Okay, so I am going to kindly request that we'll go up for our lunch for 40 minutes are good enough for us, right? 40 minutes are good. So we should be back here by 3, and we'll start off our afternoon session. And just like yesterday, our afternoon session is not too long. We just have 2 side events, and part of our moderators, actually, I did see, are already here with us. So bon appetit. Our lunch is served exactly at the same point where we had lunch yesterday. Let's go have lunch, be back here at 3, and start off with our last part of today before we get to wrap up the entire event tomorrow. God bless your lunch, and bless you too as well as you get back here. Please, let's get back on time. Let's get back in big numbers before we do our breakout sessions, and then we will have a wrap up of what the breakout sessions had in discussion. Okay, so yesterday we were we were upstairs. So today we're having lunch at the same place, but the lower place next to the swimming pool. So please don't take the stairs up on the lower side, but the same place, same venue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Welcome back from the health break. My name is Okero Moses. I work for Veltunga Health as the construction supervisor. We have a video clip that is before us. This was extracted from one of our borehole investigations using the borehole camera. Yesterday we had the exhibition and people wanted to see what happens when you're doing the borehole investigations. So that is a clip that was recorded when they were investigating a borehole that was meant for an upgrade into a motorized scheme. So you can see that is the casing. That's a metallic casing and it's rusted. As you go ahead with the video, you'll see at some points, some parts were stuck in the casing in the well. You'll see some pipes which are rusted and they had that biofilm all over the pipe. So that's how the images and the videos from borehole investigations are shown. So from this, you can go back and sit down with your team and analyze, because it can show you the depths at which you can see whatever you'll see. You can see this is at 4.1 meters. When you reach water level, like we are going to see, that is now where the level of water starts from. So you can be able to tell whatever obstacles, whichever objects are at what depths. You can be able to see the screens. If there are roots which are affecting the casings down, you can be able to see everything. So now the camera is entering into water. So that's now our water, which is highly turbid. So that is briefly what represents our borehole investigations using the borehole camera. So that is the device which is up there for exhibition at Veltunga Health Desk. Thank you very much.
And by the way, good afternoon. That is the problem with lunch. We should have fasted a bit up until about 5. Good afternoon to us. I will not allow that food to make you slaves like I told you yesterday. Viva Konagwa, with us? I want to get an energizer from Viva. Viva, with us? Okay. Can I have someone from Viva Konagwa to just come and give us some bit of energizer? Please lose part of those calories. They are not important at all. Calories are not good for your health. Take it in, take it out. So whatever we're going to be giving, I think we need that microphone. This will hold you. This will hold you hostage. Before I make you write your names, visit your head to note your waist. Okay, so Viva, whatever they tell us, I am now also under the control of Viva.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bana, and I'm going to take you through a very simple energizer. And right now, I'd request that you stand up and find some space. Yeah, if you want, you can also remove your shoes, right? Okay, yesterday we were talking about the importance of water, and people were talking about water being life and all these uses that we know that are known for when you have water. Now think about something you love, and for me it would be water. I love water so much, and from a sporting background, the thing that I would love as much as I love water might not have the same uses as the ball. Okay? So think about having a ball in your hands. Can you imagine having a ball? Yeah? A ball. Yeah. Yeah? Hey. You have a ball, hold it in your hands like you would hold water. Okay? Yeah, very precious. You love this ball. And you're going to show me how much you love it, right? So you're going to show me how much you love water, which is represented by the ball. So everyone, you have to repeat after me, yeah? Yes, I have the ball. I can't hear you. Did you actually have lunch, eh? Yeah, it was too much. Yeah, okay, I have the ball. I have the ball. Where are you holding it? Where is it? Hey, okay. I need help. Yeah. Yes, but I need help with holding it. Okay.
Some people's balls are too small. They are so grow a cup of water. Eh?
Yeah. Now you have to repeat after me. I have the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. I pipette. I have the ball. I have the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. I pipette. I have the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. Everyone, come on. I pipette. I have the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. Come on, I pipette. I have the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. I pipette. I have the ball. I can't hear you. Come on, I have the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. I pipette. I have the ball. I put it here.
Stop cheating.
I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. I pipette. I have the ball. I put it here. I put it here. I put it here. I pipette. I pipette. I hope no one is sleeping anymore. Yeah?
But some of you were cheating. I think you need something extra. Let's give a round of applause to Viva Konagwa. All right. Thank you very much, Viva Konagwa. And to everyone who was cheating, may God bless you. Huh? You even said amen to cheating, something that is supposed to be very important for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our afternoon session. And I hope that we still have our moderators or the persons who are doing, who are writing us the conversations. So I'm going to give us exactly 5 minutes to just give us a wrap up of what the conversation entailed. And I want to start with the people who came in from Lucy. Eva, I think Eva left. Is Eva still here? Eva Nalwanga? Okay, we'll be getting someone to give us a wrap up that came from the sanitation thematic working group. But let me also have Hajara Comfort Mukasa. Hajara Comfort Mukasa, is Hajara back? Or yes, or someone who did a write-up for the Urban Watch thematic working group. Please. Let's give them a round of applause. Let's get to hear. I hope that you can be able to move. At this rate, we are going to do this afternoon session standing. Eh? Okay, please come on. Come on, whoever has the wrap up of the Urban Wash side event, please come. I'll give it 5 minutes. I'll set my timer and I'll be back right behind you after the 5th minute. So just briefly go through the conversations as they did come through, any recommendations, any challenges that you did see, and the way forward.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Geoffrey Sekalembe. I work with Amref North Africa, and we happen to be the chairs to the side event on Urban Wash Technical Working Group. We are blessed to have in attendance the Assistant Commissioner from Ministry of Water and Environment, who is taking on the Urban Water Supply and Sewage Department. That's Engineer Felix Tunamchunguzi. And in his opening remarks, he said that there is always a collective responsibility of different key partners, plus also government, to ensure that we achieve our objectives. And he gave key statistics about urban wash, where there is 72% access to water, approximately 24 million, 57% of the households in urban areas can self-manage water on their premises, and 84% of these can access urban water supply systems. So government financing is at 1 out of 9, that's $81 million, which is against the budgeted, which is 819 million USD. So from our discussions, we realized that a number of key issues. One is, of course, on low financing. We have the increase in population growth rate in urban areas, the low quality of water, climate change, and then the issue of data. Then we come up with a number of recommendations, both by CSOs and then also by government. From CSOs, we are planning to create synergies on the working group, work with different partners, for example, the private sector, of course, local government, and the private sector, yes. Then the second recommendation is on engaging financial users, final users who are households in programming and implementation. This involves managing, owning, and ensuring sustainability. Of course, this can be through ensuring that communities are able to take over these different activities. For example, in rehabilitation, instead where government would be doing rehabilitation, it could be easier if these communities are able to take over rehabilitation. Then as part of, we are planning to enhance on research to draw plannings that inform our future implementation approaches. The third point was on operationalizing and follow up on implementation guidelines. For example, filling up the different required forms. There are different forms, Form 1, Form 2, and Form 4. Then we realized that there was a gap in the inclusiveness of the working group, whereby in the presentation that was made, a number of CSOs were not part of this presentation. So we're looking forward to have a very inclusive working group to ensure that all key partners and CSOs are part of this. Of course, as government, we believe that government has really has been part of this engagement. For example, it has already rolled out a pro-poor tariff of 50 Uganda shillings. So the role of government now is to ensure a uniform tariff from both national water and the umbrella at large. Then also, the government is strengthening governance and accountability at all levels. Of course, this is not only for government, but then also for CSOs to ensure that there is transparency in planning, transparency in implementation, but then also transparency in accounting for the money that has been spent or for the money that was received to be spent. Yeah, that's it from the Urban Wash Technical Working Group presentation. Thank you.
That was great time management. Let's give a round of applause to the Urban Wash Technical Working Group. And pretty much later, we're going to have a picture moment for each of the technical working groups and the conversations that we had. Christopher Kanyago, who did have a conversation on water supply, the technology working group. Christopher, is it you or is it someone else? Okay, it's someone else giving a presentation on the technical working group. All right, let's welcome them with some warmth. I said the next 5 minutes we are going to be standing, I'm thinking.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, members. My name is Michael James Maseruka. I'm from CD. CD are members of the Technologies Thematic Working Group, and we are the secretaries. So the responsibility of sharing this summary clearly is upon us. Yes, we had a presentation on the synopsis, the progress on SDGs 6.1, 6.3, and 6.4. And this was done by Mr. Ivan Brisa from Ministry of Water. In his presentation, under SDG number 6, he talked about implementation of these SDGs, which started way back in 2016. And in that, 8 thematic teams were actually set up to follow up on those targets, of which the targets were actually 6.
When it comes to SDG 6.1, in his discussion, he talked about access to safe drinking water, where he discussed about the interventions regarding boreholes, spring wells, standpipes, to mention but a few. And he clearly stated that the performance is 72% versus 67% in relation to access to safe water in the urban section versus the rural section. When it came to performance of safely managed water services, he scored this at 17%. Under SDG 6.3, this is about wastewater and water quality. He scored the performance of safely treated domestic wastewater at 4%. Clearly, there's still a lot of work to do there. He also scored the compliance to BOD levels in water bodies at 51%. Proceeding, yes, still in his presentation under SDG 6.4, that is about water use and scarcity. He scored the level of water stress at 1.72%. There's a lot to do there. He scored the percentage of renewable water being withdrawn at 6%. Finally, we also talked about SDG 6B, which is about cooperation and participation. And this one is more or less about participation of local communities in wash planning and management. Here we also have the water user committees under this same bracket. And according to the presentation by the gentleman, the percentage of local administrative units with established operational policies and procedures was scored at 92%. There were a few challenges, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into that. Allow me to go straight to the presentation on the interventions by the thematic working group. That is the technologies, where we have over 30 members. And the presentation focused a lot more on safe drinking water for all, better water quality, more efficient use, and local participation in regards to water supply. So this presentation was presented by our colleagues from Water for People on behalf of the thematic working group. And in some of the interventions by the members which were presented included the following: development of district wash master plans, promotion of pay-as-you-fetch model and private operator model for water points. There was also pilot area service provider model, promotion of O&M framework guidelines, empowerment of water user committees and local technicians. Then we also had constructions of solar powered schemes that is being done in the rural section. There is also promotion of the water harvesting technologies. There's the promotion of the multiple hand washing technologies, some call these washalots. There's also the supporting of the formation of policies and procedures to incorporate community participation. With those interventions, some of the results which were realized included the following. There was an increase in school enrollment. There was an increase in water points across the districts maintained and well managed by technicians. There was increased functionality and better construction satisfaction. Then there was also the district wash master plans have actually led to better coordination and alignment of efforts by different stakeholders. Then there was also an increase in co-investment leveraged from the partners. In the end, the technical working group members committed the following. They committed to continue knowledge sharing, especially with factors regarding O&M. They also committed to increase learning visits and sharing findings on research. There was also a commitment on the networking and collaborations. And finally, there was also a commitment on increased timely reporting to the regulatory authorities. And with that, that marks the summary of the presentations from the technologies group. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And by the way, all the presentations that we've had since yesterday, all the conclusions that we've had so far we'll be able to have them compiled and we'll deliver them. We're trying to be as much environmental friendly as possible. So we won't be using a lot of printing of paper because we know that those are trees cut down, but we'll be able to provide those electronically. Let's receive a wrap up from the sanitation thematic working group. Let's welcome sanitation, and then we will end it off with finding out what happened with good governance. So sanitation, you have about 5 minutes to.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we had a very interactive working group, and in there, we agreed that the issues of sanitation and hygiene is everyone's business. Yes, and to run directed to, my name's Dixon Ayesiga. I work with World Vision Uganda. Sorry, I did not introduce myself. Yes, to run directed to the issues and the recommendations. The issues were about 3 or 4, but one of them which featured out strong was around the WASH management information system. Yes, and we agreed that we need to see a streamlined data flow process, especially how we share our data with the respective ministry, yes, in the government. Yes, but also we want to see, we recommend working together to achieve data validation, because we realize that there is a gap there. Yes, that needs to be fixed. And also we need to strengthen our M&E, that is monitoring and evaluation system, to directly evaluate the projects and find out the validity of the reports, that we share across board. Yes, and also clearly state who is responsible for monitoring the projects. That's very, very crucial, especially in our space. 2, the second issue was around inadequate financing. As you know that most of the discussions I've talked about have pointed to this. And the recommendations there under inadequate financing around subsidizing taxes on sanitation products, materials, and services. Yes, we recommend that to be taken. And so we also think that we need to see advocacy around increasing WASH budget. Yes. And so we are sending a message, of course, to the duty bearers, the government. Yes. But also the government should at least address issues around poverty. Yeah, because in one way or the other, there are some things that you cannot push unless areas around poverty are addressed. And the other issue was also around GESI. GESI is gender equality and social inclusion. And we had a very deep discussion around that, and we recommended a number of actions, and one of them is conducting inclusive consultations and planning, especially in our projects as we design them, and also ensuring that the circulars, around the designs that we have, especially infrastructure designs for sanitation and hygiene, are cascaded and disseminated, Yes. But also another recommendation that we're looking at is integrating GESI into NGOs and CSO programs. So we would wish to see that the next time we come here and we're discussing, every other partner is talking about that, yes, we have integrated issues of GESI in our programming, right? And then we also had an issue around fee cost large management. Yes, and in there we recommended the development, and we recommended that we develop and sustain green financing, especially for waste, where waste becomes beneficial to humanity. It's very possible that we can turn the waste that we that we all run out, that we run from, we can turn it into benefit if we launch deeper into green financing. So this comes along with research, which we know we can achieve. Innovations, we think that we can create a list of people, partners who are supposed to do capacity building of approaches, and then also implement household best approaches. We can best achieve sanitation and hygiene, targets and objectives if we launch deeper into the last person in the chain, and that is the person around the household. So if we can do household best approaches, then we see that that we can achieve more. Yes, as we strive to 100%. Yes. Advocacy is the last theme that we looked at, and we recommended that we find out the weaknesses, not just finding them out, but we go on to capitalize on them. Then also we disseminate the laws and ordinances about sanitation and hygiene. Lastly, also we do legal support for ministry and USNet to process the ordinances. I am very, very happy that USNet creatively came up with a scorecard, and we would recommend that we really go deeper into utilizing that scorecard, because out of it then we are able to tell how different institutions are performing, and we can use that scorecard probably as a platform for advocacy. Thank you so much. That's Sanitation and Hygiene, a thematic working group. Bless you.
Thank you very much to the Sanitation Thematic Working Group. Now, finally, of those, the man is already here. Mr. Jokers Zomari will be letting us know what came out of the good governance. And he gave us the catchline that there is no free water. I mean, even when you take the other water, you will pay when you go to the hospital.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mildred. We had a good governance presentations. There were 3 in number. We started with one which was focusing on the implementation of the new quantum framework. And we were brought to the understanding of the core principles, which are 4 of them, but mainly focusing on area-based and professionalization of the quantum framework at a sustainable cost, to ensure that the area service provider cuts even in their operation. That's the core, and that's what the new framework visions, that communities will be able to pay for their water, so that when you have developed a water source, you don't need to mind about its operation. You are not going to be called upon to again come and repair it, that the funds to repair it will be borne by the community, and an area service provider who is a professional body will manage the operation and maintenance of the water facility. That's the key things that we learned from that. We got experience from area service providers who have been piloting, and what they are learning, a key issue was that payment compliance is very low, at 53%, that's the average they are reporting. And at that level, then the area service provider is basically has to get extra resources to be able to run their operations, meaning we will not yet have reached a point where it is envisioned that communities will sustainably maintain their water sources. And that calls to all of us appreciating that, as Mildred said, there is no water which is for free, and our communities will the gatekeepers, may I like calling ourselves the gatekeepers, should be the first ones to appreciate that we have created a dependency and that we should move away from that dependency. And so that we tell our communities that even when you think you are drinking free water, you end up paying for it in hospital bills, your child not going to school, then they begin to appreciate why they should pay for safe water, which is professionally maintained. The counter Toroko helped us to say that even what we think negativity that come from politicians is because we are not engaging them with the right messages. So it is us to be able to engage them with the right messages to understand that, yes, the communities that they are looking for votes for are better off when they are safe, and they are safe when they are able to sustain their water sources, and then the politicians can get their votes safely without suffering. So yeah, that's what came up from the first presentation, which was about the O&M framework. It ended with a call to all of us as partners in this room to go outside there to try to support, sensitize the districts and other partners about the new O&M framework. And if we are able to support activities that are involved in the new O&M framework, like formation of water boards, then that's an area where we can pool resources and we can help the ministry to attain the CBMS plus. So that was presentation one. The second presentation was about digital data management using mWater as a platform. Since yesterday, we have all been discussing about the issue that we have with data management, and there was a call that the presenter said that data on paper is dead data, and indeed we know that the reason the water atlas is not up to date today is because data is still transmitted by paper, collected in the districts 3 months. It has not yet reached the ministry. It reaches the ministry and then it is piled where it spent 6 months without being entered. By the time it is entered, it's already obsolete data. And what we learned from the O&M presentation plus mWater is that with digital, with technology, it's not difficult to collect data. With Android phones, we get this data and it is available as soon as you collect it. There was a call that all of us here, there are over 200 partners, CSOs, government agencies that are using mWater. The only difference is that data is not validated, or we haven't opened it up to everyone to be able to access it, and that there is a process of application where when you can get that data into mWater, it is checked for quality, and then it becomes data that is available to everyone. So that is a call, and all of us should not, whoever is using mWater, and you are just using it for your own, that's already data that can be available into the initiative the presenter called RINS, which is a pilot project that UWP is doing with the Ministry of Water. The only other thing that needs to be done, I think, is that RINS already has the data tools that the ministry is using. So if we are able to attach those data tools to every water point that we do, then we already have indicators that cut across. That's the thing. The presenter told us that it takes around $15,000 to roll out this in a district. And if you have a district where you're working and you want to have data that matches the data at the ministry, then UWP is available to support together with the ministry to work with you so that we can roll out. There was a call to WASNET, which Mimbere Ebre Assad, that as a networking organ, it is available to network us so that we all contribute to the same objective of making sure that we have data digitally transmitted and that we build our capacities. The last presentation was about a program that is supporting a lot of interventions in Ntoroko, but the key word there was coordination. We all realize that WASH interventions cut across, and the COW ably presented on how they are managing that project by doing proper coordination between actors and sectors that feed into the delivery of WASH. And it's something that, again, we spoke to in some of the presentations where we are saying we are unlikely to achieve everything that we are looking for in the WASH sector unless we follow a process where we are all integrating, all key partners come across. I think that's what IRC has a training mode, and I'm calling to everyone who has time to involve into that one. WASH system strengthening. If you undertook that course, Martin is there. I also see Asima there. You would know what it means, how to deliver WASH that is lasting. And the presentations that were made here in the good governance speak into that. Thanks so much. Over to you, Mildred.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause to all the working groups that made their presentations, and we'll definitely be able to give you the wrap-ups as they come through. We don't have a lot. We have just 2 more groups, not to present, but to be able to have the discussions before we end off our day 2. So one of the groups is going to be on institutional WASH, and then the other is going to be the IWRN systematic working group. And I want to invite, first of all, the moderator for the institutional WASH, Martin from IRC. Martin, I will give you 2 minutes if you want to become the prefect of this forum today. What is your working group going to be discussing, and what should we look out for? Before I get to have Marion come and let us in on our next section.
Thank you very much. We are going to look at institutional WASH. Institutions, I know most of us, we have come from organizations, but come and join us to know the difference between providing for an organization and providing for an institution. You are going to hear presentations about institutions like schools, healthcare facilities. The third one I will not tell you until you come. And we are looking at the unique ways of providing WASH services to these institutions. So for those who are interested in business not as usual, probably you come and join us in this session. There will also be a presentation from Engineers Without Borders. They are engineers, they are talking about WASH services. I think that's unique. And also education officials are coming. Please join us for institutional WASH. Thank you.
You didn't promise us sweets when we come to the when we come to that working group and discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me have Marion for 2 minutes. Marion, just let us know what is going to be happening in the next session. And I know that I've seen my senior colleague, Charles Mangusia Mpaji, who is going to be taking on that other group as the moderator. Marion?
Thank you, Mildred. My name is Marion Icheduna. I work for Join for Water, and we are the current chairs for the thematic working group on integrated water resource management, environment, and climate change.
Actually, it is one of the 6 working groups that has the longest name. So that only means that we are probably going to be dealing with complex issues. But just to give you a bit of light into what is going to feature in our session, because we are talking about progress and we're talking about data and reporting, and in this case, we are talking about progress with SDG 6.5 on integrated water management, 6.6 on healthcare ecosystems, and 6B on local participation. We invited the Assistant Commissioner, Directorate of Water Resources Management, Ministry of Water and Environment. He will give us a keynote that is going to point us to where we are, what are the gaps, what can we do better in regard to integrated water management, healthcare ecosystems, and local participation. And so before he speaks, we will try to kind of highlight what the working group is about, because it seems like it's silent in there, but there is quite a lot to learn from the working group, and we'd like to interest each of you to be a part of this working group. As we get into the session, we shall have a very interesting fire chat that will be moderated by Charles Mpaji Mangusha. And we will have quite a mix of panelists coming on board. I will not preempt that, so that you join the session to be able to dig into the issues that we're going to discuss. And interestingly, we want to have a live audience. You get the chance to participate, because we're talking about participation here. And until we are all voicing up, then we're not going to be able to advocate for the issues that we want to change in this forum. I'll stop at that for now, and over to you, Mildred.
Thank you very much, Mariam. That was the longest name, but I am not saying it's going to be the longest session of the day, not at all. Just before we go into those sessions, I am kindly requesting all the technical working groups to just come forward. And we have one group photo before we go for our breakout sessions. So institutional wash, please make your way here. Of course, the longest name that was representing. Please come, let's have the group photo, that is the working group, integrated resources management climate change as well. I am kindly calling upon sanitation, the thematic working group, the technology working group is going to come and join the governance, as well as urban wash. So kindly, let's just do it chop. And have this extra moment. I will, of course, invite our executive director, Yoatlet, to come and grace this beautiful picture, as I almost get to move there one. Yesterday we were using 5, so today we switch. Yes, I mean, you're the only three and you're staying behind just like that. Please. I am told we're supposed to use the back group, so I think let's use the right. Yesterday we used the left, or we still keep this. All right. So I am going to request that we come here to this side. But make sure you're not in the crop zone. Okay, I am kindly requesting for all the members and the heads of the technical working groups, please make your way here and take this beautiful picture. Like we said yesterday, if you're more down to earth, you come in the middle. If you're closer to the sky, you get to the side. Okay. Do you have anyone left? Please. There are a few coming. Please do not. Yeah. Those are the people who don't want to be cropped. So even if you try to cut out the picture, you will still have to get their home. Apologies here. Sorry. Let's just wait for them to get in all together. You will keep taking all the shots until everyone is in the picture. Huh? until everyone is in the picture. We say water, but like you say, it's like those words water, and you end up with a big smile. Eh? When you say it in the Ugandan way, you might end up opening your mouth. One more, please. One more. Yeah, we need you back. That's the match we need you. So we say water in that other, celebrity kind of way. Okay. All right, let's take this picture and immediately we'll go for our side events. Okay, that's good enough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am kindly going to request that if we've had the pictures for the 2 side events and we know exactly what is going to be happening, like we did in the morning, I am going to request that the side event on integrated water resource management and climate change is going to stay here. And the moderator, my senior colleague, Charles Maruki is here. Charles, I'm going to request that you just step forward, move closer to me to start off this conversation. And on institutional wash, we are going to Rizi. Rizi is just right below. So I'll give it just a few minutes. For those who are going to be paying attention to institutional wash, to kindly step out to Rizi. And then I am going to, I'm going to later on let Charles take on this conversation. So just like we did it in the morning, I am going to first give us the name to choose which one we want to belong to. So after that conversation there, which is going to take just about an hour, don't leave. I request. We'll come back here for just about 20 minutes and then we'll close the door. Close the day together. We have some snacks. We have a bit of a cocktail for you outside. Some evening tea. Yes, some finger bites. So please do not leave that for us. So when we finish, those who will be using, we're going to have a camera. Whoever will step out before will be able to stay. All right. Whoever is attending the institutional wash, please. Rizi, which is downstairs, is going to be our center. So I'm giving us about 3 minutes to see those who are walking out. But remember, those who will be in Rizi, when you come back, we will definitely be able to give you a wrap up of what the conversation is going to be here. And those who will be here still, we will give you a conversation of the wrap up of institutional wash. I know some of you are still making the decision on whether to stay here or to go down. That is okay. All right, those are good numbers that are stepping out. And like I said in the morning, I don't make up your mind, all of you, and you decide to leave us an empty room here. Okay, and I'm going to request still those who have stayed, if you do not mind, please step forward and occupy the tables that are in front, if you do not mind, please. Okay, I want to believe that those who have stayed here have agreed to pay attention to the Integrated Water Resource Management and Climate Change, a working group, and that is what we're going to stay with. So whoever is behind, please, if you do not mind, step forward or draw closer so that we have one big family all together. Okay, and without taking any more minutes, allow me to invite Charles Mbaji, who is going to be a moderator. Let's give him a round of applause as I officially hand over power for the next few hours. Okay, Charles, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Can we give Mildred a bigger round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a bit of trouble. We are so scattered. We are like that weatherman on TV of yesteryears. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. Even when we give an applause, it will not be heard. So can I request that we draw closer? The people at the extreme end there, please come closer. The people at the extreme end and the last tables, please come closer so that we can effectively listen to one another. Good afternoon. My name is Charles Mwangu Shampagi. I host two shows on NBS TV. The Frontline, which will be on this evening at 10 p.m. And then we transition to Afro Mobile. Please download the app if you can. I also host NBS Face Off. My day job though is at a company called Gimbe. I'm leading the discussion on of the thematic group on integrated water resources management, environment and climate change working group. I'm being assisted by a number of people. Marion did mention who we have, and I'm going to request that the following people step forward and occupy these seats here. We'll have a keynote. Marion will come back briefly, and then we'll have a keynote, and then we will proceed with the panel discussion. So may I request, let me request the Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Otiam Otala, Member of Parliament, Budama West Budama, what they call it. Yes, and Chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Natural Resources, to come and take up a seat here. May I request? Yes, Honorable Oskovia Nanyunjo Vivian, Executive Director at Afro Links International Frontiers Limited, and the current board chair of the Environment and the Transparency Board. Let's receive. May I request Mr. Robert Triachira. Robert wears many hats. I introduced him from so that I know very well. I know him as a man. I also know him as an environmental activist. Robert, you're most welcome. Our keynote speaker this afternoon is none other than Mr. Albert Orijabo. He's Assistant Commissioner, Director of Water Resources Management, Ministry of Water and Environment. And Mr. Commissioner, if you could also, yes, I can see the Commissioner here. Just before you speak to us, just take up a seat here for 1 minute, then I'll ask you to come down. Marion Icheduna, would you like to come back and speak to us? As Marion walks here, she was challenging me on how she pronounces her name, and she thought I didn't know, and I told her my own little story. I was saving her name in my phone, and the phone decided to edit the name. So you don't want to know what it gave me. But it gave me a name. I don't know if it's English, but it gave me a name that is somehow related to what we're discussing. It gave me the name Iceland. I was struggling to put Iceland in Ateso, and I was trying to call her Iceland, which wasn't helping until she helped me and told me it's Iceland, and my phone was lying to me. So, Marian, I'm giving you only 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. And maybe just to mention that the name Icheduna is indigenous in Peso. Sometimes it's not somewhere in West Africa, but it is indigenous in Uganda and in particular, Ethiopia. So in the 2 minutes, I'll just use the 2 minutes to introduce the working group to this house. Like I mentioned, it's a long name, but it is integrated with water resource management, climate change, and environment thematic working group. Next. Well, just to say that it is one of the 6 thematic group under WASNET. We could probably skip the slide, as I already highlighted what this is about. But I think what is important to pick from this slide is our perspective as a thematic working group, and also to kind of chip into what's going to be discussed tonight. As a working group, we are looking at water from a perspective of the fact that it's a fundamental human right. But for us to view water that way, the fundamental human right to water can only be achieved if we think broadly by looking at water right in terms of protecting ecosystems. So it starts from the ecosystems. As you look at water flowing in the taps, it should trigger your mind to know that it's coming from somewhere. Even the rosary bottles before us, this water has a source. And how do we protect the sources so that we can achieve fully the sustainable human right to water? I think that message is quite important as we get into the next discussions. Next. Okay. Okay, so, some technical issues here. It is plastered, so I hope, okay. So, again, just very briefly, in terms of the working group, I'll mention that Article 19 of the WASNET Constitution gives us the mandate to actually consolidate our ideas and share our position. So I would like to thank the Secretariat and the board of the WASNET for providing us this space to advocate as a working group. But just to share a bit about our composition, we are led by an executive. So in terms of the composition, this is composed by the different subscribing organizations. So the executive is comprised of the chair, who is Join for Water, that I work for. And then we are deputized by International, and I know that they're in the house. Yes. And then our secretary is Initiatives for Climate Action, WICA. So we work together to coordinate a bigger group of organizations, including but not limited to IRC, Oxfam, Accord, and many others. And these are represented by their corporate office. Next. So what I want to end with is some kind of commitments that we hope to take up as a working group moving forward. I know from the discussions tonight, there are going to be more commitments from members in the House. But before that, we just want to indicate that as we're talking about data and progress, we would like to first start from a point of encouraging working group members to integrate water resource management, climate change, and environment into their plans and budget. It's only until then that we can be able to report on these issues. It's actually a challenge that we have, that we ask the CSOs that subscribe to the working group to report, but because they have not integrated this in the first place, this will not come out in the report. So that is quite important as a commitment on our side. Then through the Secretariat, we want to coordinate the members to report on these SDGs more intentionally. The tools are available. Ministry has the tools that we shared with Secretariat, and so we want to follow this up and ensure that we are reporting on this. The third point is for us to strengthen the collaboration with the regional coordinators. So beyond the thematic groups, we also have the regional coordinators, and that is where the action is taking place. How do we generate evidence there? So moving forward, we want to strengthen this as a working group. Last but not the least, we want to build citizen capacity in terms of empowering the agency in the communities, and this is going to enable downward accountability. For this community to be able to hold us accountable as working group members, they should be able to be aware of these issues before they can actually hold us accountable. And I think since yesterday, the issue around accountability, local participation, and for this matter, effective participation requires that they have the information, they are aware. So as a working group, these are the commitments that we highlight to work with moving forward. So I just want to end it at that. And from the discussions tonight, I know that the discussions are going to engage the House. I want to encourage you to freely share, point out the issues. Let's dig deep into these issues and ensure that we advocate for integrated water resources management, climate change and environment in the WASH sector. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much, Mariam. Though you took more than 2 minutes. That's what we had agreed. I just forgot to introduce one other person, and that person is a very special person, Lucy. Lucy is helping us with the sign language in this discussion, and Lucy is a teacher. Today is International Teachers Day, so give her a befitting round of applause. She teaches at the Ronaldo School for the Deaf. Thank you, Lucy. May I invite Mr. Albert Orijabo. I would request Mr. Commissioner to use 10 minutes to 15 so that we can be able to save time. Thank you. Okay. Yes. We need the PowerPoint assistance. Yeah, is the team ready? Yes, they are. Commissioner is requesting, is wondering how you plan your next to be able to follow the presentation. So I'm going to check out 6 on the opposite side. And some of the sit or two, yeah, so that you can be able to run through with it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon. As my colleagues, several panelists are taking up the seats, let me introduce myself. My name is Albert Orijabo, Assistant Commissioner with the Directorate of Water Resources Management, and also the Focal Point Officer for 6.5, which looks at IWRM and degree of transboundary cooperation. Now I'm just going to roughly run through the projects that we have made with reference to 6.51. For those of you who were there yesterday, again, this was a preamble, and I think Marion has also talked about it, the role of water in socioeconomic transformation. We are all talking about WASH, we are talking about the different components of the SDG 6, but they are all interconnected to each other with about different functions, ecosystem, pollution control. And if you look at our National Development Plan, government's aspirations to transform its society is heavily dependent on SDG 6 in itself. But SDG 6 has different targets, the 6 targets. 6.5 in itself now looks at how do we integrate amongst the different 6 targets. How do we integrate between, how do we ensure drinking water is okay? How do we ensure that wastes are disposed well? So 6.51 basically looks at integrating and coordinating between the different components and targets of SDG 6. Today's presentation is just looking at the progress of what we have achieved since 2017. This is the third year of reporting, the third reporting cycle. And this target looks at by 2030, we should have been able to implement integrated water resources management at all levels. So when we look at the different levels, we are looking at national levels, we are looking at the basin levels, we are looking at catchment level, local government level, at whatever level you are operating, whatever jurisdiction, how do we ensure that we can be able to
implement integrated water resources. So it's measured by the degree of integrated water resources management, measured as a statistic, a percentage, 0 up to 100. When I come to how it is computed. Similarly, 6.5 looks at the proportion of transboundary basin area with operational arrangement. But all notice that all Uganda's water resources are transboundary in nature. Even districts we share water between upstream, downstream districts. And what level of cooperation do we need? And what level to ensure that we can be able to sustainably use these resources. 6.6 complements, 6.5 complements 6.6. 6.6 looks at protection and restoring of water-related ecosystems, including mountains, forests, and what have you. And so 6.5 is 6.6 is excessively dependent. For you to ensure that your ecosystems are restored, you must be having a framework under which you can be able to coordinate the different stakeholders to harness these resources. So today I will not talk a lot about that, but I just wanted us to appreciate that if you implement IWRM, then you can be able to achieve all the other targets. You can be able to achieve 6.1, 6.2, and including 6.6. And it is measured through the change in the extent of water-related ecosystems over time. So how do we report this thing? IWRM is still relatively, it's been an old concept, but which has not really picked up. But if you look at the reporting framework, of course, is there a mirror there? Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so of course, the custodian agency is the United Nations Environment Program that communicates. 2023, this particular year, is a reporting year. The last one was 2020, and before that was 2017. We already have the country, the national countries, the countries have already assigned the focal point officers. We have the overall goal 6 focal point, I think you discussed yesterday. So for each of the targets, 6.1 to 6.6, we have focal points, and I'm the focal point for 6.5. There is a tool that we use, and stakeholders will discuss the results of this tool to generate consensus. And after that, we make a final report. And based on the report, we can now be able to see what kind of priority actions do we need. What, based on the survey results, what are the priorities, what activities do we need to implement and to achieve the target of 6.5. The indicator basically is a survey. There is a tool that we have, but it looks at 4 components of integrated water resources management globally. The first looks at the enabling environment. What are the laws? Are there laws? Are there policies? Do we have plans to promote integrated water resources management at the different levels, at the national level, at the catchment level, at the district level? An enabling environment is very important because it sets the agenda. You have to operate within a legal framework. There should be policy. We should have strategies. We should be having plans. So the first component looks at the enabling environment. The second component looks at the institutions and participation. What can we have the relevant institutions to implement IWRM? Again, at the different levels, at the national, at the catchment. At the local government level, what kind of institutional mechanisms do we need to implement IWRM? Is there cross-sectoral collaboration? What capacity development initiatives do we have at the different levels for implementing IWRM? Are we considering cross-cutting issues, for example, gender, vulnerable people, stakeholders, etc.? The third component that is looked at looks at the management instruments. Water resources and environment management is a science. And for you to implement science, you need data. What kind of scientific data do we have? Are the river basins gauged? Do we have information about the groundwater aquifers? Are we monitoring them? What kind of management programs do we have? And knowledge sharing protocols are there? And the final
component is the financing. Are we financing? Are we walking the talk? Are we appropriating money? So these are the 4 components that are usually surveyed within the reporting period. The survey tool has about 33 questions, and respondents go through these questions, and then we look at the averages. So again, for each component, we have different questions. Enabling environment has, I think, 7 questions. Institutions has 12 questions. So each respondent will be able to score depending on their understanding and perceptions of IWRM. And then this comes to the National Secretariat, where we can now compile and aggregate the total score for IWRM. This is an example of the survey question. I will not go through it, but it looks, if you look at, for example, enabling environment, one of the typical questions they're asking is, what are their policies at the national level? And the thresholds give you what kind of marks you should be able to give, which you're going to give in that yellow score. So if you, as the respondent, you imagine that their policies, they actually exist and they're consistently achieved, then you will score 80. If for one reason or another, you imagine that the policy and the legislative regime for IWRM is lacking in the country, then you will score very low, 8, 10. These will be combined together to provide a national average for example, question 1.1. So each question we shall get a national average based on the respondents that we have had. But on top of scoring, we'll also expect you to justify your answers. What kind of, why would you think that there does not exist a policy? Probably you don't know that it exists. And what would you prefer for government to do as far as policy and laws are done? So this goes through all the components, it goes through the institutions, it goes through financing, and looks at the different levels, at the national level and at the lower level. This is just an example of the tool. That's how we calculate the eventual score. So each respondent score, statistically, we shall come up with what we call the country average that I am going to share with you. The timelines for 2023, this is a reporting year. We're already late. We should be quality assuring the final report. We've had some delays left, right, and center, but I think we are rolling out the process. We are looking for opportunities like this to notify stakeholders so that we can be able to roll it out. Progress. We have done this for 2 times, 2017 and 2020. And as you can see, 2017, that is in blue, our average was 45. So enabling environment scored, the lowest was finance by 2017 reporting period. 2020 reporting period, the national average has climbed up to about 60%, and the different, you can see a successive increment in the components that the tool actually measures. I'll dwell into those in details. How are we doing globally? 2020, our national average is about 60%, but the global average currently is about 54%. And according to UNEP, 107 countries are not on track to be able to achieve the IWRM target. This is 2023. We have 7 years left, so we need to up our game. We need to double our efforts to ensure that from our average, we can be able to hit 100%. I would like to go into a little brief about the components. How did we arrive at 60%? And if you look at institutions and participation, those are the average scores. But the list under institutions and participation was the participation of vulnerable groups in water resources planning and management. All the respondents reported that we do not have a framework, we do not have the tools to include vulnerable groups when we are doing our water resources planning. One problem, vulnerable groups do not have a constituency. If we look at component under management instruments. The list scored was on aquifer management. Respondents said groundwater is a major source of water supply in the rural areas, but we do not know how much groundwater we have. We do not monitor the groundwater. We do not have the tools. And so we think it should be important that stakeholders would impress themselves. Issues of drying borehole, drying wells, people are talking about O&M frameworks. It could be because we do not have the instruments to monitor groundwater comprehensively across the country. Enabling environment, the list score again was there. It was based on basin and aquifer management plans. So you can see consistency. The plans are lacking in certain areas. And so these are intervention areas that we as the stakeholders need to do. And finally, in financing, that is 2020. Under financing, areas where we scored low were issues to do with revenues raised for IWRA. What happens? Do we raise any revenues? If we raise revenues, where does it go? Does it go to the consolidated fund? Can we use it at source? And then financing for transboundary cooperation was also an area where Uganda scored low. So as I wind up, what were the general comments? Like after that, we consolidate the general comments, and I tried to lump them up. I couldn't get all of them, but respondents talked about awareness, lack of awareness. Yes, there are policies, there are laws, there are strategies, there are operational guidelines, there are catchment management plans, but people do not know about them. Many people do not know about them. Awareness is lacking, especially at the local governments and among the stakeholder categories. So the second issue was cost coordination. It has come up throughout since we opened. Between and among the different stakeholders, we still operate in silos, capacity at all levels, retooling, training, and there's the need through capacity building initiative to bridge the gap between IWRIM and WASH. All the presentations about WASH, you could notice that they have not even appropriated any funds to address the water resource component. We're talking about the supply chain, sanitation, infrastructure, but trying to address the WASH, the water resources component, is still a challenge. Another comment was access to data and information, water resources, water and natural resources, and climate data, meteorological information, rainfall, etc. Access to it is a challenge. Actually, some members said that the custodial institutions are excessively bureaucratic. So it's very difficult to make that things. High dependency, high poverty. Our communities depend highly on these resources. And if we do not have national diversification options, then the steps that we make will all come down. Compliance and enforcement, environment police force, district local governments, enforcement entities, NFA, NEMA, etc., are all probably underfinanced. And of course, with financing, the proposals were, why don't you explore innovative financing mechanisms, public-private partnerships, payment for ecosystems, tax waivers, incentives, retentions of revenue at source, climate financing, etc., etc. And also look at ongoing government programs. The PDM, how can we take advantage of the PDM to promote IWRM across? But not always bad. What worked well? Since 2017 to 2020, the progress, of course, was a promotion of this catchment-based water resources management, preparation of those micro-catchment plans, the sector has prepared a lot of guidelines, operational documents to guide IWRM implementation. For our colleagues who are in WASH, we already have what we call the water source protection plans, guidelines that you could be able to use to ensure that you boost the sustainability of your resources. We have institutional reforms. We have formed management structures and within the catchments to support us. Within those periods, there was a lot of financing secured from various development partners. Eureka was from Adaptation Fund, Danida, FAO, World Bank, NUSAF, etc., who are all promoting IWRM in their interventions, and they are implementing a lot of the activities. But we also have a lot of partners that have come on board that are implementing these things. There's awareness after that, mobilization and capacity building through, for example, the Uganda Water and Environment Week. We have the Water Resources Institute. Right now, we have the Nile Basin Development Forum that is running different programs to promote IWRM and supporting local governments to incorporate CMPs, the catchment management plans, in their district development plans. In conclusions, ladies and gentlemen, the survey tool and the monitoring exercise, it provides an opportunity to identify which components of IWRM are lagging behind. For example, under policy and enabling environment, we can now pinpoint that the problem is probably dissemination. The problem is a gap. The problem is obsolete laws. And that is where our colleagues from Parliament could be able to say, if it is the legal framework, what should we do about it? If it is awareness, what could we do? Do we have NGOs that are doing advocacy? How can they help us to do that? Progress has been achieved through the promotion of catchment planning. IWRM is operationalized through catchment planning. And there's a lot that we have done, which has significantly raised awareness. Information sharing should be enhanced. In conclusion, to capture the actual degree. We are reporting 60%, but it could be more than that because we know a lot of partners who are not giving us information, especially on financing. It was difficult to capture financing information for IWRM. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, opportunities exist to address the challenges. We are very optimistic. We are forward-looking, and to also upscale the achievements. The ministry already has the regional structures. We have improved coordination. This is one of the opportunities that we are already sharing information. Resource mobilization has gone up. The Water Resources Institute has a lot of capacity building programs. So all in all, I would like to conclude that I think this is good. This reporting year 2023, we request, this is an appeal to ensure that as many of you participate in this reporting exercise, look at the tool so that we can be able to report, identify the challenges and be able to report the actual realities that reflect. Thank you so much. Sorry, I fixed it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orojago. Mr. Commissioner, you know you're available. I'll request you to come back and take up a seat there. And let me request my partner to come back. Mr. Orojago, Ugandans have given him a responsibility to be the one answering these questions. The good thing is that he scores himself and says, I think this is good. So I think that's a good place for us to begin a conversation. This is a fireside chat, a fire chat. You know how those happen in the villages. Many of you living in cities nowadays have no opportunity to have a fireside chat, but let's try and do you have a microphone on each of those tables? These are those desks. We have only one microphone. Can I get a second microphone, if possible? Give me a second microphone. So that we keep one with Mr. Yachara and Wickman and Mr. Sharon on this side. Let me start with Parliament, West Budama. That's the question. We're discussing SDG 6.51, SDG 6.6, and the commissioner told us they work together. We can't achieve one without the others working. Oh, thank you. And Honorable, you see, there's what we capture in the report. Commissioner has just shared. There is the reality that you saw as we did from the constituency, Parliament. We're talking about integrated water management, the water resources management, environment and climate change issues. But things, it's a bit. How are things looking?
Your question and good afternoon, all participants, my fellow panelists. I've already been introduced. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Otala. I'm the Member of Parliament for West Budama South Constituency in Toro District, and I chair the Parliamentary Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. And Charles has posed a question to me that from the perspective of a parliamentarian, how are things in terms of integrated water management? If I'm driving from the constituency, from my constituency in Tororo, coming to Kampala, what do I see? What I see, first of all, is that I want to recognize the presentation of the Assistant Commissioner, who has ably demonstrated to us what the UN expects of us in terms of integrating water and environmental issues and implementing them in accordance with the SDG goals. But what we see on the ground is that one, our population is outstripping the environment and other related resources. You find that whereas we should be pursuing development concurrently with environmental conservation, but I am afraid that the population is growing very, very fast, that it is outstripping the environmental resources. And so you find that people are now grossly degrading our wetlands. In Bukedi, where I come from, everybody is cultivating in the environment, and I don't blame them as a legislator, because in my constituency, an individual owns a quarter an acre of land, and this person must survive on this small piece of land. That is the greatest challenge we have. Secondly, basing on what the Assistant Commissioner presented, I must immediately say that...
Can I just interject there?
Yes.
This is what our people are doing. There's also what we are doing as part of our people. There is your constituent in West Budama who has a quarter an acre of land and they must grow in that area. Not very long ago, we saw an experience. I think a minister issued a directive. Someone went with a mower, slashed down rice fields. But then people who drive toward Masaka see a different experience. And I'm wondering from a legislative perspective, what you see as your responsibility to harmonize the two. There is some Mudama somewhere when the growing yams in the what is like a wetland, and the local authority that is trying to stop them. But there is also an honorable Tala who is filling the swamp somewhere in the outskirts of Kampala with Maram. So what is the gap there?
Thank you very much for seeking that clarification, Charles. The gap there is that whereas the commissioner painted a very good picture, we have very good policies and legislations in place. What is also true is that Ugandans are known for having very good policies and legislations on the shelves, but implementation of those policies are the problem. And I want to throw that challenge back to my commissioner that for us as Parliament, we are supposed to, after making policies and legislations, implementation is basically the work of the executive. And unfortunately, in this country, compared to other countries, developed countries where I have been to, where you find that the civil servants implement policies and legislations to the spirit and to the letter, what is lacking in our civil service is the stamina to stand up to authorities and say, this is what is provided for, we are going to implement it to the letter and to the spirit. That ties very, very well with the seemingly lack of commitment, political will at our level to implement those policies.
One of the panelists there wants to make an interjection.
Okay.
Yes, let's have it.
Thank you very much, Charles. Mine is a different view from what you said to your question. I think I don't even to be at the top level. I want us to look at this room. And the presenter said also which is youth. Now, how many university students did we invite for this? We have almost like 6 universities in Kampala. Some of them are actually studying this. And we seem to be talking to ourselves. If we want to change, we need to begin moving out of our comfort zone to talk to those who don't understand it. I need also to ask.
That makes the assumption that we understand it.
That's the assumption
that who are here understand
it,
which may not be actually true.
But also, I want to see the youth, the universities are here, because that's where we need to change. And the numbers. Go and ask the border guys who have degrees. Now, let me go back to the panel. And that's why I'm saying mine is a little bit different from here. We need to take responsibility, each one of us individually, from the top to the bottom. I take a choice to go, and I'm talking about the urban areas, to go and down. Even waste management itself. The plastics don't carry themselves to the swamps. I don't have that. So there's a responsibility. I'm not expecting police to police me to be my own source garbage sorting. Now, I want to go back to you who was raising the issue of we have policies that we implement. Yes, that is true. The Commission raised it a little bit, but the scorecard, we seem to be a little bit okay. Now, the silos which you also mentioned, even at this level, when you think about the civil society in this voice, we're still in silos. We come from the Uganda Kingdom. If you ask me how many of the civil society in this field are working in the kingdom, I have no clue. I think who was also here yesterday. I'm asking this, how many are operating the benefits? We sit with them and say, this is the grand strategy, which is out for 5 years, and underwater, this is what Uganda is looking at. I don't even have that information, which is true, Commissioner. You will not be sharing the basic information. That you can't be it.
The collaboration between the Uganda Kingdom, Soga, and the others on this particular issue.
Restoration. And forest workers, forest, or what, but that is at our own level. And you us. You should understand, and we want you to engage. But my point is, well, let's get involved. Because of the very majority here. It's a change from the limitation to action. We need to engage in the
Agricultural institution, you have quite a lot of leverage on the people in the kingdom. You have vibrant groups. For example, is a very vibrant group. How much are you leveraging those to discuss these issues?
I think we are, if you follow like this week, this week for Uganda is Village week, and it's known in the calendar. Every year, October 1st up to the 8th is Village, which means we're actually talking about the water and everything is accessibility. What is the talking know-how? How what we're talking about ourselves as the structures. We want the technocrats, the experts here to join us. We want the commissioner to talk to us. The commissioners that are so department industry. We're getting a little bit on the CBD side, but slow. What we did and open discussion after this presentation, the presentation, let's begin looking at action plans. Say what's required for how can we interpret it? So make it a little bit simple for us also when we go and we can talk to those who can influence change.
Thank you. A quick one. What commitment are you making as someone coming from a cultural institution?
The commitment here, the fact that I'm here and also the minister in charge of water was here, it means that we are open arms, we're saying and those are open. Capacity building for the grassroots and even structures come from the so it means that and if you notice that the shuffle, initially we didn't have water as a compliant. Now the portfolio says Minister of Water. So these are the importance with that.
Mr. Triachira, let me come to you. Thank you very much. Mr. Triachira, 6.6 protect and restore water-related ecosystems, including mountains, forests, wetlands, rivers, and aquifers. And the commissioner said we are not monitoring aquifers. We had some reports about what's happening up the Rwenzori. The ice cap is melting and disappearing. I don't know how many Uganda folks are dying. Was an effort to restore it. It had died, but the effort was starting from Marara, in Marara City, where the evidence of its death was apparent, not in where it originates from. The projects being done around, it's raining a little bit, and whether it's wet or otherwise, someone told me, but may put react this time on because the was released and yesterday. But River Nyamwamba, River Mpanga, that's running for Poko City. I don't know how lecture is going and its leaders. Where you sit as a civil society actor, average 60% score. Is that correct, Mr. Commissioner? 60%? Yes. 60%. It looks impressive. Above average, 107 countries are likely not to are underperforming. 107 it was highlighted in red. It's danger. I don't know if that was but from where we sit, are we speaking truth to ourselves and to each other?
Well, thank you so much, Chris, for the record. My name is Robert Triachira. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Environment Shield and also coordinate environmental defenders in this country, which brings together environmental human rights defenders and activists. So my entry point is purely from a human rights-based approach. And I felt that even before I go to your question, Charles, allow me just in a second, comment about what Honorable said when he threw the responsibility back to the commission, and also when the school year has to still not only the commissioner but all of us, because the issues that we are looking at, yes, our government is the part of the era, but all of us as citizens also have a very big role to play to ensure that we actually realize some of the aspirations. So it comes back as citizens and society, as public sector, as all of us as individuals. So about the 60%, I think that there is something magical about 60%. You know, recently, the Ministry of Finance received the certificate of the budget performance of the climate response, and also 60%. But with that, I found that out of the areas that are supposed to be assessed, only 3 areas have been assessed, and 60% of the performance. So the sample about 60%. But the first position was very, from where I see it, the rate is different. Because number one, as a local society, yes, we, as I said, are around the rules and the regulatory, but we would like to achieve the responsibility and that goes at the end of the constitution. Service delivery and government the police so the selection in the country. So for me, what we have just highlighted, the study of River Easy, River Banga, River these sports, what's in River Banga, what has been happening in the countries for me, it's a more challenging to see that we look at these issues like issues of service delivery from a world like privilege, like I think they are just being as just as a privilege, not as a right. So when we look at, of course, the name of the resources, every person has a cleanliness environment. So I want to look at how do we ensure that we really actually, ensure that the sustainable use of our water resources, our wetlands. Because we've given a classical example of the challenge we find that where a local person is actually found some permissible work in the land, just doing some simple farming of small basket of rice or something, it's actually, out with a very strong force. But when we see the big boys, the big fish, wetlands, they're actually not touched. So it's something very critical that we need to really interrogate. But also, the big boys and girls. It's really very critical. But also, let me also speak to the issue of the commission has highlighted that actually when it comes to issues of the presence of a legal framework. And I want to agree with them that we actually bring right there. But also, because we look at the National Environment Act, for example, in Section 5, which talks about environmental governance, it actually provides that every development project must ensure there is an environmental and social impact assessment, that we must ensure that every project we are going to carry out, it must bear a certificate. But just between me and you, this is usually just done as the best activities. They work on the ground. Actually, they want for this, the consideration, things. So you realize that at the area of enforcement, there's a bit of laxity, and we actually are hopeful that by the establishment of the environment police will actually strengthen the enforcement. That hasn't happened. But look at also, for example, the National Climate Change Act, which was Uganda was one of the first countries to pass that act, the Paris Agreement. As well as in 2021, even up to now, we don't have even regulations for its implementation. So it's like that there's a bit of laxity on the part of, how we respond some of these issues. In actual sense, they actually affect and directly reach our people. Let's try an integrated approach. And I like this thing because it speaks to what we are supposed to be doing as opposed to what actually we are doing. What we are supposed to be doing, for example, you look at the technology of the development model. Just look at how much money we are putting in the development model, which is actually very good model. It is aimed at 90% of our entire cash economy. What are we going to ensure in some of these issues of environment and climate change? How are we going to educate about this? Because what we achieved from the public plan, we need to run this plan. So we need to ensure that as we reach the people on the parish level, to also teach them, because they are the ones who are affected the most by this climate-related disasters. So aspects of ecological restoration, aspects of sustainable use of our water and water.
Yes, I'm uncomfortable sometimes when in discussions like this, we create a dichotomy of them and us.
Actually, I was coming to that.
Yes, because them, if I get the meaning of them, are not feeling our our channels, river channels and swamps with plastic bottles. We're the ones drinking this.
Yes.
Bottled water. I was watching a video of the lady in Nigeria who's done an amazing job. Car tires, processing them to produce material for making roads. And we're the ones driving the cars. We're the ones who are picking plastic bags from all of these supermarkets. There's a plastic bag for this bottle, a plastic bag for what is things they buy for children? Pringles, whatever they put. Every little thing is carried in some plastic bag. And I do not know from the people on the panel, that should wait for an answer. How many knows where their garbage goes after it gets out of the gate? How many of you know where the garbage goes after it gets out of the gate? Do you know?
Sorry, I don't know, but you come and
Commissioner, do you know?
I know it goes to a landfill in Entebbe, but I haven't been there.
There's another place in Chelsea, which is also one of it goes.
Yes. At least I know it does, it goes. And one of the things that we're doing at local level, when we have the street things, we do at source garbage sorting. That at least I know where it's going.
Anybody know where it goes? Where it goes?
Charles, actually, I've moved around and seen the piles and piles of garbage in Chitezi and also other places.
Let me ask you,
when you
where it goes?
No, where am I?
Let me ask another related question.
Yes.
Are you actually sure, for people, not for you, because for you don't know, the people who know, are you actually sure that when garbage leaves the gate, it actually goes where you think it goes? I'm not sure. What does that mean? In an integrated ecosystem, what does that mean? The ecosystem is responsible for monitoring that ecosystem.
The institutional framework, the institution that is supposed to be the ones to actually follow.
Which are those institutions?
For example, like memory, for example, like the case, they handle those things.
Where is the gap?
Actually, Charles, I don't want to agree with him. And he has just reminded me what I missed. What the commissioner said, it doesn't have constituency. And that is where we go wrong. Because the minute you put something and say, this is what government is supposed to do, it's government. Even at the local level, also is a government. Even at my home, I'm government to review the structures. So until we answer that question, which to your question is, no, it means there are gaps. So how do we address those gaps? That if we don't know where the garbage ends up, and some of this garbage is not even supposed to be go to the landfill, if we're managing it well. So what is the solution? It means the awareness that I talked about, we need to up the game.
Okay, that's the microphone to the member of parliament.
Charles, I want to agree with my colleagues who said earlier on that the responsibility of protecting our environment is our own responsibility. Each one of us has a role to play, and that we need a critical mass of people speaking the same language on how to protect the environment. But I cannot fall short of pointing out that there must be leadership. Somebody must provide leadership and show people the way, the right thing to do. Management of water and environment is a science. And that is why I was throwing the responsibility back to my commissioner. To say, you posed the first question, what do I see when I'm driving from my constituency to Kampala? I see so many plantations of majorly eucalyptus and pine everywhere. In wetlands, I see destruction of wetlands. I see factories being developed. The responsibility of showing the people the way is the responsibility of the ministry, of the people in leadership, including ourselves in parliament, that we must guide the population that this is the right path to take. The commissioner must be able to tell the citizens of this country
that one eucalyptus tree, when it is mature, it is consuming over 20 liters of water per day. And so it is depleting the aquifer. And so within the next 50 years, we are going to be having deserts.
What does the commissioner do? What does the commissioner do when the people he's supposed to tell become your constituents and your voters?
You see, that is where we need true leadership. But the commissioners, and I give a comparison, that in other developed countries, a commissioner is supposed to stand up and to whatever authority and say, this is the law. I'm supposed to make the following regulations. I am member, for example, and I'm supposed to implement this law that Parliament made to the letter and to the spirit. And they stand up to it. You've seen what is happening in America. Even the civil servants there can challenge Trump and challenge whoever. So there are systems, and we need to nurture those systems and provide true leadership to this country.
One of the indicators that the commission admitted scored very clearly is the indicator. If you could keep the microphone with the minister for just a minute, is the question of financing. You did the appropriation in Parliament. I have done a check, I will not give the numbers here. Money available to district environment officers sufficient to drive your car from West Budama South constituency to Parliament and go back. Annual allocation. Sometime back there was a media moment. Government introduced environment police. I have been looking for them. I haven't seen them. I don't know, Mr. Commissioner, where they are. How do you deal with the question of that key resource to allow the district environment officer move and do the monitoring and implement as you're demanding?
Thank you, Charles, for that question. And you've brought me to one of our core mandate of appropriation. But I want to clarify that appropriation does not mean that the Parliament makes the budget. Parliament appropriates. We basically scrutinize what the executive has made. You gave the executive powers to run this country. They are the ones who know the resource envelope available to them. So what they do, they say, Minister of Water, this is a cross-cutting ministry. There is no department or agency of government that does not need water. Water is a cross-cutting entity. And now with our programmatic planning, every ministry must take care of that need. Whether it is agriculture, water for production, whether it is health, this is one resource that you cannot substitute with any other thing. And so, in the wisdom of the executive, that is an independent arm of government, different from the legislature. They make the budget. After they have made, the
fortunate opportunity we have is that you have once belonged to that executive. So put that experience and share it with us.
Yes.
Where things go wrong.
So now, the executive make the budget. And of course, they base on priorities. They are competing priorities. And of course, you cut your coat according to your cloth. So they allocate. After they have allocated, they bring for us in Parliament to scrutinize. And we scrutinize, sometimes we end up arm twisting each other. We say, no, we need money to go to the districts where there are environmental officers, to monitor the forests that are being depleted, to plant new trees, to protect our wetlands, etc., etc. You have allocated so little. In our appropriation role, we say, but we see that you are spending so much on buying cars. We are cutting so much from cars and putting it to real implementation, what will touch the lives of the citizens, the ordinary citizens of Uganda. And that's what we do in appropriation. It's not that we are the ones who make the budget. The budget is already made, but we scrutinize and try to see where should the priority. Do we agree with the priority of the executive? Can we change it?
Okay. Let me bring in the commissioner briefly, and then I want to come to the audience to ask some questions and remind our audience in-house here that we have an online audience that are following this discussion. The technical team could pick one or two questions or comments from them if they're available. And if you're following us online, please share your views and comments about the discussion. I don't want to stretch this longer. Mr. Commissioner, everybody has been kicking the ball and somehow it's ending up back in your quarters. I don't know what you would say in your defense. What is not happening from where you sit. And let me just add one small thing. Technical people approve the building of these factories in wetlands. If you drive along Kampala, Mitiana, Mubende, Kegegwa, Chenjojo Road, I think up to around a bit of Chenjojo district, there are not less than 17 factories that are processing plywood. I have been asking myself the question on the sustainability of that harvest, the environment. I know, yes, they are largely harvesting eucalyptus. We can discuss its merits and demerits. I think the same situation will be available along Masaka Road. The people harvesting sand from Luera, the mega factories and plantations for rice along that same road, the many factories that are emerging, whether you take Gayaza Road, Hoima Road, Bembo Road, out of Kampala, or Jinja Road, all the way up to Jinja and beyond. Someone approves that process. Someone is supposed to monitor what they're doing. Someone is supposed to know the effluent moves and how it impacts the integrated environment. And of course, we don't need to belabor the fact that if you have a depleted forest cover, the ecosystem is cut. If the rivers and waterways are choked with garbage, with plastic, the swamps will starve. And that's how the ecosystem works. So where do we point a finger? And then we shouldn't be accounting to, I don't think we should be accounting to the UN. We should be accounting to the people of Uganda and future generations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Quite interesting. But I think one thing probably we ought to realize, even when we're in these discussions, we're talking about sustainable utilization of resources. They're not saying a big no. Do not cut a tree. Do not this, because we need timber for the construction industry. We need the wetlands play a vital role, but at the same time, there can be guidelines that support sustainable utilization. So I think the narrative that there's how come there's something happening here and not there probably needs to be revisited. It's about sustainable utilization of the resources. How do you balance development? How do you balance livelihoods without compromising ecosystems for these generations? That's one. And then secondly, I think of late you could have realized the high political will. The president has made a lot of pronouncements on wetlands, provided directed evictions of illegal occupants of wetlands, of certain vital ecosystems, etc. So issues of sand mining, I would like to believe that the National Environment Management Authority, sand is a construction material that at the moment we can't do. But how do we still get it without that? So, one, there's a political pronouncement right now at the highest level, and then two, we need the conversation, the discussion should be on how do we sustainably utilize these resources. It's not like don't do, but
within a certain framework of guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kasani is the one who has been telling us avoid eating this food, avoid eating this. I need to draw the audience into this conversation. Let me have a pick of about 3 questions or comments. Kindly introduce yourself and shoot your question. Don't give a presentation from the audience because I have overshot my time. Let me start with the gentleman here. I think you put your hand up first. Charles is going to help me get your microphone. You could borrow one from Honorable Tala.
The moderator, thank you very much. And the panelists, my name is Christopher Tsime. And mine is really directly going to the Honorable Member of Parliament. As CSOs implementing protection and conservation of water resources, we are realizing that there is a gap institution arrangement. There used to be local environment committees in the National Environment Act, and this would work hand in hand with the district environment committees. We understand that the National Environment Act 2019 is lacking this, and we have CSOs previously worked with the local environment committees. For instance, in Kamwenga and Kitagwenda, there has been restoration of River Mpanga about 30 kilometers, but that would definitely require us to put in a fee here or there. But we are realizing that the new National Environment Act 2019 is talking about district environment committees, whose composition has the CAOs, the MPs, and LOC5 chairpersons. Of course, government is already taking the PDM approach. We don't know how that composition of the new environment committee at the district level will really have impact at the local level where we are operating. So we are kind of requesting that if the
Christopher, don't request government, ask government.
Yes, we are asking the government, the Commission of Parliament, that and it's one of them restated. The first one is on financing. Just like you stated previously, we have found out that the district natural resources offices are getting very about 3.5 with 5 units per quarter, and the environment office are getting about 700,000 shillings to do the implementation in 3 months and even the monitoring. So this we are wondering if it is possible to have this budget looked at and maybe the plowing back of the resources or the money that is from natural resources. You understand, for instance, in Kamwenga, they
will not let you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please take note of my concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Evan? There's a gentleman there. Please don't go to Sime's way. Ask your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Norman Otim. I work with Water Mission Uganda. Water Mission is the UNHCR implementing partner for WASH in the West Nile refugee settlements. I do not have a question per se, but I have just a brief comment I want to make, especially in regard to climate change. We know we are talking about integrated water resources management. And as we speak right now, there is a monster of climate change that is ravaging the resources that we have in the country. My appeal to the government and the CSOs who are in this forum is that we need to build synergy around protecting the natural buffers that we have, such as the wetlands and the forest. Because the forest, as we know, they act as carbon sinks, and we have carbon emissions that are still happening in our country. Uganda has not yet reported on its net zero commitment to the Conference of the Parties that was made in the 2015. So to government to intensify awareness around climate change, because as we know right now, climate change has remained a preserved to the elite. And that's deep down there in the village, that's not know much about climate change. I need to get talking about acceleration to 2030.
Thank you.
And the government translate the climate change literature in every possible language in this country and disseminate to the grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a hand here, the lady.
Thank you so much. I'm called Florence Ringe. I'm the director of Prince of Peace, commonly known as Popo. Mine is not a question, but rather suggestions or recommendations. But I want to first of all begin by thanking the panelist, Madam. Thank you for your observation. If all of us were trending this discussion to the way she is looking at it, then that is a sustainable reasoning. Now, three things have come up from yesterday. One of it is issues of water quality. They are contaminated, issues of financing. I want to say this. I want to agree that we are speaking to ourselves. These waters are not contaminated by anybody. We are the one who contaminate it. And as we walk, indeed, we see and we smell the garbage. Now, the question that I would want to, a suggestion I would want to make in this kind of meetings next time, let's have the right people. Who are the people polluting these waters? And how can we engage them? Because if we engage them, they will go and implement directly. If you look at, let's identify the hotspots, the markets, the trading centers, and then we see the garbage. Who are the leadership around those polluted areas? Let's engage them in this meeting because they'll go back and translate these messages directly. That's one thing I want to say. And then the other is, let's leave this place with what to do, action points, as you said. We've talked a lot of the things, and we shall talk them on. They're not new. And I want to say, let's get the strategies on how we should respond to some of these issues we are responding to as CSOs, as the USNet, as the government line departments, and as a ministry. Let's identify them from here, and then we say, okay, what are the key issues? What are the hotspots? Who should do what? How should we do it and when? I think we should do this. We are able to mitigate these problems because it's our communities. If we go to the leadership that the Honorable Member of Parliament is saying, leadership trickles down from LC1 at the community level to LC5. And they are all responsible to this. When you come to the line ministry, you have a parish chief up to the cow, responsible to the same thing. You come to the parliament, we are the solution to these problems. Let's identify the issues, let's define strategies, working strategies, and then assign ourselves on how we are going to do them, when we are going to do them, and who is going to be there to monitor, who is going to be there to give feedback. And finally, this kind of meeting, I will recommend to ROSNET and to the ministries, begin them from the districts, okay? First, come and evaluate these issues we're talking about per district. If you walk to Mbale town, just at the city center, you see this rubbish. We have the town mayors. So let's start these meetings from the respective districts. See the real issues there. Identify the potential people who can address such issues in all sectors. Then we bring those issues up with the rightful people, and then we go back and address that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that comment. We have a comment from Asinde Rejan. She's from Herwaland, Environmental Rights Watch Africa, a non-profit based in Tororo district. And she says, it is true that increasing population has put pressure on available natural resources. This is why it is key that communities are empowered to both adapt and mitigate the effects of some of their activities, especially in relation to water management. In West Budama, for example, the widespread establishment of eucalyptus plantations in wetlands is fast depleting the underground water aquifers, given that the eucalyptus tree is a huge water guzzler. This is depleting the water table at a very fast rate, and it needs to be regulated to prevent further depletion. She adds and says, If the government is really concerned about wetlands and biodiversity conservation, why does NEMA give licenses to investors to establish industrial parks in the wetlands? Across the country, all industrial parks have been established in wetlands. Why? The president's directions, are the president's directions not valid in Uganda? If they really hold water, why is it that the same government promoting activities that destroy the wetlands, for example, giving farmers paddy rice seeds, synthetic fertilizers, and pesticides to grow in wetlands? Mr. Commissioner, that's for you.
Is that now or?
Yes, now.
Okay. Of course, I think what Regina is noting is the seemingly contradicting and conflicting directives between different government agencies and entities. And I think I pointed out that one of the challenges have been coordination. If you're talking about seeds for paddy rice, I think I want to believe that that is under MAIF. And we are also in the same program, agro-industrialization with MAIF. And in the same program, we are trying to protect ecosystems and what have you. So this could be realistic challenges that we are facing at the moment, and probably things that we need to iron out.
Honorable, would you like to pick that up? Regina's question, she's in West Budama.
I specifically know that Regina comes from my constituency, and that is where she operates from. And I cannot upload her voice much further than I've stated. Indeed, it is true. And that's why I thought that the scientists, the technocrats, should be able to guide this country. For example, what are the appropriate tree species for us to be planting at this time round, when we are all aware of climate change effects? So should we be continuing, should the ministry continue to promote the plantation of eucalyptus, of pine in large acreages, or there could be alternative tree species that you, from your scientific knowledge, you should be able to guide this country? And so really, I think Regina is spot on in raising this issue because it is a known fact. People have talked about how much water eucalyptus draws. And quite often, you find that despite our knowledge, we are swayed by short-term gains. And so that is where
the Commissioner said we need to balance the demands of development. We are the same people who are doing construction every other day. And we need to satisfy that need. How do we satisfy it? Where do you strike the balance?
So that is why I'm saying we can promote good tree species that grow faster, but they are not water guzzlers as stated. But also, what are the new technologies for us to adopt? Human beings are generally very, very static. They are resistant to change. But if we are sensitized and given adequate knowledge, then we can have a critical mass of people speaking the same language. And that is why I agree with my colleague from Buganda Kingdom, that we should have invited, who are we targeting for now and for the future?
Thank you.
If we left out the students, if we left out other stakeholders who should have been invited to this conference so that they are enlightened, then we are talking to ourselves, people who seem to be.
If you can, and I'm going to request all the panelists to make a commitment, but do you think there is something, there is a gap in the legislation? Many scattered laws talking about so many different things, but don't seem to fix the problem. And what, from your perspective, I mean, from where you sit as a member of parliament, what can you do in the circumstances?
Thank you, Charles. I want to summarize that Uganda is not short of appropriate laws and policies, as already highlighted by the Commissioner. Some of them, like Climate Change Act, we were one of the first countries to legislate on them and pass these legislations. But the problem, like I've stated, the problem is implementation, including making the necessary legislations. Because for us as Parliament, we make the bigger legislations. Then the ministries must go down and operationalize those laws by making regulations. So
that answers Christopher's question.
Yes, if there is a need for amendment, we shall definitely give you an opportunity. You can come, present to my committee, and then we see the justification that actually there is a lacuna or we need to amend any legislation.
I see that as a commitment from the Member of Parliament.
Yes.
Thank you. My
Mark and your commitment.
In my concluding remarks, in 3 areas. The sustainability that the Commission talked about, and also the inclusivity. Now, when I'm talking about the management and sustainability, for example, in Kampala and most of the urban areas, some of these were about climate change, but some of these are induced climate, self-inflicted ones. So the stormwater management, for example, in Kampala, where does this water go? How are we planning for it? And this is something I need, not now, but the technocrats here, the members of Parliament, and the urban planners to look at. That is zone which my friend talked about. My area, for example, Lake Wambala, that is the problem. Zone is going to implement and it's not only but all other bodies around. Then the catchment areas, these are depleted and polluted by plastics, but also toxic. Up to the level, but producing chemicals. So we need also to bring in here the chemicals. And this is what I was talking about. Can we be inclusive when we are inviting people? So that we listen. I must say, this is something I want to appeal to the audience. So every other person, then let's be inclusive enough, get the people with disability in the room, get more people that are concerned, because climate change affects more. Small companies should be here, the manufacturers. When you say what is life, so we have the leadership there, so that we're coming up with opportunities to tell them how to stand.
Thank you.
And one thing in this thank you so much.
Thank you. Robert?
Thank you so much, Charles. I salute Ndugu Honorable Cyrus Ogon, one of the leading voices for WASH. Was just awarded. Thank you so much. Just speaking about inclusivity, I read the latest report that talks about the fishing community, which is over 75% of the people in the fishing community are youth. And another 60%, the numbers that the 60% is coming from the fishing community actually sanitation and hygiene because of the issues of lack of access to WASH services. So, we must be deliberate going forward as an action point. We must be deliberate in whom are we targeting. If we are dealing with Uganda population who actually are so much involved in the encroaching of these wetlands, unemployment, and because of lack of awareness of some of these issues, we must speak to them. We must be deliberate to speak to them, and mostly where young people are, mostly social media, not effective in communicating with them using some of these applications like TikTok and Instagram. Be able to contact with them so they are aware of some of these, the informations. The last bit that I want to, commit myself as civil society. Going other days when it was about us versus them, we must appreciate that we must work with government. because as I said, we play a complementary role. So I went to the environment parliament, with this the session at the parliament, and I was the speaker, but together all stakeholders, stakeholder engagement, be able to engage on some of these issues. So we're able to find solutions together, rather than point our fingers at each other. Yet climate change actually affects all of us, and unfortunately even affects the most vulnerable in the community. So we need to ensure that we work together and push in the same direction.
Thank you. Pass it to the Commissioner.
Thank you. As a government and as a ministry, this is a process that we are promoting. So it is to our best interests that it is upscaled. I talked about the 4 components. We shall ensure that, again, the enabling environment is appropriate and it's conducive to implement IWRM. We shall support the different institutions, continue the coordination with the different stakeholders and partners. But for the knowledge to work, we also expect them to come out to us so that we can coexist and ensure this management instrument. So we as government, the commitment is always there because it's by mandate also that we should ensure that this process is accelerated and we can hit our targets.
Thank you very much. The beauty of the environment is that it levels us quite well. You're talking about privacy, water is life. It arrived at Forest Mall the other day. Yes, so it levels us quite effectively. Honorable Senators, thank you for joining us. I was hoping that you'd get in a little bit earlier and then you'd share with us, but we have another session coming, which is the closing session that Mildred will be handling. So can you join me, ladies and gentlemen, to thank my panel? That's not fair. Yes, we either do it or we don't vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you very much, Scorpion. Thank you very much, Kotala. Thank you very much to all of you for being a good audience. Thank you. Let me hand back to Mildred. Yes, a big round of applause to Lucy. Simon.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Thank you very much to Charles, and I want to say a special thank you to Martin. Martin, where are you? Martin got done with the conversation much earlier. I know, yes, it's been quite a long day, and we need to bring this to a close. But just shortly before you leave, I am going to request the team that has just been here with Charles to take a group photo. The panelists who are here. The panelists who are here and the institutional watch team. For Martin, please, I'm going to request that this is the picture side. Let's come here. Martin and the team, please. I might as well stay here the entire evening since we're just going this to an end. The team from the institutional watch technical groups. I am going to request that you as well do not miss out on this momentous picture. I want to say a special thank you to one of the Silas, who is the chair of the Parliamentary Forum Watch team, or the Parliamentary Watch Forum, who has been with us since yesterday and is still here with us once again. Honorable Silas, thank you very much. We don't take that for granted. And we know that this is a conversation that is going to inform policy, and we can't wait. So, Martin, is that Martin that we are going to have as well? Martin was missing some caffeine. So he was, Martin, before you caffeinate, please, please make it clear. And I know that you will be giving us just in 2 minutes a wrap up of what your discussion in institutional watch included. And then Mariam, if you will be kind enough, I will also, Mariam, please, how had Mariam stayed when this picture was, Moses, wherever you are. This much is ever going to start calling out your names, one by one. But immediately after that picture, I'm going to request Martin, because you're going to have your caffeine. I'll give you 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and you give us a wrap up of what your conversation about institutional wash was. And then Marion will give us 2 minutes, and we'll call it a day today. And then we'll prepare for a very third and last day. So Martin, for Moses is coming to give us that. But Marion, maybe before you leave, maybe 2-3 minutes for just a wrap up of what came out of the conversation. Oh, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mildred. And this is for integrated water resource management, environment and climate change. We promote participation. So I'll invite our co-chair, that is Living Water International, to just share with the group a brief about what happened in our session. So you're welcome, Owen, to speak to.
Thank you very much, Marion. For the IWA group, we had a very interesting session, which began with a keynote from the Commission. I think he talked about the key components that stood out for us: the enabling environment, institution and participation, management, instruments, and financing. We had a couple of panelists from the civil society, parliament, and then the government and the Uganda Kingdom. I think what stood out was that for government, the chairman of the Parliamentary Committee on Natural Resources pledged a commitment that his committee is open. If we had proposed any amendments, then they will be ready to receive us with open hands, because they know what it means. There was a recommendation from the Uganda Kingdom, a message from His Highness the King, that we need to plant more trees. So members, this is an appeal, and how I wish it can be a commitment for all of us, that we start celebrating birthdays and anniversaries by planting trees. If you don't have land, you come to Hotel Africana or anywhere and say, I want to plant a tree on this road to commemorate this. It will work. By the time you die at 90, if you have a family of 6, you'll have planted so many trees for every birthday and anniversaries. The government also, one of the commitments the commissioner made was that they are open to work with the CSOs, because this is not about pointing fingers or do that or this, but working together. From the civil society, the guy from the Environmental Shield, I think it was also the commitment is, as CSOs, we need to work with government. It is not time to point fingers, who is doing wrong, who is doing right, but it is time to complement one another and be able to move forward. The key point that stood out was that in organizing such events, we need to be inclusive enough. 70% of the people in Uganda are below the age of 30. So when you are in a room where majority of the people are past that age and we don't have that representation, it means the message we are passing across will not be sustainable. After we have died out or we have gone, that message will be left. So we need to target primary schools, secondary schools, universities that are all surrounding us. So we had a very interesting session. Allow me to end it at that. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you so much. I come to you from Institutional WASH. What were some of the key highlights?
we did agree unanimously that if we are to able to coordinate our efforts, engage appropriately, we need to do our efforts of 80% to behavioral change and 20% to infrastructure. If we can achieve behavioral change, then infrastructure will just fall into place. Secondly, we need to explore more different technologies, how we can improve them. We had an example of constructing a latrine that is attached to incinerator, which could minimize on the space, but also to achieve our desired goals as far as wash service delivery is concerned. We thought that sustainability of wash service delivery remains a big challenge to the different key players. So what do we need to do as individual CSOs alongside other players? We had an example, but there are some of the people who come to these institutions for the very, very first time. Someone comes to a healthcare facility, he has never used a toilet, and improved toilet at that. You come to school, it is your first time to use an improved toilet. What do? Issues of operational maintenance come into play. At the end of the day, a very good infrastructure that has been put in place in a few months, it is moving more. What we need to do is to bring on board all the different key players to make sure that you play a key role at the different levels, at the community level, the district level, even at the national level, and the school level, and healthcare facility level at that point. Budgeting and funding for WASH in schools, healthcare facilities, and other institutions remains a big challenge. For example, we had one issue whereby issues of WASH, when it comes to budgeting, you find they fall under contingency. Can't we do much more than this? Can't we have clear budget lines as far as WASH in school healthcare facilities is concerned? This is an area for me and you to look into. When it comes to resources that comes from the center to the schools, for example, the capitation grant, the 20,000 that is allocated to each child in each school, is it good enough? How far can it go as far as maintaining a child in that school? What about issues of WASH? Are they taken care of? And this is where we agreed that a healthcare facility without WASH services is not a healthcare facility, but you need to find another name for it. Similarly, regarding schools, if you have a school and you don't have proper WASH facilities in place, that is no school, but you need to find another name for it. Finally, the issue of co-financing was top on our high agenda, that each one of us could have different mandates. We have different capabilities in terms of the financial muscle, but if we bring in the aspect of co-financing, even the communities and facilities we do support, regardless of the mega financing at their disposal, let them make that contribution. This will promote the issue of value and ownership, and ultimately the issue of operation and maintenance will be looked into, and of course our most desire, which is sustainability of the WASH facilities, the services that are in place. So the issues of affordability, accessibility, and sustainable WASH services, if we all come together, join our efforts, we continuously coordinate, engage, and strategize, probably we shall see ourselves making big strides as far as achieving effective and efficient WASH service delivery is concerned. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I realize the energy levels are going down a little bit, but we are closing this off, definitely. And I want to say a special thank you to all of us. Lots that has come through from the conversation today. This is day 2, and we're going to officially close off this forum tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be a little bit shorter. So yesterday we ended a bit off in style. We did have our chair of the WASH Forum, Parliament, clearly give us a totally different energizer yesterday. I didn't know he was such a good fundraiser. And as we get to close it off today once again, yeah, I told you that we are having them here because at one point in time we'll be reminding them that, look here, Honorable Silas, Honorable Tala, you were here and we said this and this and we promised this and that. How far are we? And I want to give an opportunity to Honorable Tala as the chair of the National Resources Committee to just come and say bye to us for today. Yesterday, Honorable Silas, your neighbor, did say bye to us, and today we would request you to kindly say a few words away from what you said at the panel before we get to close off today. And tomorrow we'll officially be calling it quits, but not quits from the discussions that we've had. It will be quit from Hotel Africana, but go and have boots on the ground to implement everything that we have talked about. So ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Honorable Tala to come and say bye to us, at least for day 2 of our forum. We have coffee outside, so please, we clap louder so that right after all the energy we've lost with the claps, we'll get to the coffee.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Honorable Algon Cyrus, my colleague, member of parliament, who also chairs the Parliamentary Forum on WASH, the organizers of this conference, all of you, dear participants in your various capacities, members of CSOs from across the country, ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by thanking you, the organizers, for this very vibrant conference that has brought many stakeholders on board to discuss a very pertinent issue, namely the subject of water, sanitation, and hygiene, but also at a broader scale, the issue of sustainable management of our environment. I want to applaud all of you for your dedication and for the enthusiasm in discussing this important subject. May I underscore the fact that this conference has come at the right time, especially now when we are very much aware of the effects of climate change, and especially now when we shall soon be heading to COP28 in Dubai. I believe the proceedings from this conference will be feeding into COP28. So what you are doing here in Uganda is making a contribution to the overall goal of managing our environment in a sustainable manner. And I want each one of you to applaud for yourself for being here and for making a contribution towards that no mean feat that we are all struggling to attain. Clap for yourselves. We should be proud, each one of us, that together we are all walking the talk, that we either handle our environment in a sustainable manner, that we address the most fundamental human right, namely water. As you all have stated variously, water is life. And I believe that there is no substitute for water. You can substitute any other substances, but water, you cannot substitute it. And so this is a very important subject that we are tackling here today. And as we have already said in the discussion, each one of us has a responsibility to play, and together we shall all rise up and walk with our heads up when finally we say, yes, we have managed to chart the right direction.
not only for our country, but for the whole globe. It's my considered opinion and view that if a third world war is ever to break out, it will be because we have not paid heed to the sense of reason. It will be because we have not sustainably managed our natural resources, particularly water, and that we have ended up escalating the current trend of climatic change. Nature will not be sympathetic with us. As it has been pointed out, for us in Uganda here, the industrial parks are in the wetlands. We cannot argue against nature. Nature will do its work. All of you witnessed what happened recently in Libya. You witnessed what happened in Bali very, very recently. Nature, we cannot argue against it. And so our discussion here is very pertinent, that we handle our water resources in a sustainable manner for our own good and the good of posterity. I want to thank all of you for the tremendous and prolific input you've made here, and for being very, very vibrant participants. It's not easy, especially in the afternoon. I came here in the afternoon and joined you after lunch, but still I saw the enthusiasm with which you discussed this topic. I appreciate. I look forward to implementing the resolutions that will come out of this conference. And I must re-echo our commitment that if there is anything that we can do as Parliament, we are representatives of the voiceless. Don't be hesitant to approach me, to approach any member of Parliament coming from your area, or indeed to write a letter to my committee, so that together we can all pursue the change that we need. Funding or financing is one aspect that has always reared its ugly head in hindering whatever we want to do. So let's look at new avenues of raising financing in order for us to be able to implement the various action points that we shall come up with from this meeting. With these not very few remarks, it's now my singular honor and a privilege to once again thank all of you for your active participation and to declare day 2 of this conference officially closed till tomorrow when we reconvene here again for the last and final day. I thank you. Have a very joyous evening. God bless you all.
Right, a big round of applause to Honorable Fala. By the way, we don't take it for granted what you choose, and Honorable Silas as well choose to spare off your precious time to come. That speaks to servant leadership. That speaks to the love for what you do and what you're committed to doing. So ladies and gentlemen, since this is officially closed, what am I still doing here? What am I still doing on the microphone? Tomorrow we'll be starting off as soon. And at exactly 8:30, which is the starting time, please let's make it on time. Tomorrow is a little shorter, so for those who will want to, just enjoy the town, it is a Friday, you want to go partying or whatever you will want to do. Tomorrow won't be a full day event, we'll be going up to half time. which will be lunchtime. I did tour the exhibition area, and there were pretty interesting ideas right there. And I would request that you pass by the exhibition area when you are leaving. But otherwise, God bless you, Johnny Mercies. May you be safe until we get back here and we converge tomorrow at exactly 8:30 to start off. And by lunchtime, we'll be closing it and calling it a year for the 2023 CSO Forum, WASH Forum, right here to Tell Africa. I remain Mildred Haitha. God bless you until we meet again tomorrow. Good night. Sorry.